Having a power on the Monkey King makes this game a lot easier.
Okay, so what draft are you favoring then, Effie?
I still like EG's draft more, I would say.
I definitely like Vichi's gaming more than in game number 1. Looking at this Enchantress, it's a really good lane counter for both of the heroes, so they might swap things around. You know, they could potentially put this Elder Titan on the safe lane, and so that you don't have two heroes countered by Enchantress. I think that's the play here.
Well, we are going to have to hear from Vici themselves what they think about their draft, as Frankie is waiting for us on the sidelines with Vici Gaming's coach.
In that opening game, we did see the pace entirely controlled by EG. So, Coach Fenrir, how are you going to take charge of the tempo in game number 2?
刚刚第一把 EG 把节奏控得很好，你们在第二盘当中有什么打算把节奏抢回来？
就如第一盘而言，其实我们对线来说压力不是特别大吧，但是兽王还是给我们制造了点麻烦吧，而且我们前中期的处理也不是很好，所以这盘3手也做了应变吧，出了小鹿这个英雄。
So in the first game, we didn't feel like we lost control because we did feel like our lanes went well. However, the Beastmaster did cause us some troubles. So in this game, we did make a change and we got Enchantress third pick.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the impact of that Enchantress with our casters. They are OD. Oh, and we've gone over to Fox.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, game 2 ready here. EG versus Vici Gaming.
The battle begins.
Let's see what else DY is able to do inside the mid game if he's able to actually help out, because I think also just vision was a huge component of the game. EG just had like perfect vision after that laning phase and just completely dominated on it. Also, we'll see how Ori's going to do, because he was just completely countered in the last game. He was playing versus the Ancient Seal. This time he has a little bit more liberty until we see that Yules that's going to be coming out for Void Spirit. The only real natural stun that he has to worry about is Primal Roar until they do actually have a setup for him. So looking at Ori to have a better time and for him to should be able to have an impact this time around.
And do you think Vici getting this game? Old 11 back on the Magnus. Pretty happy with the way they closed their drafts this time?
For the game, yes. For the lane, no. For the lane, not going to be much more difficult. Last time he had this advantageous matchup because that Bloodseeker high base damage, high armor. You could trade really nice with the Clinks PYW behind. Next, Razor versus Magnus with an ET behind. So this one should be much harder for Old 11 to secure himself last hits.
Obviously flying again. Doing his best to bully back the two of them. Getting the space for Artesian. You say this time potentially set up some early action for Artesian. He'll be ready to rock and roll here in the lane as a Razor. Early action for Artesian. He'll be ready to rock and roll here in the lane as a Razor.
Yeah, he kind of got, I hate to say it, but like, he kind of got like carried by his team in the last game. He just had to sit back and farm. So I think this time he's going to be a lot more like impactful, a lot more moving around with his team and just more involved. Just feels like it's going to be more necessary. Because also I do think like the mid matchup, it's going to be a lot harder for Abed versus that Queen of Pain.
Yeah. And when you see EG's lineup, do you expect them, you know, is the aim to play as fast as they did in game 1?
Yeah, they've got the Beastmaster. Yeah. If they can just start getting the ball rolling, absolutely. We look at the wave clear on the side of Vici. They've got Shockwave, which is probably one of the better ones. The rest that we always talk about is just difficult. Like, of course, you can't really walk up and get like a Scream of Pain to just clear out these pushes that are going to start coming up around because you're just going to get set up on. So that one they do have a little bit of a worse time, but it all depends too is how they play with it too, because the Bloodseeker the last game, they didn't really have him in a position to spam out the Blood Rights. It felt like they wanted it to, as DY with the heal, and as well as having his own boar, of course, from that enchant.
Now we'll see how much it sort of affects Ice in the laning stage.
Arrow will connect the Poyoyo. He could be in trouble.
I was going to say, he's going to get brought down pretty low here. It's fine, they've still got a south between the two of them.
And nice little high fives in the mid lane. We're seeing a lot more denies. Ori 10-7, 8-6 on Abed. Abed actually getting a lot more denies than I thought he would. The animation of that melee, of course, Void Spirit having one of the best animations in the game too, is helping him. Not even getting Dissimulate, which is cool. I thought maybe he was going to try to play around the Shadow Strike, but he's just absorbing them with the resonant pulse.
Yeah, I feel like there's something. Oh, there we have it. This
All right.
time round, they will get the kill. Bottom lane, ice. Taken out of this. Already a good start here for Vici in the way that they've changed up the way they want to lane against ice.
It is owning him. Like,
Yeah.
He's only got 6 last hits. DY is doing an excellent job down here with Poyoyo. Both heroes are kind of just way stronger than the setup that they did have before versus the Beastmaster. So that is going to be impactful to slow down the timing of that Dominator that we saw picked up so early on last game.
Now let's see how well ice is able to recover from a bit of a rough lane.
He's level 2. Poyoyo is level 3.5, so is DY. This lane doesn't get much easier either for the Beastmaster because his board is just going to start being susceptible of just getting burst down by the Monkey King a lot of the times, as well as just being taken over from DY.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, right, we saw Beastmasters against the Enchantress just not level the board. That's just something you can't do in this meta with the way the hero is.
Really. Especially, like, you just have to go the Dominator build now completely, so.
You can't change it up.
Crit, he's going to start moving around. Since that bottom lane, he can't actually apply pressure to Poyoyo. He's just going to start checking runes, helping out Abed so that he gets that advantage over Ori. Again, though, Ice. They kill his boar and immediately start committing on him.
He's on his
Plus a kill, but he's an extra like 600 gold over the Razor. It's been like, I think 3 or 4 boars that he's actually been able to secure with the Boundless.
I mean,
very important.
This is a game as well where he's got a Magnus on his side. So with this start already, the potential is there for Poyoyo to become massive this game.
Crit. It's looking to be a nuisance since he knows he can't, as we said, press bottom. He looked to snipe mid-career. Actually 2 hits, so Ori's will survive.
Try and push back old 11. Always hard to go when they know he's got the skewer. Well, let's get the skewer back onto flight. Trap with Shockwave, not enough damage, and as soon as they have used that, old 11 has to be cautious of RTZ being able to punish the fact skewer's on cooldown. But this top lane, I mean, 23.
It's a Abed, level 6. He can make a move, or RTZ puts the move on him.
I'll jump forward, Abed. Look at the quick grab onto Ori, but Ori's going to be fine. Has got the, of course. Sonic over the rear. Still at Fletch. Yeah, Abed and Fly will be able to top Ori back up, keep him in the lane.
That doesn't mean they know that DY is in the mid lane, so they do know Poyoyo's bottom. They're going to start being able to play a little more confident. Ice now showing his face again. And they are rotating a 3rd hero around. Fly is going to make that move around. They did the same thing around that 6:37 minutes last game too, just to try to apply pressure. But they're going to fight DY in the river.
Should have it there. Another step in. And they've got that burst. DY gone.
Urn secured. Urn charge for crit. And they still do have a catapult bottom too, so Ice is looking to get some type of advantages. Poyoyo.
Oh,
long range arrow.
That's going to be a good duration stun here. They're in. And the tap. Hit the 6 though. Wukong's command is down. To beat back into Ice. Stop from Fly. Stops the chase from Poyoyo. The further TP's coming in. With the jump forward, he has got that stunning wave, he'll drop it, blows it by Flash, but now he's blinked in and RTZ turns up for the trees. They were not expecting the Razor to be down here this early. And now towards DY, they go. DY getting slapped down, back in action, jumps over the Fly. And get the shit back here, Vici getting but EG really piling up the pressure, trying to force some action down in the bottom lane with an early move from RTZ.
Sneaky move too, just hiding himself in the trees. They had an Ob board in the lane, but either way, they did not expect him to be there. Sonic Wave to secure a kill, but Ori dies, and immediately EG responds, going right back bottom. They want to pressure this tower early on. There's a lot of space, as we see old 11 pretty much has the Dominator finished up in the top lane.
I'll see what the reaction from Vici Gaming will be to this pressure that EG's applying. Poyoyo's keeping... now he's going to keep the top. They're going to leave this lane.
They did a good job holding it. Lanes are And looking really for them. Abed looks like he's playing more of the farm game. Even when that whole fight was kicking off bottom, he literally was just farming. I see him maxing Dissimilate too, which is like that big farm mechanic. Now that he's got a haste rune though, looking to get more active. They know that Poyoyo TP top as well. If they can get that kill onto the Monkey King, it'll be huge for EG. But Old 11 is in the area, and Ori is also already making the move up top, maybe predicting this.
Poyoyo's going to get up. Is off the mark, and so is the Stomp. Comes around Boundless. He fought from crit, and they got the damage to take down. Poyoyo needs one more hit upon it. Block, he's in to secure the deal. Comes in, gets the kill, now turns over towards Ori. Ori taking huge damage here for the Elder Titan. We'll have to flick back up into the trees. They go. Old 11 skewers across, Fly tries down the Stomp. Old 11 will be able to finish him off before he finishes the Stomp there. So 2 quick kills for Vici Gaming. They do lose the carry though. Poyoyo going down.
Great read. It's like the Monkey shows them, and they're like, oh, all right, we probably have to help him because all the VG just went missing. So do at least get that trade going with them and probably transition it into this tower push. Sonic Wave also back up in 2 seconds, so if a kick, does kick, might look fight, but they're a bit unhealthy. Mana pool 300 on Ori. Old 11's out to 60. Unlikely that EG responds up there anyway. I say, nice, he's lost his board.
Has got RTZ by his side. It links suddenly on Poyoyo. Looks over the balance on Cinemas. A big link. Rook comes out and cancel the Wukong's command. As RTZ and Ice will be able to finish off Poyoyo.
Ooh.
He'll get the ult off,
He
but
finished it.
Milliseconds before he dies. So that's going to be 2 minutes on cooldown. No effects from that Wukong's command.
Targeted hits by EG. RTZ just, Ice just baiting him. RTZ just waiting for him to jump in and commit, and boom, instantly gets the connection onto a full static link. Poyoyo has to be more careful. That's 2. That's back-to-back. It's going to slow him down completely. Sure, he's got the Magnus. He's going to have that empower to make sure that he can farm in the later stages, but he is into a Razor, so does have to be very careful. How far behind he does fall.
Mid, Stomp into the arrow. EG, ooh, the damage. He'll blink out. The magical coming in from the astral step, still finishing Ori off.
EG starting to really ramp up pressure, and just like last game, they kill the mid twice, they kill the carry twice. Now they're starting to transition this into tower pushes. Vici's gonna have to have Old 11 out of this, it feels like. He's having that really good time, but now their 2 other cores are getting pressured quite heavily. And the supports can't really bail him out of it. Changes more of that like super early laning phase here. It's gonna have to be PYW and Old 11, who now does have Arcane Boots. Was looking like he was gonna rush the blink. I think he just needs mana to show up. He needs to be in the fights to help out his team. As EG finds stacks, they're gonna be happy. And this is the same exact move from EG as last game. Take bot, take mid, take over the triangle. This time it's not versus Medusa, but Poyoyo, level 7. It looks like he's struggling to find a place to be.
Will show himself around the mid. EG, 4 of them having their eyes on the Monkey King.
If they connect with that stop, just go on him again. Has to be super careful.
So next call from EG is going to be already getting themselves back into the jungle of Vici Gaming.
They have this vision up top, so the ward is about to expire.
Want to get 11.
They see 11. He sees the ward expire.
He's still farming though.
He's still chilling in the area. But look, EG's got a better hit. They're looking for Poyoyo again.
If Arbe can close the gap, then a solid setup.
Sure. Oof.
Oh, he's up the mark.
Both
Not able to hit
mark.
that Remnant, and Poyoyo will be able to walk away there. Bit of a miss from Arbe. Back in action in the mid lane. Ice getting jumped by Ori and PYW. As Vici Gaming get the kill, Old 11 was even looking to get a further catch. Won't manage to quite do so. But now, well, with Ice down, Vici Gaming feeling the strength to push back themselves in the mid lane.
Should be able to commit forward for this tower. There's going to be some stall, of course, from the stomps from Fly. Also pulls the aggro of the creep wave, but with these 4 heroes, with the illusions, should go down. He's not reacting. Continuing to farm bottom on RTZ, continuing to farm top on Abed. And Poyoyo with his Empower is able to farm up that ancient stack after he dodges the gank.
Some well-needed space for Vici Gaming, with VG having to back over away from the Vici Gaming triangle.
11's just how he just farming a storm. Just really wants to blink. He just feels like that he has to be that big initiator for their team, which he absolutely does. It's gonna be an early timing too. That could catch EG off guard if they look to make too many of these 5-man movements that they tend to do with this Beastmaster. PYW does have the ward down. Did see Crit walk in and place this one. So this one should get dewarded pretty early on. He still has the sentry ward on him, so maybe it did actually sneak in and he didn't notice it.
Shadows, take us.
They're gonna move Moonlight, but it is covered. Obs and sentry's already down. PYW was prepared at least for that.
They're not looking to bring in any firepower to tackle this head on, they'll just avoid it.
And Abed just continued to farm. As we said, the big timing for Abed is really that Yules. They just have no real great ways to set up onto the Queen of Pain if she plays careful, so he's still looking to finish that item up. Giving that time to farm up though. The Empower, plus that Blink Dagger now online with 11.
Let's see how practice there will be once that blinks out. See if they make a play immediately with the smoke.
Feels like they're getting a much better time this time around of just being able to sit back farm, not getting collect on. EG definitely just feel like they're still farming. Like we said, they still want that Yules, everything on the void, going for the Vessel, which is really good this game versus Monkey King. And with that ward vision, she's looking to get a hit. The blink reveal, it's gotta be a big one. It is.
They've got the catch. Immediate jump from up 11. Opens up onto Abed. No hesitation there from Old 11's Mag.
Double ults committed. The two big team ults too. I thought they might save Sonic Wave and use the finger, but I guess Ori probably made the call like, I want this kill. I need my Orchid online so they can set up these kills a lot easier around the map.
For the next one now, Vici.
Yeah, they've got the slow down. That's exactly what they want to do with their lineup with Magnus.
And as close as it gets there, as you can see, 51 to 49 roll. And you can certainly feel it. He did start to get the pace going, but time round, in contrast to game one, VP Gaming holding very well. And that's exactly what EG wants to do.
They're not overreacting, I think, is the biggest thing on Vici. Last time they were like, oh my god, the map is dwindling, everything's closing, we need to just take a fight, and they lost it 5-0 in the game. Like, it was kind of just over from there. I see everybody just playing their own game. PYW's just hitting more creeps. We see Pogo's just farming with the hour. He's got the death. Everyone's just trying to hit a night timing. Kind of out right now. So it's done. Yeah, Deso's done for Poyo. The Orchid's going to be done to Ori, and they still have like Blink, Magnus, and almost Blink on PYW. So I'm RP up in 40 and almost Blink on PYW. So you can definitely look at that versus EG with all these timings.
EG active it. Yeah, we'll see if Crit wants to line up the arrow. PYW is into the trees, out for the TP, and they're not able to stop it.
Creep's just well, hey, Creep's still just on top of Creep. He arrowed the Creep right in front of him. Prep could maybe got a leap off into the arrow, but I don't think he saw the creep that was just trailing right on top of him.
This is pretty big of EG. I mean, if Poyo gets that BKB on top of the Deso, the early sort of push that EG has been going for, it's going to be hard. He's going to be more than happy to just frontline the fights, create sort of the attention. Sold 11 looks for the jump in.
They still have a lot of things that pierce through BKB though. They have Roar, they've got that Link that's always going to be really useful versus him, but definitely a necessity versus the burst image that Mirana and Void Spirit, when you have an ET pride, he does need that magic immunity early on. So probably double BKB is going to, double or triple BKBs for Chi next. Like if EG runs into them, they will battle. G with the timing as well. They've got the BKB on the Razor, so they're looking to actually get an advantage here by claiming a tier 2 early on. Beach reacts to the
TPing down.
They're spotted. The Hawk is already on top of them.
Do you want to dive this? So like they do. Want to as they get the Esper onto PYW. So the line gone. Further TPs now starting to come in. EG, look at the setup on the map. The long TP is actually going to be cancelled. Ori goes to the Sunny Wave, push back, but then you turn straight over towards him. Ori's going to get run up by Arteezy. He's gone. Arteezy's now opting to bail out. He'll TP away. Ahmed, he wants to go in. In fact, he's straight over towards Poyo. He's on top of the Monkey King. Poyo's going to fall.
Oh boy. That TP over 11.
Did he cancel it himself? Or?
He did. He Eighth Remnant right on top of Will keeping. He probably thought he would just get killed. Because of that.
because
huge fight for EG.
They needed 11 over there, whether he gets caught by the Remnant or not. Without him, the team fight just falling completely to pieces. Crit picking up a triple kill, and even off the back of RTG bailing out of the fight, he was kind of done at a point, didn't want to. It didn't matter. That DG still with a firepower to clean up.
11's got to do something big now with him rotating down, but he's got to just get kill on fly. It looks like here, probably gonna use the finger. But a big play from EG and a big mistake probably from old 11.
Do you think in that situation it would have been better if he just went and tanked the Remnant?
If they made the call to fight down there, more than likely, because it's a 1700 HP hero. They would have to come so much onto him to kill him, which would probably open up the opportunity for Ori, who have survived. So yeah, a bit of a miscommunication coming out from V and EG. They capitalized and they're looking for more.
They're going to get the setup in. See if they've got the damage. He said he is tanky. This Void Spirit, I bet he hurts. As that is old 11 gone. EG starting to really hit hard as VG. They're going to get themselves back together here.
The dual hunting is really potent. Crit as well as Abed can always find these kills mid.
Right. Yeah, blinks and a little aggressively here to try and find Crit. Well, man, managed to jump back out, but Ori's got to be careful. Making moves like that. EG now with more than enough tools to punish.
It's continuing to look to pressure this team too.
I'm gonna see still DY hovering around this tower. Very risky position.
He's tough to bring down. They'd have to commit quite a bit just to kill an Enchantress. He's got 4 staff too, and tower does going down. Do they get the outpost in time before 20? It's the biggest deal, but they won't. But now having those 2 outposts, they're gonna access into bottom jungle, and now Moonlight Shadow. They're still looking for these plays. Poyoyo, he was spotted in top. He's still showing, so he's in a troublesome position.
They've got the lead in. He's going to try and stand the ground and the ult. He'll look over the wall. Poyoyo, as he gets the damage, he has it. Crits out, but the leaps is off for the ult. But RT's for the static. Finishes off Poyoyo.
They just really have Poyoyo's number. They always seem to be able to catch him. He needs to just play a little bit more careful, like not finishing off that one extra creep, as we see a lot of players do. Is like these areas where you are playing around like the dire hard camp up there. I feel like so many times we see players lately, it's like they kill one of the creeps and they're like, wait, something's going on, and they usually bail out. But again, Poyoyo gets out, and Crit just super active. Look at Abed.
Jumped straight into the ground. Found the set onto old 11. That's the Magnus Stomp as well. Catching Lion. PYW heat out of the game. DY's got to run. Quick jumps in from EG. And Vici Gaming, we were seeing when they split up like this, it's terrible with EG sort of read map. Like they had the read of the game 1 game state. And they know when you're alone, and they will not hesitate to jump in and start the action.
And they have such a crazy amount of bursts. Like Crit is level 13, something we definitely do have to factor in. This high damage that comes from this level Starstorm. Sacred Arrow, also such an early vessel. Like, it is making the difference. That's why you're seeing that almost 2,000 HP
damage.
Magnus just died.
That's insane.
Like, he's zoning. Every single time he's been there, that's what's the most important thing when he's there with Abed. The setup, it's great. The damage from the Void Spirit stuff, but little extra bit Crit's providing is huge. I say little, even though it's the highest damage, but now, pretty big timing here, Aegis. And still able to pick up. They don't have to wait for cooldowns. They've got Roar. They've got that constant combo that they've been doing over and over again in this game. Vici looking to just wait for the BKBs before they really want to take a head-on fight, but they're starting to just lose too much control.
Look at the smoke from EG. Now to take down the edge.
Yeah, that's a lot of burst. With the natural order now maxed up on fly.
And look at this setup, bottom Abed. He's pretty good for that.
And Crit's there.
You see them make a move in the jungle, and the next thing you know, they're over around this bottom lane. Ori is going to go for the T. Yeah, he'll live today.
Nice Orchid play by him. Does get the Orchid off before that follow-up arrow hits him, so no Starstorm from Crit to kill him. Scary. Every time they show themselves on these sides,
look how fast EG is.
They're killers. Crit's part of 14 of the 15 kills so far.
Yeah, I've still got that big combo player there, VG Gaming. If old 11 can find his RP.
They just need combo plays. EG, just look at the way that they're swinging around the map. It's like every single time, it's just too fast now for Vici to be prepared for it.
Vici can pull together around mid. They'll smoke up.
Can they land the
They've
combo?
got to look for this combo.
Yeah.
I'll go
Has BKB as well, so a lot more survivable.
Susan with a fast jump. Can be PYW.
I see Abed.
Abed.
Ooh.
He's looking to be in a lot of trouble there. Hanks for the setup. Abed's been found.
Nice. Well, so they don't get anything big either. Fingers perfectly fine at this point. They're still going to have RP and Sonic Whip. The upcoming fight if it does go onto them. And they are avoiding their ancient area. They're trying not to walk into this vision that EG have control of.
Can you look for something more whilst it's dead, or still the fact that RTZ has today just a little too much for you to just charge straight into?
I think it's just breathing room. It's like, all right, Ori, you can actually push out the bottom lane a little bit safer. You can finish up your BKB so that you're not just picked off every time from Yule's combo. So that pickup, yeah, finish up the next item.
I believe it. SAC getting very close to being completed here by RTZ.
That's going to be pretty good versus the Monkey King. Counteracting that death so almost entirely on his ult. Again, just looking to get these pushes going to Beastmaster. Playing around that Helm of the Overlord.
And for Vici at the stage, do you think you just let your twos die?
It's just difficult when EG's already set up on it. If you haven't already preemptively set up on it, you have to assume that they have vision everywhere. The Hawk's going to be behind the tower. As EG's been playing in the last game too, there's probably wards all over the place too, so just drop it. Look to make your own play rather than be super reactive, because you know they're going to have vision advantage.
Exactly that. They do themselves, but the fortification is up. So if EG want to try and push back the high ground, I do still have Ice in his army leading in. A bit of damage to the tier 3s now.
He'll poke it. Golem's doing work.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And they're literally just sitting on the triangle, just continuing to farm that area for RTZ. Full Ags now finished up for Abed. So as we mentioned, those BKBs, especially on Vici, are going to be very effective versus that. They don't have one on 11. He's actually gone for a Lotus Orb instead.
Do you like that decision? To sort of help against those being caught by the stick.
It'll help out and be able to protect Leo so he can actually stand his ground inside the fights and he gets a link of when it reflects Aurora. So
quite a deep move here from Vici. They're going to go out with the TP. PYW gets left behind.
They both had to beat AB to TP out though. They're very effective getting up on.
And of course, did EG see the BKBs being used?
I don't believe that. I don't think that they did. I didn't see if the ward actually caught the glimpse from there. I think they were just a bit north of it. So might not know. But they might like to take a move anyway, since they have this advantage over this area.
I bet, yeah, he's gonna go. He's in with the jump. You'd say BKB still a corner, 4 seconds, or he's able to get the blink off. That's a close one, but he'll live. Regen at the ready as well.
He didn't even switch to strength trade. I was like, oh my goodness. The int does have regen, so we'll be able to come back out. Quick move. Oh, that means yes. That was the answer to your question. Did they see BKB on cooldown? That's a definite yes, though.
Vici, step out. I mean, again, they're not playing too fearful here of EG. He just away from timing out for RTZ.
Playing, they know that they have better vision advantage. Just playing around that. So they can see if a Hawk comes in. G just continuing to play around their vision so they can get that initial go. Vici.
There we have it. Another attempt here. Last time, only able to get Abed off the back of the smoke. See if they can get something a little bit more this time.
EG knows this.
Step in the trees, crit, and nice. They're gonna make the jump for crit. Crit's gonna make action. They're in, but now the counterplay from Abed. Jump straight over to PYW gone. Crit, he's still alive somehow.
A tick out.
Get the deny.
Oh, he's got the vessel.
Oh, yeah,
with the bottle.
They want to deny him.
No, they bottled him up.
I mean, the temptation's there, but indeed, Abed being a bro, if that was any other game, if that was your bub, Crit would have been dead. But they'll let him live. They keep the man alive. And that was the Sonic Wave burst.
I think maybe that Hawk they had inside the tree line did catch just a glimpse of vision of when they went for the smoke, because their positioning was just way too perfect.
Straight with the moon. Like to try and spread back out across the map. Vici Gaming, despite losing PYW, they're still keeping the pressure on bottom onto tier 2.
But they saw him. They saw Poyoyo. They have this ward. So they have complete vision of Poyoyo right now. Yeah.
I mean, it's... Oh my goodness, that was a little bit close. The last minute jump to the side. He's going to have to put the BKB and go for the TP out. We see Arbe jump into the trees. Look for what he's got the other side. He cancels the TP out. The 10 from all 11. Dota 11's going to get left behind. As you say, that would give him the info. Arbe able to jump straight in. And those without a BKB, such as Dota 11, not able to TP out quite as successfully.
They do get the tower that they came for, though, on the side of EG. But do have to be careful now that that is on cooldown. We see EG immediate smoke swinging across because they know it's on cooldown. Either the Monkey King or the Queen of Pain will be a free kill if Abed is able to set up onto him. Or Ice with a roar. Vici has to go all the way up into their high ground, which is going to open up the map for EG. Push all their lanes in. It will be a bit difficult for Vici to get out of the map now in these next few moments. And it's the gem now. That vision control, vision advantage, that's what EG's been playing around these last 2 games. They have the Beastmaster, so makes sense that they pick it up at this early time.
Still just 1k in it. It just goes to show how
very close.
How much of a swing you will see if Vici Gaming can find that sort of team find that high ground defense. Pushing into the high ground against the Magnus is always going to be rather scary. So Old 11 will have to be on the minds here of EG.
EG has vision of Vici right now in that kind of cute lane ward that I haven't seen in a while. Watching them all TP back, so immediately they push onto high ground. They get a free tier and
and the fortification.
That was...
That could definitely be abused here by EG.
They still see Poyoyo bottom. Look at the line drawn. Will they make it in time?
Surely not quite.
Look at the man.
They're in with the right. Got the BKB off in time. Back up here as well from Old 11's Lotus, so EG won't be able to continue. There's the BKB, of course, forced here, out for a minute.
Is it down to 6? It is. Ready. How's the pain one? Also into 7 seconds. EG's gonna swing again. Still looking for something.
He does get split out the silence, but he's at the tank. He's not really caught anything. London gets the kicks that he needs. Ice now heading over towards Old 11. The army by Ice just beating Magnus, forcing another the back. We'll get the full far down to finish off Ice's line. But the rest of the still not, but he's ready to jump back in. He's looking at people down here. He needs backup, but he needs to now. He's trying to help, but the damage from Poyoyo is too much. Another kill here for Vici Gaming as EG losing control in the team fight this time. Old 11.
Very greedy going for that play by himself, jumping in.
Jumping back into the whole squad without the rest of EG quite able to follow him up. Vici can change for more here. Poyoyo set up onto fly, jumping forward. He's in on the Elder Titan and Vici Gaming getting 3 kills out of this fight.
Out of a RP, they somehow end up getting the 3 kills anyway.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of a good luck charm. That was then Old 11. Make sure you miss the RP at the start next time. That worked fantastic.
It just really overplayed his hand. He thought he could burst the line in time, but PYW survives it because of the stick charges. And now into Rush. They're going to clean this one up. Well,
that's huge from Vici Gaming. A solid strike back here against EG. Now it's their turn to sort of show what they can do once they get this sort of a bump in power.
And they will give that shard over to Ori as well.
We'll see this again here at the start of the fight.
It looked awkward.
Yeah, not quite able. It was trying to catch up down the RP Old 11.
It's like Abed was able to back up, reset with a region rune, and then either way, they still weren't able to fight because of that positioning. Vici just having the high ground advantage.
Yeah, we'll see here in a sec. Abed, I mean, he feels rather strong, but jumping back in like that was a huge risk to take. Yeah. It does not pay off.
Oh, and Ori, he's gonna get caught out here. He spent his gold too. He bought out the Lincoln. The 70 seconds, he's dead.
That hurts. Towards the end of that as well, he could have put the BKB, but the blink was down for a second, so maybe BKB wouldn't have saved him anyway.
Pretty interesting though that he's gone for the Lincolns as well. And the roar, a lot more people have been going this when there's only that 1 or 2 single target things, but neutral items are a thing, and neutral items are what I call kind of the the Lincoln sphere. As we see, there's a headband up on the Beastmaster, so as soon as they identify if Ori has Lincolns and no BKB up, they're just gonna headband break it every single time. So he has to be very conscious of his positioning, sliding with Lincolns. But Vici still with this enormous amount of team fight, and after that last fight too, they really point out they did win the gem. So always we're talking about that vision advantage for EG. Having this gem is going to make Vici's life just a lot easier, of not knowing that they're not playing under a Hawk, not playing under a Horde in these situations. And a very buffed up Poyoyo, as we see an Alpha Wolf following him for the majority of the game. He's got Ice Armor to provide from the Enchantress and that Empower.
Poyoyo having that age. Just what's the call here from EG?
So look to control vision, look to play around those high grounds. If they get the initial go every single time, it does feel like they have a good shot, but they just really need to watch out for the combo plays, because Vici just has explosive amount. Very close game though, neck to neck.
This is what you want to see, VP Gaming.
They've got everything up. EG. I think they have vision of that one again. I believe that Hawk that Ice has right next to the ancient kind of area did catch a glimpse of it, so they're backing up immediately.
Vici's not going to catch anyone here. I just completely playing it safe here, EG.
No. 4 heroes in base. Arteezy hiding inside the trees. Outposts will be claimed. Vici still swinging. 2 minutes left on Aegis.
The prize is mine.
Should be more minutes for EG. Focusing on getting that next kit online. See from Ori, trying to get the AST to counteract that of Arteezy. Arteezy very close to having his next item complete. Level 23 as well. Still top of the board, just ahead of Poyoyo.
It's such an even game right now. It's really just, it's gonna come down to those initiations. Who's gonna get the big jumps? Who's gonna delete a hero at the start? Because on top of those big initiations, it's an overwhelming amount of damage that both sides do have.
Vici Gaming. Yeah, we'll look to use his last minute just to take tier 2.
Scotty's also now finished up for Poyoyo, so he's gonna have a really good way to kite out those BKBs, especially inside Wukongs versus Arteezy. And tanky now too. Near 3,000 HP on Monkey King.
Let's see how hard EG want to push the high ground. Still 50 seconds of the age, they've got to be keeping that in mind.
They've got the double catapults pushing in the waves. They're getting hit, bottom as well.
Vanished, but not gone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Team's very much waiting for the other to make the move here now.
Yep. So Aeon Discs will probably become the name of the game soon too, I believe, on both sides. I was checking to see if Abed, what he's going to be switching around to. I saw he had Hex, now he's got BKB queued up. I think there's a lot of arguments where Aeon Disc could be one of the better items for both sides because of the explosive capabilities of initiations from both sides. You're going to want some type of counter initiation if somebody does get caught. Arteezy commits for the full refresh.
Already jump in. I'll start the action on DY. DY's gone. Ahmed for the lead in onto Ahmed. Jumps off BKB, the Wukong's command. Ahmed, can he get out of this? He's in the air with the ult. Ahmed will be able to jump out of the Wukongs with the Astral Step. It's a double up for Arteezy. He'll kite down the ult. The Monkey King. DY's come back in with the buyback. Trying to hit the tree, but Ahmed, he found him. Jumps on Poyoyo. He's out of the game for 80. No payback on Poyoyo.
Ice doing God's work in the back line of the fight. He gets the blink roll onto the Magnus, throws his minions onto him, so there's no follow-up. I'm sure Poyoyo sitting there like, where's old 11? I need you. I need you to get some type of RP, bring them into my Wukongs. But EG kite around the fight, cut Wukongs, and they catch that Magnus. Arteezy commit his refresher, but not his secondary BKB.
Full minute to play here. No carry up for Vici Gaming. Poyoyo.
Sansu. Arrow actually a mark there from Crit.
Jump forward. Look at the ground back. Again, jumps in. He's getting corners. Look at the Hex. The setup. Vici is gone. A beautiful peel off the from on left. He gets in, grabs the goal. We'll see Arbe continue to try and fight on the double kill as he bursts through PYW. As Odd11 is his best to hold up the defense here, and EG will still back up. Still EG getting kills, regardless of the fact that Odd11 gets an excellent jump.
Was a buyback earlier from PYW for had to have that skewer into that stun play, but a great pickup onto Arteezy.
And that will stop momentum for now. EG, they have to retreat. Don't quite the tier 3 tower, Odd11. Keep the game decent shape here for Vici.
Oh, well, BKB for Odd, okay. So I'm gonna go for that defensive route. Not feeling like he's gonna get burnt instantly.
Now we're gonna have to be even more careful now with these pushes. Odd11.
Ooh.
Not quite able to get the setup there, but Poyoyo, he's got his eyes on. Eyes, knows that there's a lot in the high ground there.
Yeah.
Continue to chase.
Still with dead. Don't want to commit for anything. And you can just lose the game if you make some type of overextended play outside your base. Still having RP up too. As we're mentioning, it's eyes on Odd11 if he's able to find that grab. But SIS with that big preventer last time. Also gonna be going for refresh.
He's got that level 20, that obscure as well.
Has picked up the shard. It's multiple games now where I saw like a lot of players, especially on T1, Cuckoo, you know, he's always been prioritizing picking up that shard. 11, every game I saw him play Magnus, he never buys the shard. And we've seen how powerful that horn toss can be, so a bit interesting that he doesn't even opt for it.
I think it's just sort of preference, right? I feel like some of these players, they play Magnus so long before that ability was ever added to the game, they just feel that it's not necessary to do what they want to be doing with the hero. Yeah. It's a bonus, but it's just something that, you know, if you haven't been playing it in the thousands of games you played in your career, well, maybe not thousands, but hundreds at least, not going to feel as keen to just change it up. Odd11, he's comfortable with the style that he's always rocked.
EG's got their lanes in a good position right now still. They're looking to just bottom.
We'll find that pickup. That'll be nice.
Odd11 finds himself a nice one as well. He gets a ninja gear. Oh. Ice's job is going to be a bit more difficult this time around to find that Magnus. Anything else we got? We have Telescope for crit. Another big one. Stormcrafter on Obbit. So now he's got a double way to protect himself. Duels as well, Stormcrafter. And on the side of Vici, we did see Paladin Sword picked up just earlier, to be honest with you. And any other big one from tier 4s was just, I mean, the Ninja Gear is probably the biggest one for me, just because it's going to protect Odd11. We can get those initiations.
Yeah, Ninja Gear is great.
Yep. Or he's a bit tankier as well now, too. He gets Trickster Cloak on his own AC to counteract the Razors. But again, very close game.
I mean, this Roche, this is not going to go down too easily. No. EG's going to have to take 5 first. Vici go, they're bringing a jump forward. Onto the BKB's forced out straight up. They get the X, open eye, the start, the Wukong's command, it's down to Arteezy. Arteezy is gone. Has to play back straight away to return to the fight. Ahmed charges it over PYW. PYW goes down. Hoyer will dodge the remnant from Ahmed. And he on this Bronx out there.
Odd11.
He's got the setup. See that? What the RP, the Sonic Wave, look at the burn through Ahmed. Poyoyo's in, he takes him down. Arteezy wants to refresh, he's got the link building up on Poyoyo. Ice's trying to get back, he jumps in with the burn. Poyoyo, he's not got any damage to fight with, as Arteezy takes him down. But the Monkey King. Get back in on this 11 jumps, he's having to pick him over the horn, John skills back, Crit, a leap to the ground, but they've got the damage, Crit goes down.
It's buybacks. They know how important, how crucial this Roche is. Arteezy using his before. Very good buyback so he can get back into that fight. 70 seconds, no Enchantress. Wukong's they know is down. RP they know is down as well. They're committing to the pit. How's Vici going to respond in this 3v5?
EG can finish it.
Also, V5's picked up 26 on Arteezy, 25 on Odd. As we've seen multiple times, a Volt Spirit once it's 5 is a complete different beast with that AoE stun.
And Vici, they're going to concede the Roche.
And that means they forget him.
Yeah, we'll see this fight again.
It kicked off excellent for Vici. They just completely annihilated Arteezy, but he did have buyback to be able to get back into the fray. I don't think they respected him coming back so quickly.
No, they still tried to continue fighting. We see here, Abed with the chase down, but jump over to the side. So happy to kick back in as Abed goes in. They try and turn and collapse around him again. This is just buying time for Arteezy to wrap back over. They'll use the ults to go for Abed. They do get him. That's pretty much everything used. And Arteezy being in position to get that link started on a Poyo meant that at that point the Monkey King's fight is over.
Allies disappear.
Now, yeah, as we said, the full blessing now for Arteezy. Fly almost has his own full Aghanim is on the ET too. They're going to look to progress here. No ults still available on the side of Toss is purchased for Old 11, but I say this is it. That's the first roar.
I've got to be so careful now. These buybacks on cooldown could be, it could cost the game. Yo, 6 minutes without that buyback now.
We do see DY also hit level 20, maybe having to endure that fight there, but we'll be able to now start enchanting those Ancients. So we do have to see if Ice will give some respect and maybe throw his Ancients away out of the fight, since DY will just be able to take over at every single time. And everything's back up, Vici. What can they find?
Oh, they're heading straight out. RP of the red.
Scary moment to play without buyback on the Monkey King, playing to that Aegis, playing to that cheese. Abed also does pick up an Aeon afterwards too, so many different forms of protecting himself versus that big Wombo combo that Vici has. And Vici, they're not quite at that next big item for Poyoyo to have that big panic is 700 gold. I feel like they're going to start getting quite drawn out. And Fly, as we say, he's trickling slowly towards an Aghanim. He's 250 away. It's going to change the state of the game a lot too, and he's able to stay in the face of these tanky heroes and allow his teammate just to rip them to shreds with that natural order.
Still quite a bit of time with the Aegis here for Arteezy, 3 minutes.
Old 11 just keeps going for Alpha Wolves the entire game that I've seen. Just looking for a dominated Alpha Wolf sticking on Poyoyo.
Here we go.
Scan comes. Ichi's aware.
Try and go for this Aegis and cheese, but G. Moonlight, they're ready to move in.
They want to take the fight.
Let's see if they catch this Vici with a good rip around. They might expect to come in from the side.
Picked up panic also for Poyoyo.
See if they get the jump. Arteezy, he'll show himself. Quick little poke with the plasma. Vici now, they're a little hesitant. They know they can't get the jump. The initiation of 1-2-11 is the clip here. I see jump from He's moving it up to Poyoyo. He's filling go, takes down DY. The Raw goes now on Poyoyo. Get the Wukong's come on up. Old 11 still being patient. Up on the high ground, waiting for the dart to jump. But quick, he's seen him. The vessel's down. Old 11 no longer blink off, but Eyesight is gone. No buyback available for Eyesight. They're going to have to do this 4 versus 5 for this point. He bought back for this. There's a dieback for the Enchantress. Old 11, misses completely.
But they found Abed. They found one of the really important kills on the side there. PYW was able to get the chain disable for Poyoyo to engage.
Yeah, I'm going to get the scenario of the RP mix, but I don't think Vici minds at all. Going to start pushing in a little bit down the bottom. No buyback on Abed or Ice. This is a long time with 2 of you caught. Oh, left. He's got the grab. He takes him out of the bait. They've got Arteezy. Arteezy's going to go down once. Can they do it again? Can they do it again here? They're going to try. The Sonic Wave pushes Arteezy back down to the low ground, but Arteezy's able to get out of there. Moonlight shadows up. Gives him the color to escape from the rest of Vici Gaming.
They'll force the glyph. 70 seconds.
And they've got to keep Arteezy safe. His buyback, of course, also still on cooldown for 2.5 minutes.
They should be able to clean up this Rex.
We'll see if they can get anything more. Still a minute now up.
Tough to swing all the way to top, though. That's your 2 mids still up. So they will back up, look to clear out those lanes. Double catapults hitting on mid. Big hit from Vici.
Keeping the net worth so even 21 and 29. Only, well, less than 1K in it.
It's a crazy game, too, where we talked about all these initiations and the big Wombo combo. And I feel like the 2 fights that Vici actually, they did not have the Wombo combo land at all.
No. That's Evan is using it as a sort of extravagant taunt.
It was in both of them. The RP whiffed and the Wukong's command was just like this zoning man, but then they just get one single disable onto the Void Spirit and they have the damage.
I mean, that is pretty terrifying when you're losing the team fights. These spells are all over the place. Imagine when they land. That's that could be the end of it here for EG in this game too. This is Vici Gaming. So we're back into this. The money for the full Satanic. Ready on Ori if he wants to spend up. And they are getting some big juicy items online now.
Everybody really is. Like, even TY, look at TY's level trips. He's just been quietly farming throughout the majority of this game, as mentioned, being that 20 early on. Got Soul Crest is Vlad's. He's very survivable. Also having that Witchbane is always going to be nice. This little Dispel. Whereas Kyle would like the Cleanse. It actually called Cleanse this time around. So he's farming so much just because of the inching creep too. Like he just keeps taking the Black Dragon, and it's a better dragon because it's got that enchant buff on it. He can just push lanes by himself. He's pushing mid.
What's the plan now? Sit back for the next Roche.
We got to wait for buybacks, I think is the important thing, at least for EG. They've got 60 seconds and 600 gold for Void Spirit, about 1,000 away for Arteezy, also 30 seconds. A lot more dependence and didn't spend so many earlier. EG though.
I mean, they're going to charge straight at EG down here. So who gets to come first? Smoke dispels on Ori. So the jump out from Arbed, getting himself a good distance away from Vici Gaming. EG, they are fully aware that this move is in motion from Vici Gaming. What do they want to do about it? DY
He's going to
show himself into the tree. They're flying flop. They'll jump in onto the outer time. See the burst, but Arbed's in over with the Dissimilate. Fly, he'll be able to get the ult down, but Fly will fall. Jump out from Ori straight into Arteezy. And Ori trying to fuck them down the range. The Brawl comes out from Arteezy, has to hold back. Poyo, Brawl, it's going to be by the because of Ori. They've taken out Artor. Ice will manage to keep out in the trees. That's Arteezy dead. 2 minutes.
No buyback.
500
short. And they still have RP. They can still look to hunt. Immediately pops, I believe, the Ninja Gear on old 11, continuing to hunt.
I still got the RP. He's ready for another catch if he catches the call.
The way that they start the fight on Vici is really smart too. Like DY is just like, I'm just an enchantress at this point. All I need to do is give information from my team to stick onto these targets. If they get even one disable on any of these cores we've seen over and over again, EG heroes just die.
Yeah, these fights are looking harder and harder for Evil Geniuses. I've got to set things up, but still 86.
How do you actually deal with Ori now? You know, having the Lincolns, having that 18-second spell block that he picked up earlier from the 25 Satanic Trickster Cloak, he's so durable.
Drops out the action off. Jump into the air connection into the stimulate stun. They've caught Ori. He's gone. Now over towards Poyo. He turns towards Arbed. Arbed's got his PK ready to go if he needs, but he's on. They've got the Hex as well. Arbed still managed to simulate out of action. See the buyback. Did come out from Ori here. I mean, it's maybe a bit of an early one. I don't know if he's going to get to do too much. That still time is out of the game, but it is only 30 seconds or so now. A bit of a risky situation. They lose Ori, and now the EG might have the chance to push straight back. Let's see how safe Ori plays here.
Triple arrows on line for crit. They just have, I think that's the biggest thing he just has to watch out for since the rows are on cooldown.
He's in with the jump. Caught Arbed. They're able to chase him. He's gone. Buyback immediately from Arbed. There's now EG they'll push back in 10 seconds until Arteezy's out. They're keeping the Rex alive in the mid EG. Old 11. He's ready for the jump with the RP though. If EG step anywhere close to the edge of their base.
It's level 25 as well on him. So longer RP. 4.7 seconds.
The roll. It's got the first opening. Anything more to go here? Stop onto the 2. Written as well. They'll follow up. Beautiful play there. Forced into the arrow. Crit. And that is Poyo gone. It's your game, and they've got to get out. There is a buyback available for Poyo if he wants to keep the fight going. Old Lemon is able to get up to the glyph and TP out. BYW, he's away, but DY caught up with the stop. They'll run down the Enchantress and take down DY as well.
What a force. I mean, I think that was Fly's force step. He walked in. I think he used it right to start there when the arrow was coming in. Or it could have even been teammates trying to save it.
I think it was either Fly or DY. I think it was one of the two.
It might have been. It's the triple arrows into play there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming from all angles.
Now
all they could do.
Refresh your shard and blessing on the Roche. Most important thing for both sides. Both cores not have buyback now on the side of Vici, or as well as Poyo have it on cooldown.
Oh, it's risky. EG no.
Arteezy just runs
on the high ground though, hard to push into this Magnus when the Blink RP is ready. But Vici Gaming, with the state of their buybacks, they're playing it very safe. Back towards the tower. Now they look to get in off the back of their own smoke. They look for a long wrap around. They want to try and enter through EG high ground. Down this river. the setup. RTZ trying to run, but Ori jumps in. The burst is there. He's taking down the spirit so the burst from Ahmed to simulate beats Poyo out of the game. 2 minutes. No Monkey King for VG Gaming.
Ori, in a bit of a weird cut. We'll be looking at himself away. Focus so much onto Poyo. Tons of buyback.
Catch on the BYW as well. EG, they're not done yet. Display over the side. They found the line. T1's trying to punch back into Arteezy, but there's nothing that Andres can do. He's got to run. Over 11 attempts to screw back to the Ahmed. Ahmed's got the chain. The other didn't back up, but the dissimulates in. Ahmed takes down another.
But now Ori's on Ahmed.
Oh, nice
dodge.
Still got the Eagles. And they're ready to turn. Link's pop. They get the screw it back up to the hunger. The corner. Ice Ice. No beast master for this push. And with Ice Ice, that might be enough along the fly. Also down right now. Stop PG from being able to punish the fact that Poyo's dead for a full minute.
Absolutely insane fight. Damn it, with 28,000 both sides. Everybody using the 50 different spells. Very nice. EG. Since they do have that number advantage, started to work on that rush. RTZ in the bit.
See the start of this fight, and
Kited Poyo. They didn't really stand inside the Wukong almost at all, and it was the buybacks EG just had a bit more of that allowed them to take a bit more of an advantage at the end of it all.
yeah, that BKB off in time there, RTZ.
Would have been dead otherwise. If he did not, that skewered into the Wukong, he would have died even earlier.
Time to just draw out, just perfect read of when to get back in on top of Poyo. We're seeing Arvid having some fantastic decisions when it comes to getting out of the way, knowing when he can re-enter. He had that error earlier in the game where he made that play into the spot for VG Gaming, but now the choices he's making when it comes to playing these team fights are immaculate.
Just a constant reset. They just have so many different methods to get in and out of the Wukongs that it's allowing Arvid to get. I think he got like 4 or 5 to simulate stuns onto heroes, so it's like 10 seconds of stun that's coming out just from that ability. One of these level 20 coming out.
What's he doing with the Axe here, Abed?
Who does it? Who do you even want to give it to, actually? You just give it a crit.
I think it's a crit.
You don't really have anybody else. Like, I already have. He's the most important one besides that, so.
I mean, just sell it. You can sell it, all right?
Sure. I want to use funny hero.
I'm sure it is. We'll see how greedy Abed is. This is more than evident. Oh, he's found him. Found out TZ. Drag back onto our top of the burn out quick with the finger. That's the agent has got.
Wukong right on top of him.
Wait for Mori, pushing back Price, and Fly won't be able to get back up and help out. Jump for it, TZ pops the refresher, the BKB, he's trying to run. Another use the refresher, and the refresher abused, but he can't keep himself alive. He's out. 2 minutes. No, but back for 5 minutes. A huge catch there. So PZ on his own with the Aegis and refresher shot. It doesn't matter.
He used everything too. I think he used 3 BKBs. He tried to use 2, 3 flickers to survive.
He pressed all the buttons. It wasn't enough.
He was completely alone, and they did a good job. Ori, he jumped the back line. He jumped onto Fly, made sure that Fly wasn't going to be able to do any type of disengage. Those backs from earlier that EG had to use for the fight. Now hurting them. Why?
Well, maybe the Aghanim's on our side will help a little bit. Spam those axes out.
Okay, pass it over to him.
But indeed, we got it. Trevor gets us Ahmed though. Ahmed moved up. He underspoiled Proc. He'll look to jump in with the 2-man. Intimidate stun. Gets himself back up with the astral step. Jump. RP off to the 2. The BKB was up already from Ahmed. Will let, but Ferrano is gone. Still 1 minute without RTZ. If he can get for the next one, Ahmed. Turn over to the B1W, but Boyer is upon him. The Hex is in, and Ahmed is gone. No back on him. GG is called. VG Game will take this game 2.
Wild game. Hundreds of buybacks felt like one, but VG, even though they didn't get the best connection some of the times with a huge wombo combo, at the end of it all, they just wombo combo. At the end of it all, they just out-team fight EG in several different situations. EG just kept throwing bodies with more of the buybacks, but as for the scaling went, Vici just continued to scale just that much harder with their heroes.
Yeah, that was one of those games where the fights were so frantic that You know that you had to be completely focused, and Vici Gaming indeed pulling themselves together in a fashion we've seen them struggle to do so in a few games here on the main stage, but this game showing that magic's certainly still here from the squad.
And especially the man we just saw on your screen there, Ori, walking out of the booth there at the end, made up for all of his tough games that he's had at the main event. 15, 6, and 10 on the Queen of Pain. Item decision actually ended up working perfectly, going for that Lincoln. He blocked, I don't even know how many of Rory's, and his target priority inside the fights was excellent. He always was either finding Abed with the Ori catch, getting him with the catch, or finding Fly in the back lines.
And we saw, you know, this time at the start, EG, we knew they were going to try and go for a sort of similar road to victory as they did in game one. This time around, they weren't able to find it. What do you think tripped them up the most this game?
I think this time Vici just didn't overreact. I think the last game, sure, the Beastmaster was a little bit too overwhelming because they didn't have this Enchantress to always just like kind of deter them at all. But it felt like Vici was just like, oh my God, we have to fight, we have to fight. This time around, they're like, let's back up, push the lanes out, let's get these items online. We're good, we can scale super hard in this game, and we saw exactly that.
Well, indeed, an absolute delight of Dota 2 that game, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici Gaming taking a game back against EG. We're going to be having another one of these, game 3 round the corner, but as it stands, Vici Gaming versus EG 1-1 right now.
Thank you so much, Odie, Pixel, and Fog. Guys, I gotta take a moment here. I gotta admit, I am actually so emotional after watching that game. Like, this is why we are here. That was one of the greatest games I've ever seen, and just the fact that we're like at this event together with all of our talent in the talent room, just screaming, seeing Abed, you Stormcrafter and Yule Scepter. I mean, this is TI. This is 2 years that we've been waiting to come back here as like not only a family of us, but as a community. And that game just solidifies two teams from across the world coming together to just beat the shit out of each other. That was such a goddamn pleasure. And I got to compose myself here. But gentlemen, what did you think about that? I mean, Cinderin, we robbed you the first time from talking. What did you think about that game, man?
I don't even know where to start. You know, when there's games like this, you can try to pick apart any specific play from the last hour and, well, maybe not the hour, but at least the last 30 minutes. And small things could have just made a huge difference. It's about players making the right clutch decision on items, being slightly out of position, and more than anything, just the pressure, right? Like, every moment that we get into these team fights, like, let's say Old 11 gets caught, or Arteezy gets caught out of position, doesn't press his buttons correctly. We had that fight, like, in the end where he gets caught in the jungle, uses 3 BKBs, flickers everything, you know, like, he's just literally slamming his keyboard. Like, how can I possibly survive? It's amazing. I don't know how to pick apart a game like that, because I feel like it's... You could take any given moment and be like, that's where they won or that's where they lost, and then 2 minutes later, there's another one.
And before you continue, I would like to say that I do want to keep it on track, though. So I have implemented a new system. These are called panel points. These are little tokens, and if you make a good point, I will award you with a panel point. So just go about your business, and we'll get them in. And I just want you guys to be motivated to make good ones. So and now, after that, Cinderin, we will award some panel points.
I don't think I deserved one.
Well, not yet, but yeah. Anyway, Jenkins, you were saying?
I don't remember what I was.
I want panel points.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that the target acquisition.
No, that's what I was gonna say. Okay.
What?
Well, target acquisition.
Let's go.
Keep going. Go ahead.
Target acquisition.
Wait,
of
why
Vici
did I
Gaming.
get some?
Please don't interrupt.
Target acquisition of Vici Gaming was very important, and OD Pixel alluded to it earlier, that there's always, whenever two teams are trading, there's always someone who's wrong.
Yes.
Someone is not going to win the fight. And the decision-making by Vici Gaming every single time that someone would retreat, there was such a tense back and forth because they were also extremely high mobility.
Sure.
Sir Action Slack, could I please interlude here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Interject.
I would like to agree with Mr. Su to the right of me here.
They're actually invisible.
And I think what allowed... Thank you very much for the channel. I'll come over here. I would like to say that kudos and shout-outs to DY for walking in every fight, identifying that, well, number one, he's a pathetic support, so he always has buyback. The role, of course, position 5 is a very pathetic role. Walking in, always has buyback, setting up for his team to hit some nice RPs, to focus Arteezy, and that was the key difference maker Okay, why is there 2? That was the key difference makers. The moment Vici started focusing Arteezy in the fights is the moment they started winning, because when you look at the lineup, there wasn't really any other source of late game damage other than Arteezy, and he didn't have a Satanic, so he was actually quite squishy if you just hit him with all of your right clicks. Sure, he has 3 BKBs because of refresher orbs. If I keep talking, you're just going to keep giving me these?
No.
Who's handing out the coins?
Well, they're based on it's voted in with the chat. If you do exclamation point, good point, yes. Anyway, continue.
So it's just about talking as much as possible, and while they're spamming, you just keep building up coins. Why am I not getting?
Well, I actually
you are lying. I didn't get a single coin.
Well, you have to make a good point, Synderen. So Synderen, do you
spells.
Agree? Yeah.
Which ones?
Good spells.
Oh my god, I couldn't agree more.
I got one better.
Okay, go ahead.
Great spells.
Better spells.
Okay.
Nope, sorry. Too slow.
Let's go ahead and bring it back to
How am I
serious
possibly
mode,
going to get that many
if we
coins
can.
anyway? It's over.
Gentlemen, please. This is an elimination game at the International. Please keep it tight
into this
if you can. So, Synderen, coming into this next game, we've seen such a back and forth. Let's talk about how EG must be feeling about this, because this is a game that they felt like they should have won, right? And now, after that comeback from that Vici Gaming, I mean, do you think they might be broken? Arteezy has been broken before at at internationals. This is a team that can tilt. Will we be seeing this in a potential game 3?
I don't know. Why are you asking me anything? I have 0 coins. I'm like the least credible person who could possibly ask anything right now.
How come yours are to the right of you and mine are directly in front of me?
All right, Tsunami, perhaps you want to pick this one up?
Yeah, but I think that with these, we talked about it a lot during the group stage.
Don't look at me.
You know, it's always going to be hard. You know, the thing about a game like this is the players will have one perspective, right?
Yeah.
And then the coach will have a different one. And I think Bulba watching that game from the outside will feel like there's just as many moments that EG should have lost as they should have won that game. I don't feel like that. To me, watching that game, it didn't feel like a throw for either team. It felt like a bloodbath. And it's any given moment, anything can happen. And you can, like I said earlier, you can pinpoint, okay, Arteezy dying in the jungle, then the end is the nail in the coffin, but there's just as many moments before that where things can go right or wrong and you just lose, right? So the most important thing, honestly, is just mental reset, right? Like, if you can somehow get yourself in the moment, okay, maybe not even think very much about what happened in that last game, but just, you know, stick to your guns, get good picks. If you wanted to change anything from the draft, I'm still not fully convinced about an open-ended Razor pick when all you see is a Monkey King. Who even could have gone in a different role.
Do you think Vici Gaming responded to the Beastmaster well? This time they picked the
Yes,
Enchantress
they
in the
owned him in lane.
Yeah.
Like, Ice had a terrible start. It was actually incredible how much he came back.
Not in the game, though. I feel like both of these games have been largely determined. Like, they've been in EG's favor, at least in terms of map positioning, and then eventually gold lead because of the Beastmaster vision and the ability to take over the entire enemy jungle. I do agree that the lane dominance was better from Vici this game, but I seriously think, and in the first game it was the same. Like, Beastmaster didn't do that well in the laning phase, but then the moment the laning phase ended,
he did it a lot better than this.
He did. But the moment the laning stage ended, the game blew wide open because of the map control that it gave them, and I think EG played really well around that.
That is one of the things that I think Enchantress brings to the table too, though, is that one thing, she's good against Beastmaster in lane, but then when it comes to that mid game when the Hawk vision comes into play, Enchantress is the perfect dangling hero, as a certain banana guy would like to say. You send Enchantress in. If she gets gone on and has any sort of defensive item like Four Staff Hood, whatever it is, and even if you die, you soak up so much damage and so much attention that you set your team up for success. And a lot of the times these aggressive Beastmaster plays happen in the enemy jungle. There could be an outpost. You just die as Enchantress, buyback TP in, and you've given your team full vision for essentially whatever Enchantress's buyback is worth, which is not very much at that point. And all the expended resources. I think Enchantress is better against Beastmaster than just the lane because of that.
Yeah, okay.
And at level 20, she was taking the Ancients talent, and so even the Dom creep was, or the Overlorded creep was still being converted.
Yep.
And honestly, I have had much love for Ice at many internationals. He's always been a player who I wish would get an Aegis. But he seemed a little rattled at the end of that game. And not like, I didn't see the player cams or anything, but there was a moment where Crit landed a split Mirana arrow on the Lion, and immediately Ice roared the Lion. Even though it was like a long-range arrow, the Lion was going to be stunned for a while. And then in that precise moment, Abed went in to jump in on the Void Spirit. This is all during the top Rax siege. And ultimately, I feel like Ice, for as chill as he seems typically, has kind of lost some of that magic whenever it comes to elimination time. So more than Arteezy, I'm concerned about Ice.
Wow, that's a pretty good
spot a
impact.
friend a coin, please.
No coins for you, Sunurny. You have to make good points, my friend.
So no coin.
All right, so
give me your best tip. How do I get? How am I coin?
don't spread the coins around now. Let's focus up, please. All right, well, the teams seem to be coming out into the booths, and we are getting ready for a Game 3. This is a elimination match. This means that a team will be going home. Vici Gaming, EG fighting for their lives in what could be considered as one of the most hyped series we have seen at this event thus far. I cannot wait to see the blood that shall be spilled by some of Dota 2's greatest competitors here at TI10. Let's take a look back at some past TIs, however, and get some EG memories about their times at the International.
My most vivid memory was from TI8 group stage. There was this group stage match against Team Liquid. It was Kuro's team, and at the time, we thought we were really good. So when we played against them, we're like expecting to own them kind of thing. And then they just they shit on us like so hard. We lost to some like off lane Drow Ranger kind of thing going on. Like it felt like they're trolling us, but we lost. And I just remember sitting there after just laughing. I just started everyone in the room is kind of serious, kind of sad, but I just started laughing and I started raising my voice and yelling and happiness. It was feels good. It feels good to get owned.
I think the thing that I can't forget at TI was TI2. So it was it was kind of my first time going to Seattle, and I'm a huge fan of oysters. So I went to an oyster bar and ate 2,000 oysters, and I had I was having the runs throughout the whole tournament. That was actually an interview where I mentioned I was having diarrhea throughout the whole tournament.
How are you feeling about the tournament so far? What has been the highlight for you?
Having a diarrhea every single day.
What was that?
But that was a pleasant memory, I guess. The process of eating it was pleasant, not the rest.
Wow, what a fantastic piece about the memories of EG in this, the most critical moment they have ever faced. Will they have the run completed here at the International, or will they just slide on throughout the bracket?
Explosive second game from
Thank you.
EG.
I wish People was here to keep us on track, but we must continue as we move on to this extremely serious elimination Game 3 match. Gentlemen, this is what we're here for. This is Dota 2. If you are a new Dota player that's watching it for the first time, well, you are in for a hell of a treat. It is so good to have you here, about to witness TI history. So, Tsunami, my friend, we have seen so much. We have talked about how VG Gaming need to pull back from that last game. They did it, even though you kind of doubted. You think we'll be seeing that again?
I think that Bulba is a very stubborn drafter, and I think that they have been kind of using Beastmaster as the linchpin for this entire series. And so I'm curious, because this has been the downfall of Bulba many a time, is he is very, very stuck on an idea, and he seems intent that his line of thinking is the best, which came against him in Singapore.
I absolutely
Full
did.
strategy.
Well,
Or just pick
no more
Ench. It's fine. We
questions.
solve
It's
beats.
time
I
for
mean, right now,
Dota
honestly.
with
I feel like they can do your thing. Just pick Mag early.
Effie.
Fuck it.
Yeah, I like the Mag early.
Let's go for Mag on the...
Mag has never been punished on the offlane. Ever.
Versus VG Gaming. Game 3.
We did it. Slacks pronouncing my name correctly. It was almost as difficult as Vici Game winning that game too. And what a game, honestly. I mean,
what a roller coaster. You know? See the graph, it goes up and down multiple times. In the end, Arteezy gets caught, but I gotta go back to 11, you know. This is why
Okay.
he's my favorite offlaner, because he can do whatever he wants for 40, 50 minutes, miss RPs, and then all it takes, he can RP the ground, and in the end, all it takes is a couple of skewers, bait them in, one big RP. The man is just, you know, he is what he is.
But I think that says more about Magnus as a hero than it does about 11, right? You don't even need to land your RPs. You just have a free setup for your skewer. You can skewer them back long, long range, and that's all you really need to do on the hero. I feel like get it out, and they did.
Back at the draft of game number 2, I feel they forgot about Magnus, because it seemed like a perfect damage item, which he did, and also someone who can break the static link work out really well. So yeah, no surprise. They decided to ban it out in the first phase this time around. There's still Tidehunter in the pool. I feel this hero can be flexed if necessary, but as an offlaner, you can protect him in the second banning stage. Doom needs to go 100%.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they valued this Enchantress so highly that they picked her up in first phase. I guess it just worked out for them, and they don't want to play versus Beastmaster.
It was the same secret idea, though, against the Elder Titan. That was the same idea. They just first phased the Enchantress, denied that buff, and it worked for them.
Thing is, you can kind of run lanes around if Enchantress is countering a specific lane, but the utility of her in the last game was that she countered both lanes, right? This time around, it's easily dodgeable. I don't think she's more valuable than a Lion, because look what happened just now. They picked up a Storm Spirit, and they're probably going to ban Lion in the next phase.
They need to protect the Storm Spirit. You're correct, Effie. Because throughout the first and second season, throughout the majors, PYW Shadow Shaman, like, you know that his positioning is always going to be good. Anything with a Hex, as he's shown in the previous game on Lion, his Alchemization as well, going for an earlier Eon Disc to be able to protect himself. This time around, EG getting the hands on the Storm Spirit, finally, I would say. I felt the first game they wanted to get the Storm Spirit, but Vici Gaming, since they had the first pick in the second phase, they decided to snatch it.
Absolutely, and it just didn't perform up to expectations. But they've already begun protecting the Storm with the Puckman for obvious reasons, right? Coil leashes Storm, and he can't ulti.
So now we're expecting a potential Lion ban from EG to protect the Storm Spirit. If that's the case, is Shadow Shaman still pickable?
Yeah, I believe he is, because you need some kind of control. The way Virtus Pro defends their Storm Spirit is Puck, Kalina, and Queen of Pain, sometimes a Dragonite, if necessary, depending what was banned in the first phase and what the enemy bans out.
But also, if it is just a support Monkey King, then they're not going to go for the Lion, and the Storm's going to have the time of his life playing versus these two heroes as supports.
Right. So to a degree, this Storm also forces the Monkey King to go at least another position.
Perhaps, but it depends on how Vici want to play it, because it's not the end-all and be-all if the two supports don't have significantly good catch. It's just that it just feels too good of a Storm game right now just from these first two.
I think next ban from Vici Gaming will show us where this Monkey King is going to go. If they ban out Ursa, it's going to say this is a core monkey.
Right.
So they do ban out the Luna. EG have had a lot of success running ET and Luna as a lane for the reasons that he amplifies both her right-click damage and her ultimate damage. And they've won a lot of games with this Luna.
So they get rid of Old 11 Doom, which is a good hero against Storm, but not what we were talking about, protecting the Storm.
I think it's necessary to ban 11's hero pool, because that's what's been making it difficult for Vici to play to their strengths, I would say. And the Magnus being left in the pool last game was a bit of an oversight, and you'll find that even we forgot to talk about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get so caught up in so many draft ideas that certain heroes slip your mind, and I think that's what happened.
I was talking to Brian BSJ, and he said, you know, you ban out Magnus 20 times in a row, you feel like he's banned out, maybe you just forgot. You know, you always feel like the hero's banned out, he's super strong, and suddenly he gets countered in the lane. Like, you pick a perfect counter for your last pick.
So Vici do need to address the Storm issue. I really don't see this being good for their supports if they do choose Storm, okay, and I wonder if they're probably just going to go for another Spirit hero mid here and try to pair it up with something like a Tidehunter in the offlane if it's left in the pool.
So like an Ember, for example, and then he gets countered, or he counters the Storm in the game with a Searing Chains combo, right? And that sets up for other stuns?
Yes, and we see
They ban it out.
oh, well, they decided to ban it out. That Tidehunter that we mentioned at the start now it gets more value now that the Doom is the ban coming out from EG.
I do think this is a good Tidehunter game. I hope it does not. So this is also a Spirit hero, right? It can function similarly to Ember. It's just that Ether Remnant isn't as great of a tool for catching the Storm Spirit, but if they pair it up with something else, it will be good enough. Because Void Spirit is actually burstier than Ember Spirit in the first 20 minutes of the game. So I can see the reasoning here. Also, maybe Vici aren't too comfortable running the Ember right now.
There's so many mind games happening when you have two spirits play against each other, especially in this matchup. If Storm Spirit is going to go for Orchid, then your natural build on Void Spirit is Yule's Scepter, which means it's also a setup for the Remnant. And if he goes for Kaya Sange, then you can also go for different items. You can go for Aghanim Scepter first, the AoE. So there's so much, like you see just one component of Orchid, and then you know what your item is going to be.
That's a very good point. Let's see what comes out here.
It's the Skywrath Mage again. The combination with ET once again for burst magical damage goes well with the Storm Spirit. You said last draft that you liked this more than Veronica.
I liked it more in the context of the last draft, right? But the Skywrath Mage here seems a little bit lost. I guess Vortex is good enough to cast Mystic Flare, but it's not as safe as a long-range slight chains into Mystic Flare, which is what gave it the extra value, I would say.
You also don't have a real hero that deals with the Enchantress. She can be really annoying, staying a very long time in the team fights. And all right, they decide to go with the Legion Commander. Perfect setup for the Skywrath Mage, and also something that can buff up your carry, something that can remove the potential silence once Void Spirit gets the Aghanim Scepter, so another way of protecting your Storm Spirit, especially with the 20-minute shard.
And another thing is actually if they do choose to run this Monkey King safe lane again, this LC Skywrath Mage will bully him. It's one of the lanes that he will actually struggle with a little bit more than others in terms of melee heroes. Also, the Skywrath Mage instant silence versus Void Spirit is very useful.
Legion Commander is also a great block pick against the Tidehunter, who's still in the pool, something that he can't crack off, especially when paired up with the Skywrath Mage. You will always have enough burst damage to bring him down. Even if he decides to go for a Hood, there's ET to amplify the damage with his aura. Spectre, a bit of more global presence, but Legion Commander should have a good time in the lane. Skywrath Mage plus Legion against Enchantress Spectre, or if they decide to put Monkey King, which I don't think should be a thing here, should have a really good time. LC and Skywrath Mage, they will bully Spectre and Enchantress.
So this is a confirmed Monkey King support now, and the Spectre is, I can understand the need for a durable carry versus a Skywrath LC lane, but also I just see the Monkey King giving vision in trees, right? And then Spectre haunting in on the backline. That can be very useful and a very easy way to take these fights for Vici Gaming.
So my question is here, you pick up the carry, therefore also revealing the Monkey King. Offlane is left, which means you get the free 2 bans. Why this over picking up your offlaner, which we've already talked is the core of this team?
Maybe they just didn't want it to get banned out, right? This could be as simple as that.
Like Spectre was too valuable?
I think that's what they wanted to go for here. And actually, I was considering, what if Vici just go for 11's Lycan here?
Night Stalker, I think that's the hero to possibly ban out. Cuts into backline, Storm Spirit does not like to play into it, and you might need to have another scaling core. I think in the previous game, EG has been struggling with that. Beastmaster and the Razor combination, they're good if you want to end the game by 45-50 minute mark. Like if it goes past that, you kind of feel that they're not going to scale much with the items. And also banning out the Ursa. Like this is one of the matchups that I really love to see. Ursa, favorite matchup against Spectre. You always like threaten that Roshan. Vici Gaming, they don't have the good Roche taking potential at all.
You sold a Night Stalker idea, Effie? Or are you still leaning towards a Lycan?
And if they do pick up this Night Stalker, then their vision game is going to be ridiculous. And it'll be a good kind of way to deal with the Storm Spirit, but it depends on the carry that comes out, right? So it's a troll. I wouldn't pick Night Stalker to troll.
Okay, why so?
Just because the lane for him is very difficult, and Troll can stand his ground and just fight back if he goes on him. It's not one of the best heroes to deal with. Also, Troll, if he can get on top of Spectre, he can kill her. He also does enjoy Vine Silver Edge, which is going to be very good here versus Enchantress, Monkey King, and Spectre.
I Thinking about this last pick, Vici Gaming, they have very limited team fight. Enchantress, Monkey King position 4, yeah, he brings that Wukong's command. Most of the time I feel like this monkey's just gotta be a food in the fights, playing against the Storm Spirit, Legion Commander, and Skywrath Mage. Also ET with the Spirit providing vision. So they need something tanky. Void Spirit can cut into backlines, be a bit more annoying, but he needs an item. He needs an item and a half, which is not gonna be easy for him since he's playing into Skywrath Mage. So I want to see something tanky.
And we've talked a lot about having durable carries that can take a lot of damage for the team and kind of bait spells and turn the fights around. And Troll fits that bill really well. We just haven't seen him that often because he doesn't quite do it as easily as something like a Medusa or a Tiny. But I like the concept that they've done here with the Troll.
I've seen some Trolls, sometimes a bit too reliant on the lanes, and if the early game went a bit difficult for them, it was difficult for them to recover, at least in the group stages where we saw 3 or 4 Troll picks. The only exception to that was Beast Coast once, where they actually managed to pull off a game there.
As a Troll, you don't care too much about playing into position 4 Monkey King, so that's going to be good. You have the best chance, you can be a range hero, so you can trade really well.
That's a very good point, and one of Troll's biggest issues is that he gets kited very easily, but they don't really have that great of a means to kite him. This looks like a very good game for him, and looks like Vici are kind of stumped here too. They're really taking their time thinking about this. We're taking our time thinking about this.
It's going to be Lycan, which you suggested earlier, I feel.
So the reason why I brought up Lycan, and we kind of went on a tangent, so I couldn't elaborate, is just that typically this is one of the heroes that they like to run, and they do like to pair it up with Spectre just to kind of secure that late game, because Lycan does fall off at some point and doesn't feel like he's as effective, but he's quite tanky on the safe lane and has no issues with farming the jungle and catching up. But also, he can just run his units at the Skywrath Mage and the ET without putting himself in danger. And if you have 2 supports that can easily get sniped, it makes Lycan's gameplay simple.
Sure, but I still love Troll against Lycan. I feel like they kind of counterpick themselves.
Well, this time we won't have an interview with the coaches, but we have someone that knows almost as much. We're going to go to BSJ with his last word.
Thank you, Avo. This game is all about the stages of the game, and it's going to be EG that's most likely dictating the pace. And as Lacoste mentioned, Vici Gaming is severely lacking on the team fight. So what that means for EG is even though they have a lot of single target pickoff, they're going to be looking to run around the map as 4, as a good offense is the best defense to guard Arteezy on his Troll Warlord as he's going to ramp up. He's going to want to be their building Sieger later, but without that Aegis, he's not going to feel comfortable to do so. With the Ags on the Spectre going to be coming out on top of the burst damage from the Void Spirit and the Monkey King. So let's look for them to go for that early Aegis on EG, gather around their Troll, and make it difficult for Vici to
Prepare for battle.
I shall not report you. I'm still
"30 seconds to battle." The battle begins.
Keep PMA, keep BSJ.
Exactly what Brian was talking about, how causes chaos, he's going to draw attention away from the Spectre, but into the Troll lane could be maybe a bit difficult.
Let's see how well Old holds himself up here. We'll have for now. PYW by his side. And bottom DY again on that Enchantress, ready to keep this lane nice and safe for Poyo on the specs.
And let's see how Ori does this time around. He saw him playing the Storm Spirit in the first game versus Skywrath, and he literally could do nothing. And he is playing a Void Spirit, kind of similar concept, playing versus Skywrath. And once Silence is leveled up like 2 or 3 points, there's not much you can do about it until you have your own defensive capability like Eagle Scepter.
Sure. And I just, on the Void Spirit compared to the Storm, the Yules being picked up first is much more likely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen. Like no Storm. I think like 0 Storms lately want to go for a defensive item first. You're just, you're playing into their hand. So let's see. I really think that Arteezy is going to get absolute free farm, which is a concern for me. So, PYW, this is full melee playing into ET as well. Troll Warlord have to just start pulling Sweat away. And oh my, Fly actually gets the side pull. As PYW is trying to pull the wave, it gets pulled into neutrals. One of the bigger disasters that can happen when you are trying to as these double melees. Fly does eat the clap, doesn't have hit it either here on Ichi, and 11 will be able to secure every last hit at the very least for himself. Doesn't end up missing any XP, but as we said, Arteezy, absolute free farm. We expect probably to have that free farm as well. Bottom, I think that's probably a bit of the better thing because Poyoyo, that's what they picked because they see that Skywrath, because you're to absorb out of that harassment in lane, and in the later stages, you just kill him. Dispersion is very useful versus Skywrath. But we'll see how that all ends up playing.
And of course for Poyo, if we do indeed see that sort of first build-up item into the Agams, you see this as a game where there's going to be a lot of chance to set up action for this X to get involved with the Shadow Step at the time we'll get the Axe.
You can kill the Skywrath every single time. Yeah. If a wolf just scout crit, a Shadow Step plus a Howl, the Howl plays that minus armor of course on top of it, and Skywrath is one of the squishiest heroes in the game, so.
They accept this honor on behalf of Storms everywhere.
So lanes definitely feel like they're going to be quite a problem for Vici. Crit is taking.
Gotcha. Radiant's courier has been killed.
它比较难度的是蓝猫6期。
Ledzę subuje z Karasmaga.
No idziesz pra
Rota o Ori. Não, ele chega na rota.
Beleza. A partir desse nível agora.
All 3 lanes.
It's a solid start, it really is. You see it here, top 3 at the moment on the CS.
Bottom is the only one that feels like it can go the other way, as they have an Enchantress and Ice. Just take a good amount of harass damage here. The Wild Wing just keep poking him.
DY making the lane pretty robust here for Poyo.
Constantly throwing the daggers out. Crit. He'll have to use the slow to make sure DY doesn't catch up to him for the enchant.
any sort of chance to push Crit away from Poyoyo. He's going to feel pretty good about that, DY.
Abed's got the wave on his hill. He's level 6.
And we're going to see the setup mid.
5.
And they've got the wraparound. I mean, Crit, he may have been pushed away from bottom, but that means he's ready to turn up mid. And it's another kill onto Ori.
Ori saw the rotation coming, too. He had the ward. He saw Crit making the move.
That's true, yeah. He saw him go the whole way.
Yes, he did. That is another big mistake there from Ori. Bottom, though, as we said, Poyoyo, he's going to be able to get that kill with the Enchantress as soon as the Skywrath does leave. But yeah, lane's already looking like big issues.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, this is rough for Ori. We saw him struggle to recover from a bad laning stage the other day. We'll see if he's able to have a better shot at it this time round. It's a slow start already. Abed nearly doubling the CS.
Are they going to check the runes for him again? This is the power rune. This is the most important one. Abed is level 7. Void Spirit's level 5.
DY is coming over to at least grab the bottom of his storms down here. And it will.
It will. Crit is going to TP mid since he doesn't get the bottle. Since he doesn't get the rune.
No me termina de...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Might need a +1.
Is under attack.
This is not what you want to see if you're a Vici fan.
That is the TPs.
This is devastating.
They've got to bring lots of backup in. See, PYW and DY will manage to get the reach over onto Crit. See if Abed can help out here. Crit goes down. Abed not going to be able to play aggressive into the three of them. They are able to come in, keep this area a little bit safer for Ori. Ori also able to be the one to get that hit onto Crit, so
Very
a bit of a jump back up for him.
Yeah, he has to get given pretty much every single last hit in the kills. His top Old 11 does show himself. Was having pretty good farm, but immediately from that Abed rotation will get set up on, and Abed already TPing back behind to the tier 2. So maybe looking to hide his positioning still and look for another play.
We go. They're going to look to dive in onto Ice. Pretty deep here, Ice.
They got him. Give it to Poyoyo. Nicely done by PYW and DY. Yeah, they're going to be the... PYW is probably going to have to be the one that has to bail everything out of here.
They're going to try and get him again.
Does get the dissimulate.
Very quick there to react.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's ready now, or he knows that they're looking to make his game as tough as possible.
Look at the chain fills that's coming from EG. It's getting spotted too. That ward that we do see Vici place early on is going to see it. And the move onto Crit.
I mean, they're able to come in with a horn as well. Straight over to Crit they go, but the Stomp comes out, catch the two of them, the silence on Ori. Ori zips over with their Astral Set, takes out Crit. Now they turn over towards Fly as Vici Gaming bring the numbers mid. First horn from Poyoyo, and it's an effective one. 2 heroes down around the mid lane.
Again, it really is the 2 support movements. I'm watching that from Vici. They're really making up for that hard start in the laning phase. Just paired up together, looking to just help Ori so much as Abed. Shows himself mid again, has an illusion rune. So he's just fine. As both safe laners are really starting to get ignored. RTZ is starting to make the move down toward bottom. Probably expecting a rotation to come out toward top soon. And he wants to look to take out this tower. It's already less than half HP down here. Abed also swinging over. Is going to be spotted by the ward.
Poyoyo is going to be very careful here.
He does.
He knows with the way that EG plays, this sort of timing every game, they're ready to get aggressive onto the safe lane. They're closing in. And they're able to lock him down. Not quite playing safe enough there, Poyoyo. You could sense it. He knew that they were going to look for this sort of play, but getting a little too far up to the creeps, and EG able to run him down.
Who got the last hit as well? It was RTZ, and it was a killing spree, so enabled toward his next item just a bit faster. Fly.
I'm going to go for him. He's still got the Stomp, but Centaur Stomp comes out a bit early. Might actually give the chance now for Fly to get his own one off. Trying to jump to the side there, PYW, to avoid the sleep, but it won't happen.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We do see while chaos was happening, of course, Old 11 takes the top tower. He's gotten a lot of space to just be farming up their top net worth for his team. Looking to swing toward mid, trying to collapse onto another tower. EG bringing the numbers themselves.
They really are. I mean, Vici game, they're going to try and fight this. They get the open up with the stun. Onto Ice's side, but the shot comes out. Gives Ice time to heal up. Is it enough? He tries to turn stand his grab. PYW finishes him off with the boundless strike. Ahmed fights back, brings out PYW. Ancient seal from Krill onto Ori. Ahmed goes for the zip TP. He's away. Ori still wanting to try and fight here. Single balls fly, but fly's pretty beefy.
They've got a catapult wave coming in, though. Pretty ideal timing for Vici to continue with this push.
And Ori still wants to go for the catch onto Fly. He's going to miss the Remnant, though. That's going to put a stop to any sort of setup.
EG thought they brought the numbers, but Vici brought just a +1, and they also will have Haunt available in about 20 seconds. But EG does stop the push. Ice comes in as well.
I'll be able to hold this all while Arteezy gets the superior space out of the two carries.
He's going to have a very early Maelstrom. Treads, Maelstrom, plus a Falcon Blade any minute now.
И так по-хорошему с следующим ультимейтом Ликантропом.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A bauble from the void. You had your warning.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Huzzah!
Dire are scanning. do nicely. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Your final gasp serves as bellows to the whirlwinds. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I'm getting a second wind. Here I am. Huzzah!
Bounty. Rest easy, child.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
power.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Right, so with us. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Excellent.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. are scanning.
For me. Huzzah!
Keep.
Here I am. Where's the party?
Bounty.
Huzzah!
Her face.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Rest easy,
VG Gaming take game 3. The series is theirs as they knock EG out 2-1.
What a performance, really, from everybody. They just knew how to play their timings. They played it cool. They played it collected. Even though this Arteezy troll is so far ahead, they knew how to play versus this lineup.
They did. They knew that EG had that one avenue, that need to force that top lane push as much as they did. And those times we saw Ori surviving on a slither of health.
100 HP the first time, 20 HP the second time, and somehow that really is, these little things are the things that dictate games. His Void Spirit surviving really changed the whole outcome of the entire game.
It did. And that series as a whole, I think VG Gaming a lot to be very proud of. You imagine what we saw back in game 1 to come back from that sort of loss in the first game, turn the series around. Incredible stuff. As VG Gaming, they'll be the ones holding on in TI and moving on, knocking EG out 2-1.
20 HP. The difference potentially between a TI moving on, potentially even a TI victory, to being knocked out. And with that, we say goodbye to North America in the International 10. Gentlemen, they might have gone out, but it was an incredible match, one that I think TI fans and Dota fans in general will remember for a lifetime. Tsunami, wrap up how you're feeling on that one. I mean, whew, it was crazy.
China's just an evil genius's kryptonite, it seems. IG was able to solve them in Singapore. PSG LGD was able to solve them in Kyiv. And now VG Gaming have solved them here in Bucharest. So like you had said at the very beginning, Cinder, and it's tragic that either of these teams would be taken out at this early in the tournament, but that's just a testament to how competitive this tournament has been thus far.
And I think, honestly, looking back at this series, and especially at this game, VG Gaming just deserves it, right? Like they played an amazing third game. I think a lot of people were scratching their heads. What is this Lycan last pick? How does this draft even make any sense? And you just got to see it come together. I think this was the hardest game of the entire tournament for Crit. He couldn't play Skywrath. This matchup is so horrible. Like, I don't know what to say. I've played this myself a couple of times. You pick Skywrath, you're like, oh, I'll play Skywrath this game, you know? And a guy picks Lycan in the enemy team, you're just like, okay, I actually just hate myself, you know? He presses one button, he sends his Granite Golem at you, it crits you like 2k range away from the fight, and you just die. Sorry for hitting you there.
You're good.
That's good, a little bit of metaphor for what's happening in that game. Granite Golem is coming.
Exactly. You're like the Granite Golem.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I must interrupt you there because we have an interview with your boy. Turn up. It is Avo with Arteezy for his exit interview.
Hello. I'm here now with Arteezy. I'm here with Fly. Thank you for your time, Fly.
Yeah.
So Fly, I honestly just want to know what's going on through your mind right now.
It's obviously a lot of emotions. You kind of wait 2 years for something and it doesn't go the way you expect. It hurts, you know, that's the reality. It feels like the world is kind of crashing down. This literally happened like 2 minutes ago, so there's a lot to process, a lot of disappointment, and you know, what can you say? It hurts, and of course I'm sorry for letting down the fans at home or whoever's cheering, and you know, I definitely think this was not our best showing.
No, still one crazy series, and I think you have a lot of courage for coming here and talking to us. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you guys, and whoever's obviously cheering for us. Your support matters a lot during this time, so yeah, thank you guys for supporting us.
A difficult loss for a strong team that will always live within the hearts of their fans. EG says goodbye to TI-10. Back to you, Slacks.
Thank you so much, Avo. Yeah, very emotional time down there. And again, thank you to Fly as well. When we go and ask the players for post-game interviews, we'll have some of them lined up, and it will be an extremely emotional time. And another one will just stand up and say, hey, I will take this. And, Fly coming in there as the team captain, really showing how just brave and amazing that he is to take opportunities like that for the fans. So thank you again. Jenkins, we're going to have the bracket come up here pretty soon to kind of see where we're at. And is this how you expected it to go, buddy?
Some of these. I did predict that T1 would go far. I actually predicted T1 over LGD 2-1. I thought that was going to be a really close series, but I think it's, more practical. Like, LGD is arguably the best team in the world right now, so that was kind of following the old heart there. I predicted Team Spirit to go pretty far, just because maybe not much farther for these teams, just because I feel like they're the type of teams that can take a game off of anyone, but not necessarily the teams that can go the entire way. If they do, it'll be like one hell of a run. I think Vici, OG are two teams that people do expect that will make it into the top 4, or at least are in contention for that. So those do make sense.
Yeah, and one positive, though, as we move away from EG and go into Vici Gaming, China needed some wins. It was a brutal lower bracket so far, so shout out to them. I mean, they are just moving ahead, covering that bottom bracket, LGD covering that top bracket, and I'm so excited to see all these different, regions still be represented as we say goodbye to NA. Tsunami, are you excited for anything coming up here?
Yeah, regional distribution is something that I would not have predicted to be like this. Like, Eastern Europe has 2 teams right now, which is wild to me. And VP and Spirit are both looking like top 4 contenders.
Yeah.
And China holding it down. They have 3 teams right now still, IG, LGD, and Vici. And then Southeast Asia, T1 has been consistently slaying any region that comes up in front of them. And then, of course, the 2 Europeans with OG and Secret are carrying the torch for much of the English-speaking audience. And
I think this is something really unique to this TI, I want to say, compared to some of the previous ones. At least it feels that way, that this time around, with the exception, unfortunately, of the Americas this time, that both South America and North America are out, any of the regions can get top 3 right now. Yep. That's really what it feels like when you look at the bracket and see the teams play, is that, I guess the favorites from Eastern Europe probably still VP over Spirit, but Spirit definitely have it in them. T1 have looked really good here at the main event. China obviously have 2 of the strongest teams in IG and LGD, and then you've got Secret and OG that, even though OG got crushed by Secret the other day, they showed good form in the lower bracket. So, honestly, it's completely impossible to predict, and that's awesome.
Absolutely. And we have a real treat for you. A Dota legend having with us here, Frankie, is with Old 11.
You're not joking when you say he's a legend. This is his 5th TI, so it's quite the honor to be interviewing him now. Old 11, first of all, congratulations. Second of all, how did you turn things around for Game 2 after that Game 1 loss?
首先，恭喜获得胜利。在第1把之后是怎么调整，然后扭转局势打第2把的呢？
就是因为第1把输了，第2把。当时打起来的时候，我们也没有特别的去应对吧，我们只觉得尽力而为，然后尽可能的抓失误，然后就抓到失误，然后就赢了。而且第2把其实我打得不太好。
So we weren't really targeting to adjust. We tried to do our best to find mistakes, and we caught their mistakes. Actually, for the second game, I didn't play that well.
Well, it doesn't matter. A win is a win. You're still in TI. Do you think it was a mistake for EG to draft Troll Warlord in that 3rd game?
赢了就是赢了。在第3把，你觉得 EG 选巨魔战将是一个错误吗？
说实话，巨魔战将不是一个单金版本胜率比较高的英雄，感觉有点，确实是到绝境了，但是。在我看来不是一个好英雄，对。
To be honest, for this patch, Troll Warlord's win rate isn't that high. They are They do have their back against the wall. However, I don't think it's a good choice.
And so I need to ask you what it's like for you right now, because at TI6 you played on eHome alongside Ice Ice Ice. Is it hard to send an old teammate home?
要问你一个问题是 TI6 的时候，你跟 Ice 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 是队友，然后现在要把前队友送回家，是什么样的一种感觉？
如果是别人的话，可能会比较悲伤吧。但是如果是三哥的话，还是挺爽的。
If it's someone else, I think I would be a little sad. But if it's Ice Ice Ice, it feels great.
Okay, I would love to ask some more about that, but you know what? I think we need to send things back to the desk because it's always lovely to finish on a zinger, isn't it, Slacks?
Absolutely. God damn.
That is
no
brutal.
Mercy.
That's brutal.
Man. We were talking about how Vici isn't good at going for the jugular. Man, that man right there. No mercy. Oh, my God.
Oh, whoa. Well, that is fantastic. Getting a little bit of, that's the Dota spirit, guys. If you're joining in the Dota, you know, some gentle ribbing, that's what we're all about. Who hasn't done that in a pub? And we welcome you to join us here at TI for some gentle ribbing yourselves. All right, guys. Well, that was a fantastic series. Coming up next, we do have Secret versus IG. So go nowhere, my friends. You thought that series was hype? We're about to jump into another one. Gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure paneling with you guys. It's been a joy. And that's my done time for paneling, by the way, as well. I'll take this last moment to give you a very heartfelt last saying, and that is, please buy my voice back. There it is. There. Thank you very much. Okay, coming up next, Art of the Juke. Let's take a look at some of the best memories and the best jukes from TI. Buy it.
I think what makes a great juke in Dota is the anticipation and understanding of the situation.
One of the best jukes that I've ever seen was Zai when it came to Evil Geniuses versus Newbie in the upper bracket at TI6. He had this sick play as Elder Titan where he completely lost Newbie.
Here around as best as possible. Zai trying to play around this Roche KP, trying to juke out the Burrow Strike. He knows it's coming. Did he just do it? Oh, he's in the stall. Zai, he throws out the stall. KP, he force taps himself away, blinks back in, goes for the right click. Unbelievable. Jukes him out beautifully by Zai.
One of the biggest things in Dota is what's going on when you can't see parts of the map, you know? Like, if you can't see it, you don't really know what's going on there. You don't know where people are, and you're scared. Such as me left against... What's going on when you can't see parts of the map, you know? Like, if you can't see it, you don't really know what's going on there. You don't know where people are, and you're scared. Such as me left against KPI. I think I'm super low on HP, and I'm pretty close to dying, and so I just, like, gave it a shot. Because the Roche areas, it's incredibly tricky with fog sometimes. So if you see from his perspective, I'm just like disappearing and popping out over and over again until I finally leave the pit and then manage to force stuff on the high ground.
Yeah, double fog, force staff high ground, juke the stun. Nasty.
Oh. That's just Zai. He's very good at positioning, and he's rarely wrong. So if you think you're out-calculating him, you're probably not.
He's a pretty serious, kind of stoic, quiet guy, but in game, he plays with a lot of personality, and I think that's why he's a huge fan favorite amongst everyone. I think the pressure is definitely on the person trying to catch the person that's juking. So KPI probably felt a little embarrassed after Zai got away in that situation.
He just got played, you know? It happens.
Okay.
What does that take you back to?
Looking back, it's not a really good play anyway. In a real situation, I should get the kill like 100% almost because I have stun available, I have force staff. And maybe if I like force staffed first up the hill and then saved my stun, I would have got him as well. But I just stunned because I went with my instinct and I missed. And then he TP'd away, so it looked pretty bad for me. But yeah, it was a good play by him. Like.
And you missed by like a unit.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses, off of winning this match, managed to go forward all the way and place third and win $2 million. Newbie, on the other hand, they just bottom out of the tournament. So this match mattered a lot.
A good juke is tough to come by. There's, really just a best way to play every situation. But occasionally there's some wiggle room, and that's where the outplays and the jukes become possible.
I think juking is always instinctual to some extent, but probably for every great play, there's a bit of luck involved as well.
Jukes happen all the time at TI, but hindsight is 20/20, and players always say they should have got it. But I mean, that's just a testament to the skill of the opposing team as well. Gentlemen, we are here to talk about Secret versus IG. Here with me to discuss that are Gods, Lizard, and Insania. Thank you so much for joining. So for this series, we're returning back up to the upper bracket, so a little bit less scary because there's no elimination. But at the same time, being at the top is still scary going down to the potential lower bracket. So tell me a little bit about Secret versus IG's play styles, gentlemen.
Well, for these two teams, it's going to be, I think, a bit of a clash in style. I think for Secret, they're going to be a bit more kind of focused on the laning stage, the early game. And while you kind of mentioned, they're in the upper bracket, they're a bit more comfortable, what they are competing for is a guaranteed top 3, which is a huge increase in prize money. So I think there is still going to be a lot of pressure on these teams.
Yeah, and at the same time, even though perhaps their playstyles in-game are a little bit different, the way they got here isn't. They secured the spot very early on in the DPC season and then just chilled a little bit, said we're not going to be really revealing any of our strategies. We'll be saving it all up for TI, and this is the match probably that they were waiting for a lot.
Insania, what are we going to expect?
I think what Lizard brought up is a really interesting storyline where you have two teams that haven't really been on the radar the same way a lot of the other teams have been. Like in Europe, for example, you've had OG that I think has had a lot of the attention directed their way, and in China you've had PSG LGD. So both these two teams I think have flown under the radar a little bit, both among talent, but also among the players, just based on the vibe I get from talking to people. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up. I think Secret is a little bit of the wall, and they proved yesterday, I believe it was yesterday,
yes,
against OG, that they can hold off the aggression, and I think IG wants to put the pressure on.
Well, it looks like both teams are ready to come to the stage. Let's bring them on. Team Secret is known as the dominator of 2020's online tournaments. It is thanks to this team that Dota fans have praised the European region. Since TI9, they have kept a rather static team, with Powerhouse Matubmamen being the only new addition to the likes of Nisha, Zai, Yapster, and Puppy. People have speculated that this team ran cold in the 2021 DPC to take the heat off, and they are proving that theory to be correct as they emerged second in their TI10 groups and have remained in the upper bracket by defeating defending champions OG in a whirlwind 2-0. On the TI stage, it is time for Team Secret to remind the world why their adaptability and the EU Dota region reigns supreme. Composed of Fly, Emo, JT, Kaka, and Oli, have remained a cohesive unit since September 2019. Taking first and fourth in the DPC's Chinese region, IG showed their true power in adversity after reverse sweeping Evil Geniuses in the Singapore Major Grand Final. At this TI, they placed first in their group with an impressive score of 14-2, and then sent Dark Horse Team Spirit down to the main event lower bracket with a 2-1. This year has heralded the reemergence of Chinese Dota as leaders of the pack, and IG is, with their pace setting and versatility, one of the reasons why. Let's take a look at the journey for IG.
Team IG's road to TI-10 started with a bang, winning the grand finals in the Singapore Major in March. With Kaka, they're led by an experienced captain, one who has played in 10 majors and 5 internationals. After reaching second place in TI-7, he's now heading to TI-10 with a unique perspective and a roster of new teammates benefiting from that experience.
Was able to just walk back up to him, and over the Hex, he was able to set him on to crit. The Hex into the stun. A question mark
in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, spicing it up a little bit.
转眼间过了5年之后，现在称呼你一声卡师傅或者是老将也不过分，而队里也有比较多的年轻的选手。那你现在再和大家一起去冲击 TI， 跟以往会有什么样的心理上的变化吗？还是你觉得，我卡卡依然是一个非常年轻、有冲劲的年轻选手？
我觉得我个人感觉就是我跟什么队友区别不大吧。我觉得跟自己心态可能有点，心态上会有点变化吧。因为我觉得我之前。TI 打的就是有时候我会打的感觉，就我现在看啊，就感觉之前打的可能想的东西太少了。然后现在我觉得就是我的思维格局会更大一点，就包括就是不止于我自己的位置，我会去说一些就别的位置，然后该怎么去运营，然后该怎么去打团之类的。就现在我觉得这种思路会更宽大一点，因为我觉得之前打的太偏个人了，然后偏的打的有时候也会。就看起来就没那么有章法吧。
It's been a season of high highs and low lows, ending with a tough performance in June's Anna Major when the wildcard round sent IG home before they could even see the main stage.
然后，有别的队伍在聊到你们的时候，或者是有一些观众在聊到你们的时候，认为你们是有隐藏实力，或者说不一定是刻意的隐藏，但是可能就是主观上没有那么大的强的动力，导致你们没有打出特别好的状态。你们会自己怎么来评价自己在Animator 的一个表现
？Animator 就是我们也没有隐藏实力吧，就是我们就是5号位不在嘛，然后就是我们教练上会在那个线上的时候，有时候会出一些小问题。我团战其实还是蛮好的，就是我们线上出的问题会比较大，所以打的没有特别好，但也没有隐藏实力啊，我们也是在认真打的。
所以其实就是人员不整，其实是成绩波动最大的原因，和主观能动性关系不大。
对的。然后我觉得外卡赛队伍也是非常强吧。然后打比赛，我觉得更看一个状态，就是谁状态好，谁就能赢，这样。
你可以想象一下，现在登上 TI 的舞台要出场了，然后这个时候播放的是你们的采访片，这个时候屏幕里的卡卡说一句话，
用一句一毛大神的话，就是让我们来看看谁才是真的 TI 冠军吧。
Let's see who the strongest TI champion is. Those are very, very, very strong words from a very strong team. Now, a lot of people, when people think about the Chinese region, obviously one of the teams that people will think of is PSG LGD, but IG is also a really strong team as well. Lizard, can you tell me a little bit about what makes them the strong team?
Oh, well, they came into the first season of DPC in the Chinese region not really with stellar performance. They had their ups and downs, but instantly into the major, they take it after the question mark. The mental strength that's necessary to go from 0-2 into winning a major, I think that's probably their strongest thing at the moment. Even at the TI, the fact that you have, besides them being obviously extremely good players with a lot of confidence, they can go as far as to the grand finals.
And basically, since this team formed, I feel like they've been successful. Like right after forming, they won a minor to qualify for one of the old majors. I think it was the MDL major where they got 3rd place. So like even right after forming, they're getting top 3. Then the new season starts, they get 1st place at the Singapore major. And their result at the Anna major, as they kind of mentioned in the interview, was pretty much entirely down to having the stand-in.
Right, because they had their coach stand in for them. Now, Insania, tell me how the TI experience might affect them here, because I believe that for IG, Fly and Kaka have attended TIs before, but for the other 3 players, this is their first TI.
I think where you would imagine for a lot of players that adds a lot of pressure, I feel like Emo's the kind of person who just wants that. I think he thrives off
He
of it.
feeds off.
Exactly. To me, when I watch IG play and just the vibe that the team gives me, I feel like they're a team that likes this environment. They want to play high pressure games. And, you know, like we said, top performances at all their LAN events ever since the team formed, I think is a sign of that.
Interesting.
Performances at all their LAN events
IG
ever
is a
since the team formed,
very
I think is a
accomplished
sign
and
of that.
strong team. We also have on the other side.
Well, we have Team
Well,
Secret,
IG is
right?
and they've been doing extremely well at this TI. A lot of people were thinking, oh, maybe Team Secret is hiding their strats, and they came to TI, and boom, they came out with a bang. They had impressive games, and now they're kind of looking like they're set to win in a lot of people's minds. What makes Team Secret a good match for IG?
I mean, with Team Secret, there's always been a bit of a meme around this team about TI form. They're a team that has kind of repeatedly maybe disappointed their fans with their results. But realistically, when you look at it, they've gotten top 4, top 6 at all these recent TIs. And I think this year is no different, except for the fact they've added somebody, Matu, who has that experience. He's played at the TI main stage numerous times. He's won the TI championship with Team Liquid. And I think that kind of experience and kind of composure that he can bring makes a big difference when often Puppey has teammates who are like younger and more inexperienced.
Also, TI was moved away from August, which is usually where Secret hit maximum TI form. October, they're usually very, very good. So I think that might also play to their
straight after the TI, usually they're
precisely.
amazing.
October's a good month for Team Secret.
So are you saying that moving TI to October was a Team Secret buff?
I do think so, yeah, absolutely.
Also being in that incredibly strong wildcard at the NA Major with IG, I believe Nigma as well, and falling out of the Major very early on, made them take perhaps some vacation a little bit earlier and come refreshed to the TI.
So Matumbaman is like their new player, and Gods, you said that he's really, really strong. Do you think that the addition of Matumbaman as their newest player has changed how Team Secret has performed?
I think Matu provides Secret with a lot of stability, and he's a player that you can kind of put into almost any hero, and he's going to be able to perform on it. And I think for Secret, it's nice to have a carry player that can both be like a shining star for them, but he can also let the other people shine through. Like you have Nisha, Zai, Yapsor, you have all these like star players, even Puppey, like even their position 5 player sometimes turns into the carry. So I think having a carry player that's as versatile as Matumbaman is plays hugely into their strengths.
If you go all the way back to his Nigma days, right, like he was sacrificial one in a lot of games, and he was forced into sometimes playing these cheesy heroes that aren't necessarily the best in the meta, but are strong in certain circumstances. Having that as well on your side, even though it's not the focal point of the current meta, can prove to be handworthy.
Yeah.
So we have China and we have Europe, and a lot of people have said throughout the year that they have very different play styles. How will these play styles clash? Does Team Secret and IG, do they even follow their regional metas?
Well, Secret, at the moment, in my opinion, has a perfect read on the meta. If you look at the way that they played versus OG, the way they drafted, the moment ET has been picked up by OG, a hero that has been picked up, I think, the most times at the tournament, they instantly respond with an Enchantress, which makes his laning a little bit more difficult and also makes everything easier for Team Secret. There was an interview with Seb post-game on the Chinese channel, and they asked him what happened in the game, and Seb was very honest. They just outdrafted us and then crushed us. It's just the way it was.
I think Secret, what they showed in the OG series is that they can wall out this aggression that we've seen during TI. Like, I think PSG, LGD, IG, and OG are the 3 teams that they're able to just run at you and apply pressure and get their carry players to get ahead. But Secret proved that, you know what, we know how to like put up the wall. We can stop you from running at us. And I think that's something I haven't seen from any other team ever since, I would say, like LGD rose to dominance. So if Secret has figured it out draft-wise, how to like stop this fast-paced gameplay, I think they have a very shot at both beating IG, but going even further than that, maybe, you know, taking the next step into the grand finals.
I like that. I like that procedural thinking that you had. Now, you mentioned the wall. I know that you've talked about it a little bit during the group stage. Can you please explain what you mean by Team Secret's wall?
Okay, so I think when you play against Team Secret, and something that I know we struggled against a lot personally on Liquid, is they will basically wall you out. They won't let you get onto their side without fighting you. And they will abuse the fact that, you know, you have to run up ramps to reach the high grounds of their side of the map. And Puppey will position himself there on this like ogre type hero or enchantress, and he'll just bully you out and be like, hey, you can't get past me.
Just imagine Puppy standing on top of the stairs with a club, ogre club, waiting for
and
you.
then little me's approaching.
And you're a Crystal Maiden going in for a gank. You're smoked. The smoke breaks, and so does your team fight afterwards. They're really good at breaking up team fights and setting up the perimeter around Matumba Man while he is farming.
On the other hand, for IG, what is, if there was like a signature move for IG, what would it be, if anything at all? Or is it just simple diversity?
When I think of IG, I think of just Kaka and Emo as like the two big playmakers. I think Kaka, his Lion, you go back, he's always played these big playmaking, stunning, start the fight kind of 4 positions, even like when Sankin was a 4 position. So he's a guy you kind of have to look out for to make those big mid-game plays. But really, all of their mid-game plays are centered around Emo, and him being the kind of flashy superstar of this team who wants to pop off. It can be hit or miss at times, but if I think IG is going to take it against Team Secret, it really comes down to Emo a lot.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think for IG, it's initiation. Like, Kaka will play a hero that's going to blink stun you, and Emo will be there to follow up. So if they can get that jump, if they don't get stuck on running up the ramps, I think IG has a really good chance of winning this.
My just small take coming from the DPC seasons is JT, you can't allow him to have a great lane. If you're IG, that is, because every time he has a great, amazing lane, complete chaos ensues. They're just running across the map, killing you for at least 5 to 10 minutes, dominating completely, but then they go that one step too much. You've seen that yesterday at the Slardar game. That's literally a repeat of the DPC season game. He went Io Slardar on the lane. You know how that's strong, how strong that lane is. They went 7-0 and then bought Midas and just fed a bit.
I see.
So make sure JT struggles. It's the game plan for IG.
Make sure he struggles, but everyone else has a good time. That's it.
And then you talk about the wall. I think if anything, you think of how to play against it. Putting, running a more kind of passive, defensive kind of like late game carry may be the way to play against that if you're IG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know the few times that we've had success beating Team Secret has been when we've been able to outscale them and force Secret to come to you. And I think that's a position, if IG can get to that point in the game where like their pressure allows them to force Secret to come chase them around, I think that's when you get Secret on the back foot.
But Secret is so patient. You told me during a group stage that they're super patient. They're very, very good at letting the enemy come to them. Do you think that is that going to happen here?
So it can happen if IG gets a favorable draft for themselves. That can scale better. That's what Insania just said. If we are able to outscale them, and if we have decent laning stage, that will force them to come to us because we don't have to make any moves. And if IG manage to put themselves in such situation, they can definitely take Secret. They can break the wall.
Okay. So about how that fits into the tournament meta, do you think that we're going to see a lot of the same things that we've seen throughout the tournament so far? Like Monkey King, Tiny kind of fallen off a little bit. And I mean, Ogre is really popular with Team Secret, right? So what kind of heroes do you think are going to come out in this draft?
It's going to be tough to say. I think yesterday when we saw Secret go up against OG, that was a really prepared Secret for OG specifically. I felt like they had hero answers for that team. And, they've had the luxury of playing against OG for months in the European region. So I'm not sure how prepared they'll be for IG, but I'd expect to see them, probably coming in ready, like having ideas for whatever IG might throw at them.
Interesting. Look at this graphic here. Favorite heroes of TI-10, Ogre Magi. Okay, that fits. Snapfire, Tiny, and Morphling. With a picture of Magnus.
The funky looking Morphling.
He's morphed into Mag.
He morphed into Mag, that's it. But
that's definitely Morphling though, right? Like that's the stat for Morphling. Favorite pairings are Ogre Magi and Magnus.
And Ogre Magi and Tiny. And it's understandable because they truly do complement each other. You get damage from one and cleave, and from the other you get that attack speed that is so nice for a hero such as Tiny. It's literally all he needs at the moment.
Yeah, even the Ogre and Magnus is all about buffing up your character. They're really trying to go for these heroes that complement whatever Matu is playing.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this before, but at TI especially, your carry player is like really put under pressure, and having whatever tools you can have to buff him up, I think has been a generally pretty winning concept throughout the last couple of years of TI.
So you said earlier that I think a lot of people said that this is kind of like a patch that heavily favors supports like that 5 position. Do you think that either team benefits from that over the other?
I think Team Secret is like very well rounded. They have basically both Yapsor and Puppy that are style support players, and I think one of the biggest strengths that they've had throughout the years is that they've managed to enable both supports in most patches. I think right now Yapster suffers a little bit from the way the patch is set up. So I'd say probably IG has a little bit of a bigger edge, because I think Kaka just, he wants one Blink Dagger and then he's going to go in and die anyways. So
Oli is perhaps a little bit more predictable when it comes to the drafts and position 5s that he plays throughout and the seasons. He's played very stable heroes such as Phoenix and whatnot multiple times. Sometimes if there is some innovation coming from the Chinese region, it's mostly Aster that will do it with Gyrocopters on 5, Lanham with Treant Protector and Abaddon and just running down people. Meanwhile, Oli, he would let Kaka have those flashier, more innovative heroes while he'd go with the standard ones.
He's trying to secure the lane, or maybe just like he's play a Phoenix where he has this big team fight thing to offer, but he's not trying to be that big playmaking hero that impacts the mid game.
I think he's more of like a very positioning heavy support player. I think he's the kind of guy that if you give him an Oracle, or you give him a Phoenix, or you give him a Wisp, he'll always get his spells off and he'll get him off at the right time. And he always knows how to like keep himself alive until the clutch time in a team fight comes.
Interesting. I wonder if either of these teams have been affected by the no audience here this year. Like, do you think either of these teams are affected by that at all? We have Emo with the question mark famous, but
exactly. Maybe Secret has been affected, but I doubt it. However,
I think it could benefit them if anything. I don't.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like Secret's sometimes a team that has a lot of like weight and pressure on them. So if anything, I wouldn't think of Secret as a team that really like feeds off the crowd like a OG does, for example.
I agree. And then on the other side, IG, they've already proven to us that they don't care. That question mark, that was also at an event without an audience, and they thrived on it.
Interesting. I hope that both teams are still feeling the cheers of the crowd that we have going on, and I just hope that they know that they have a lot of people at home cheering with them. Now, for IG, right, they have players that have been players that have been doing really well at at TIs and at LANs. But do you think that their coach has been supporting them a lot, other than their performance at the Any Major? Like, how do you think their coach
like the mental performance and whatnot? For sure. I think that there is this attitude towards newer players that your coach has to take in a way that he needs to help them with mental preparation for tournaments. But I come back to what Insania talked about. Emo, he seems to be thriving on it. I would even say that maybe he needed to help out Kaka, the old veteran, more than he needed to help out Emo.
Yeah, look at him. He's smiling.
He's ready to put some question marks in the chat.
Oh my gosh.
And regarding that, I think I overheard I heard that he overheard EG talking about his Morphling at the Any Major. I think I saw this translated on Reddit, and that they had said something like, "Oh, he's trying to be like Thompson" or something like that. So there was a lot of like pent-up frustration that went into that question mark.
That was a mistake.
I'm gonna prove to you that I'm better. And I think like that kind of attitude, TI is the place, right? That's the place where you prove that you are the king, you are the greatest of all time. And I think, it's hard not to love the guy. I think for me at least, this is probably the reason I like IG the most is just his personality and who he is and what he brings to the scene.
He really gives off like young Sumail vibes.
Yes,
like,
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Everything you're saying, I was like, this is Sumail back in 2015, 2016. He's just like this young, really confident, cocky kid who just thinks he's better than everyone. And he was better than everyone. Yeah, right. 9 times out of 10.
And when you think about it, Sumail is the one that made this prophecy already. He said that Emo will be the next superstar.
Yeah.
It was on point.
And Sumail doesn't really say that about a lot of people. Like, I don't think I've ever heard him look at someone and be like, this guy's good.
On the flip side about LGD, he said nothing to say is their most replaceable player, which isn't just like, it wasn't like hard flaming. He was just saying he's like the least vital part of their system, maybe. But it shows how much he really respects Emo. That he's just saying, he's the real deal.
And that was also because they were destroying tournaments with their coach being on that mid lane. So when that happens, you're like, okay, if this team is so strong that they can win with mid lane coach, they can do whatever they want to.
Now, on the opposite side, Heen is the coach, right, for Team Secret, and he has performed at TIs as well, and he's also won Esports Coach of the Year last year, I believe. So tell me a little bit about him and how he has benefited the team?
He's a TI champion. Everyone I've talked to who's worked with him has nothing but like the highest praise. He just seems like a really calm, steady voice. I mean, maybe you guys know a bit more about him on a personal level, but he seems like, one of the best coaches in Dota 2.
Yeah, he's always very calm. I think the Korean coaches, they're a little bit broken. We have one of our own. I feel like it's just the meta. You have to have a Korean coach. It's an advantage you get automatically.
What is the advantage that
I'm
you
not
get
sure.
from that?
It's just, I feel like, so we have Blitz, and I get a similar vibe when I talk to Heen at events, but it's just this very calm person. They give off good vibes. They're very smart, very intellectual. I feel like this has just been my experience with the Korean coaches I've ran into.
Did Blitz pay you to say this? Or?
No. But he's on his plane on his way here now, so I'm a little
so
bit
you're
afraid.
prepping the ground.
I need to make sure I butter him up a bit. So
understandable. At the same time, Secret in the last year, it was all online events, but they won pretty much everything. And if anyone will get that award, it should be their coach.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you were to, on a completely different note, if you were to nominate another coach for best coach, what would you nominate? I'm just curious.
He would nominate Blitz.
Wait, you can't. Okay, you cannot
not
nominate Blitz.
Okay,
No,
I would
no.
probably nominate Jabs, our second coach.
See, their second coach.
Okay,
TI coach.
TI coach.
Wow, that's tough choice.
March maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's impressive what March has done with T1 and how far they've gotten, but at the end of the day, I just think Zhao 8 to me is like he's such a standout person for LGD, and I don't think LGD would be LGD without him. So for me, he's probably the most obvious choice.
Blizzard?
Yeah, I would go with March. I think the transformation that they've made on the side of T1 in the last couple of months is phenomenal. They looked, while Jackie was still on the team, they looked a little bit shaky. Replacing him for 23 Savage, they looked shaky again, but they found the right recipe to work around 23 Savage. They didn't fall apart after a rough start to the second season, and they pulled it together, and here they are, looking extremely strong. In the lower bracket, but still extremely strong.
Gods.
I would have said Zhao as well, but I'll say who my runner-up would be Bulba. I think EG's been like the most consistent, top-performing team. Obviously, we're saying this right after they got knocked out of TI, so it's a a tough moment for EG. But I think historically, Bulba and EG have had some of the best results in competitive Dota 2.
Yeah, Bulba also has like a lot of. He's very actively involved in the team, right? Like he drafts for EG. Who drafts for IG and who drafts for Secret? Do you either?
I think I've seen Super sit down in the chair at least a couple of times. I would imagine like it's a fairly, especially in Chinese teams, I think they tend to do it almost always. The coach is very involved in the draft, at least what it looks like from the outside. I don't know if they just do most of the prep work or if they just step aside, let me do the drafting.
But for Secret, do you tell Puppy to stand up out of his chair?
I think there's a reverse situation there. I think Heen is probably very much on the prep side of things, and Puppy's the one that makes the decisions ultimately in the end.
So can you run me through how drafting works prior to a TI? Because teams are always discussing strategies, right? And draft is involved in that. How do you prep for that?
So I think when you come into group stage, you want to come in with a strong identity of like, this is what our team does well, this is what we are going to aim to do, and you come in with this idea that you've kind of prepared, or we like these heroes, these are the heroes we think are strong, these are our answers, this is how we're going to try to approach it, we want to play fast, we want to play slow, we want to build a wall, whatever play style your team has. I think that's what you come into group stages with. And then depending on how well it goes, you adapt. You're like, oh, okay, the teams that are playing really fast are doing very well. So we might need to take a little bit of that and add it to our playstyle. Or, never mind. Secret seems to have it figured out. They got these heroes that can zone people off. We should try to learn how to do those. And I think once you reach the deeper points of the tournament, it's more team versus team rather than like overall meta. And you're thinking more about what your opponents can do and what you can do to match it.
You have more time to prepare as well.
Exactly.
Right? When you're in the group stages, you're just constantly playing. You don't even have time to watch all the games. You have a coach, but it's physically not possible. So after the group stage, you have that one day off. You take it to go through all the data, figure out which heroes have worked for different teams, figure out which heroes have worked for the teams that you are up against, and then prepare exactly for that. And if your idea, Puppy said, if your idea is correct, you're gonna win. If it's not, you're gonna lose. And that's he keeps it realistic. He's my Slav boy like that. I appreciate it.
So there are practice rooms here at TI, right? The teams are able to practice, and in the group stage, we saw the players kind of headed there all the time to like go practice all day. how does that apply to TI? What do teams do at TI? Do they still use those practice rooms and like practice? Do they scrim each other, or do they just do they just kind of like lock it down?
So I think there's some nuance to it. I don't know if every team does it the same way, but I would imagine there's a lot of watching the games that are going on and, you know, sitting there as a group talking about it. I think some teams probably, they decide to scrim. You know, they want to warm up a strategy. Let's say we have an idea of how to beat IG. And then maybe, you know, there's another Chinese team that wants to scrim you. So you try to scrim that idea against them, see if it works. There's a matchup against the playstyle. And if it does, you might run with it in the actual tournament. But it's really, really individual, I think. I think some players, they like to go sit down and play a bunch of pubs. You know, they just want to get warmed up. They want to get into the thinking of Dota, get into the flow of things. And others just want to relax. So it's very individual, I'd say.
The last couple of days, there were not many pro players playing pubs, I can tell you that. Like, if you go into pubs and search a game, you're going to find some 1K MMR, 1K rank scrubs. You won't be playing the same matches that you were playing just before TI started.
Yeah, during the group stage it was very different. I felt like because I'd see Secret play a two-game series, then right afterwards I saw Puppy in a pub game. So I think main event things, it's like you're dead set, just focus on your next opponent because you know who you're going to play. So I think the practice phase is kind of past. But yeah, at this point it's all about just preparing for that one important best of 3 that you've got coming up.
Yeah.
I guess it's true because it is really scary. Do you think that the teams are playing differently because they're in the upper bracket instead of the lower bracket? Because the lower bracket, from what I've been told, is where people start bringing out the cheese strats or like the secret strats, I guess. But what about an upper bracket?
I think traditionally game 2 of either the opening game of the series in the upper bracket or the lower bracket. That's really when you're going to see like a prepared strat. Because coming into game 1, you've had a lot of time to think and a lot of time to prep. So whatever strat you're coming in with is what you theoretically thought, like, this is what's going to be really, really good against this team. And that's, I think, where you might see, like, these cheesier type heroes. They haven't really been that popular this TI, though. I think this is probably the TI I've seen the least cheese.
This is a TI without a single Meepo picked. So that tells a lot about cheese picks.
And no Brood as well, I believe.
No Huskar either, I think.
Yep.
No.
So maybe 1 or 2 Arc Wardens maximum. So
I feel like Ice Frog was like, we've gone 2 years without a TI, no cheese this year. We're going to make this a clean, a gentleman's TI.
Has there been a Techies yet?
I don't think there has.
I don't think so as
wow.
well. Yeah.
I mean,
cheese
we are blessed.
What were you saying?
I was going to say, no Quake at TI, right? No Huskar, no Brood.
That's true. That is true.
I'm actually quite surprised by Huskar. I expected that hero to be picked up at least a couple of times. Coming into the TI, playing a lot of pubs, watching a lot of pro players, there was a lot of them spamming that hero.
Yeah, I mean, Ame was playing it a lot. I actually expected to see more Huskar during the tournament, but it hasn't been picked at all. So maybe he figured out something we didn't. I think the Shard is very, very strong. And I think, there's potential. If there's going to be cheese, I think out of the options that are left, Huskar is probably the most likely.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is it just because of the Shard that Huskar is the secret strat?
For me, at least, the power level of Huskar compared to the other heroes, he just seems like a better hero than the rest. I think Techies maybe, but it would have to be the right circumstances.
He's playable.
And the right team. You need like the Techie specialist.
Right. I don't know if XinQ plays, or sorry, wrong series. Maybe in the LGD series, XinQ might play.
I was talking about Huskar. He's kind of playable, right? Other heroes such as Techies, Meepo, definitely not. They're a little bit too weak at the moment.
Yeah.
If they get buffed eventually, they will be played, but before that, probably not.
So in the draft, they banned 2 heroes first on each side. Do you think that we're going to see like tournament standard bans that same bans that we've seen pretty much all through the group stage and through most
So
of the
when it
stage?
comes to Secret, I believe they will stray away from the tournament bans and ban out the heroes that are aimed at IG. I feel that they've prepared really well for the Chinese teams. They've had 2 ties in the group stages versus them, but also if you think about the series versus OG, that's not what they banned. They let the Elder Titan go through, they banned out OG specials, and they just picked Enchantress against it. They counter it.
Yeah, I think Puppy, especially as a drafter, likes knowing what the opponents are going to pick. So leaving something that's maybe strong there, it helps you prepare, especially as Sam mentioned for that game 1, you have a prepared strat. It's a lot easier to prepare a strat if you know what your opponents are going to pick. So leaving something in that you kind of like dangle in front of them, you tease them with this, you can get this first pick ET or this first pick Tiny, and we have an answer for it. That's quite likely.
So pretend that you are the coach of IG and you have your hand in the picks and bans. What would you ban first phase? What would you pick first phase?
That's crazy hard. I unfortunately have not done my homework well enough to be able to answer that question, but it ties back to what I said. I think if I'm IG, what I'm aiming for, what I'm thinking, like I want to accomplish the goal of breaking down the wall. I want to feel like we can move into their side of the map, and then as soon as we've established control of the game, force Secret to come chase us.
Do you think that Mars Phoenix is something they could go for, or is that going to play into Secret's
You
hands?
think if IG can pick it, or
Yeah, IG can pick, because that's one of their kind of bread and butter strategies.
Yeah. No, I think Teamfight, generally speaking, always does well at TI, and I mean, I think Secret's this game is not gonna end in 20 minutes, I think. And with that said, now I'll probably curse the game, but most likely, I don't think the game is gonna end fast, because of the way both these teams play, I think it's quite patient. And while IG, I would say, is the more aggressive team, I think in terms of accomplishing their win condition, it usually takes a good half hour or so for them to build up. So I think, yeah, Mars Phoenix, any sort of scaling, team fight, late game damage.
And if you think about how convincing Secret was versus OG, I think coming into the game, IG's draft is going to be a little bit more difficult. You have to be thinking about some of these heroes that have been picked up in that game, in those games. Specifically Tinker as well. It looked extremely strong. The Morphling plus Shaker combination coming back to the TI stage, and Secret looked like they were just having fun in the game. So you have to be thinking about the Morphling, about the Tinkers, about the Magnus Ogres, Tinies. There's a lot on your mind.
And I think you have the pressure, right? Secret has shown that they can beat Elder Titan. You know, the Enchantress has to be going through the head of IG. Whereas maybe IG don't want to play against Elder Titan, right? So now they're forced to ban it, even if they're on the first pick side of the game, where normally you wouldn't have to. And I think this is the big advantage you get by proving to everybody that we can beat one of the best meta heroes. And that's something that I think in terms of like the first pick draft, here it plays into Secret's strength that they've shown everybody like, yo, we can beat this.
And I'm not sure, obviously, what they're going to be banning or not, but I'm sure that Secret isn't the most capable, let's not put it most capable, most successful or proficient IO team. They never were. They were never truly playing this hero to the fullest. Even when it was an IO meta, they weren't picking him. And that's something that IG might abuse, but at the same time, IG is not the team from Chinese region that plays IO a lot, so maybe it just goes unbanned, unpicked.
IO unbanned, unpicked.
Probably not.
It's uncontested.
It's a hot take. It's a very hot take, but possible.
Yeah, Ollie will play it, but it's not like his go-to. It's not like I think they'd much rather see him on that Phoenix, maybe even a Bane, those kind of other more positional-based heroes. But yeah, we'll see.
Interesting. I wonder how that's going to play out. How about we take a look at most banned heroes of all time at TI?
IO.
Look who it is!
No surprise.
IO. Now tell me a little bit about this Naga Siren ban. Why is Naga second most banned at TI?
No one wants to play against that.
I feel like, could this be because there were not that many carry heroes originally? From like, I'm thinking the early days.
From the first days when it was like 50 heroes.
Yeah. By like TI2, the hero pool was pretty complete. I think we're close to like, it was like somewhere between like 95% of the Dota 1 heroes were in the game, I think, at TI2.
I see.
So there was just a period of time where Naga was just the hero, I guess, the team fight carry. And also, if you go back to the TI5 EG one, it was a 4 position. Everyone had to ban
and it was
when they were
offlane even
playing
at
EG.
some point, right? So a hero that has moved through positions, and because of that also it got banned quite a bit. Same can be said for IO, who has been played as a carry, as a support, and Enchantress that was extremely popular as an offlaner at TI9.
So we've seen... Oh, sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, when I think of IO as well, I think of the last 3 TIs, right? We have TI7, GH, probably the world's best IO player, at least in the support position. So like just was pulling bans for this hero. And earlier TIs, you know, you had players like Ake, TI3, just getting Wisp banned out constantly, and then you have OG's 2 years of dominance where Wisp was just a permanent ban. So I think that explains why the Wisp is on top.
Well, we now see most banned. How about most picked? Let's take a look at the most picked heroes for all time for TI. All right, Insania, tell me how happy you are to see Rubik up there in most picked.
I mean, it's just a great hero. I think it's one of the most fun designs that we have in Dota. Just overall an awesome hero. And, you know, at TI, when the stakes are high and like everything, you're feeling under pressure, one of the ways you normally deal with Rubik is by covering your spells. Like you'll throw Ravage and then quickly Anchor Smash. But, you know, when you're on the main stage, when there's so many things going through your mind, that's when you slip up. That's when you forget. And that's what makes those really iconic Rubik moments where you have these amazing steals.
I feel like Earthshaker and Tidehunter have really solidified their positions here at TI. You've seen those Echoes and you've seen those Ravages, but what about that Mirana? Mirana is third, and we haven't seen too much of Mirana here. You know, Moon Meander played her, but what about Mirana?
It's just not so sure. Yeah. Flexible, I guess.
Flexible hero has been constantly a solid roamer, has been played on mid for a couple of TIs as well, as a counter to Razor and some other heroes, but overall I am a little bit surprised by Mirana. I guess the teamfight composition that she brings, the teamfight help with going in and scouting and also having the invisibility ultimate comes in handy, but I wouldn't have guessed. Like
Also,
that's one I wouldn't.
Mirana was one of the few heroes in TI1.
There you go,
including
that's
TI1 data, there was like 30 heroes or
Uh-huh.
something in the pool, and I just remember seeing a lot of Mirana. Every single game was like offlane Mirana, because there was just no offlaner. So
I'm also thinking it might be like a mid-player thing, right? Mid-players are cocky,
Mid-player?
TI is the place to prove yourself. You want to play Mirana, show that you can land the arrows. This used to be a topic that you talked about a lot, I think, before, where it's like, I'm a better Mirana than you, or I'm a better Shadow Fiend than you. And I think that hero, since it's been able to, you know, last through the mid days, become a support, and still remain popular, that probably explains why it has such a high pick rate.
Interesting. On the opposite hand, all three of you were wondering who the most the unpicked heroes in TI. Let's take a look at that one. Boom. For this TI, we still have so many heroes left unpicked.
That's my pop stack every single day.
Quake was crying at home right now. That's his heroes. Broodmother, Huskar, Lone Druid.
Yeah.
He would have single-handedly fixed this.
He even plays some Zeus.
Yeah, he does. These are his heroes.
Wow.
And I think if you make him play support, he might play Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I could see it, yeah.
I'm a little surprised there's been no Spirit Breaker myself. I think that's one hero I thought at least I would get like even like 5 or 6 games in the group stage. But
PSG, they played it on mid even.
Yeah,
like,
they were
just a couple of weeks ago.
They were picking it like every game.
Coaching.
Now, what about Omni Knight? Omni Knight was getting... I would say that Omni Knight was spammed a lot in the last couple of months leading up to TI. What happened to that guy?
I think he got Ice Frogged.
He got really Ice Frogged.
Tell me about that. What happened?
So his
to him?
Heavenly Grace was basically uncounterable because you couldn't purge it, and it provided a lot of status resistance. And then Ice Frog decided, you know what, I don't want to see Omni Knight at TI, so he made it purgeable, which suddenly made an uncounterable skill very easily counterable by a lot of counterpicks. So it kind of killed the hero.
There's always a little bit of a TI meta. I feel like you do see some of the exciting, the Shakers, the Enigmas get buffed before TI, and then these Omni repelling someone. That's boring. Naga, kind of boring. Let's nerf these heroes. You know, we don't want to see them in TI. Let's make sure we get the Shakers, the Tidehunters, the Rubiks, the fun flash.
The more fun heroes.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for that. The meta is definitely more exciting. And so far, the games, this TI has blessed us with some good dotes. We haven't seen the snowbally 13, 14, 15-minute games. It's very competitive, and the meta is very interesting. Even if you think about the group stages, every single team brought something different. To each team its own, they had their own identity and their own meta, which obviously has morphed into something more crystallized after the group stages, but it's been fun to watch.
What was the standout thing that a single team has brought, Lizard?
Standout thing that a single team has brought? Maybe a Monkey King position 4 jumping around without boots with Skadi and Orb of Corrosion for me has been the most interesting one. The position 4 Monkey King itself, okay, that has been played before, nothing extraordinary. But the way they played, the build-up and the level 10 talent that gives you the additional stun duration made it very viable, and it just looks funky. It's if I imagine Yabzor, that's his hero. That's literally it. He doesn't care about utility. Orb of Corrosion, Skadi.
Yeah.
That's all he needs. I'm a carry.
I would say the other kind of cool fun thing we've seen is the Dawnbreaker come out, particularly the way OG used it mid. I think there was this idea that it could be like an offlaner or support, and well, VP also used it as a carry. So I think seeing how VP and OG have used Dawnbreaker has been really impressive this TI.
Yeah, and I think with the way it looked, at least in the series yesterday, it seemed to match extremely well against the Spirits. And every single series I look at now, like it seems like the teams we need to draft some sort of Spirit. It's either Earth, or sorry, it's either Storm, Ember, or
just
Void
not
Spirit in
Earth.
every single game. Yeah, no Earth Spirit, unfortunately, but who knows? They might come out. It's not a bad hero in the mid lane, but you need to have a player for it. So maybe Thompson. Could be eyeing it up. But
Maybe Thompson, Earth Spirit. Well, everybody, we just wanted to let you know that there are a little bit of technical difficulties in the pods. We will be fixing that and get right back to the games.
All right, well, we have a draft between Secret and IG. I am curious to know what you are expecting here of Secret, Mr. Alwi, or IG rather.
Well, I think, yeah, so for both of them, I think to do anything out of their norm. I think they should feel like their normal play style matches up pretty well against IG's. We actually saw them sort of counter draft how they thought OG's playstyle was, which is generally a good sign for a team when you're feeling flexible enough to play multiple playstyles. As far as IG, I really liked what Insania said about they should feel like they should want to break down Secret's wall. Because if you think about IG as a team, they're very aggressive, and their style is to use that aggression. If you can't play your normal style against a team like Secret, like it's going to feel bad, at least in the first game of a best of 3.
We start off, Sheep, with a Lion Mars combo. What do you
Mars, he's one of my favorite heroes. He was looking a little bit shaky in the group stage at a very low win rate, but I think he's seen like this resurgence of teams like continuing to pick him. Provides a lot of burst, which is nice when people are picking these heroes like Ench and Tide Hunter. I'm actually surprised because Tide and Elder Titan were not banned and have not been picked on either team.
Team Secret's turn to ban.
Since he was on Neobi, the TI 7 Grand Finals, was it 7? I think it was 7. Like he's played Lion and he's always looked good at it. IG style, I think, has always been to have these heroes who can group up early, run at you, and then when the opponent sort of splits them up to go on the side lanes, Kaka on some Lion or Nyx is always there ready to catch them. I remember in the Singapore major, like Abid was on Puck, and I'm like, oh, Abid Puck, he never dies. And Kaka was always there ready to catch him with perfect spellcasting.
I want to ask about the Ench pick though, because this is not the first time that Secret first faces an Ench, but it is the first time that it's not against an ET. So what's the logic behind the pick here?
I like Ench a lot because she secures your lanes. She provides a lot to a draft actually. She's, you know, you can send your creeps like down lanes to push. She's really good at she can rotate onto mid and provide help support there to like secure war runes, especially if your mid is like one of these spirits that really wants the ball refill. I like her a lot for that. She's a great hero, but Poppy has played a lot so far this tournament already, so I think it's like comfort and good for them.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think Enchantress, she's sort of like a misunderstood 5 hero. I think a lot of teams, when they play their Enchantress, it's a very low farm hero, might have some Tranquil Boots or Treads and nothing else. Poppy this tournament, he has 321 GPM. He's higher GPM player than Yapster, probably the highest position 5 GPM. I didn't check that. So the Enchantress with items, she's incredibly well scaled. And when you think of these heroes at frontline, you know, you think of the Ogres, the Banes, but Enchantress, if you pop that heal, take the 15 talent, have a couple items, she's a better tank than all of them. I think we saw that in the last series where DY, he was just running in on Enchantress and he was giving vision. You know, they saw RG's Razor to just blow him up. I think Poppy wants to do the exact same thing here.
Interesting. You know, actually, Quincy Crew did that a lot in the season with MSS. They would put him on Enchantress, and that's exactly what they would do. Tank and use your body to stop smoke, stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think Enchantress, she's, like, you mentioned for MSS, it was a 4 position. For Secret, they get to basically play 2 4 positions this tournament. It's just how they control the map. Because a lot of teams, they're sweeping around the map. You consolidate all your farm into your cores. But often what happens when you do that is that your support sort of get left behind. Poppy and Secret in general, they play a more even style in terms of farm. I mean, they'll still get their carry really farmed. But in the process of holding their side of the map, playing some defensive wards, you tend to like leave supports in lanes or farming like some dangerous camps more often.
Oh, what could we be expecting here, Sheep? What could we be seeing here for IG next? You have the Lion Mars. You said you like this combo, but where is this draft leaning towards in your opinion?
Well, since they have a lot of aggression with these heroes already, I mean, we've seen how popular the spirits have been this TI already. Storm getting banned out. That does leave Void Spirit, who's been quite contested, I would say, through this TI, so maybe they'll pick it up in the next round. I think I really like Team Spirit's supports already. I mean, Monkey can flex onto any role, but like talking about how greedy they are with how they like to play their supports, I think Monkey is like amazing for that as a 4, if they want to go that route, because he gives so much vision through jumping through the trees. If they get good wards down, you know, that lets them play this aggression on the map to like farm in dangerous spots more safely. I think the supports like of how well Eng can farm, like those two complement each other. And I think it also like is good against what IG want to do. If they can scout out like these moves and stop things, then like that's gonna be really good to stop that. Lina also quite good. I think Emo's been playing it quite a lot this TI so far. And between Lion and Lina, no one's gonna be left alive. That's amazing nuke.
I really like what you said about the vision coming in from Team Secret's heroes. Because when you said that, it reminded me like how I think of Team Secret. They're always about accumulating vision, and accumulating information, which you get from vision, like Monkey King, Enchantress Keys, shoving waves, which both these heroes can do if they decide to support them, and then reacting to that information to make good decisions. I think since they picked Lina mid, I was thinking, okay, I was gonna say they would not put Monkey King mid, but I like this from Team Secret. Like they're instantly countering the hero that they know where it's going. I think Lina this tournament, maybe you can play her 4, but honestly, I don't think I haven't seen it this tournament. And I used to spam Lina 4 a lot, and she feels god awful this patch because you can't keep up your fiery soul stacks with LSA. They made the cooldown 13 seconds on LSA at level 1. So right now, Team Secret, they have damage, they have some like lane shove, some vision and annoyance. I think right now they need to consolidate their team fight. Because if we look at the two, if Secret wants to form a wall, hold their jungle, it's looking a little bit spooky here. When Mars goes in an arena, like what's your real reaction here, right?
Can we discuss the Lina TA matchup though for a second, Sheep? Because I know that obviously that's very obvious counter. And you can stop Dragon Save, stop Light Strike Array, but I know that with the attack speed and the way that Lina's being played right now, the matchup doesn't seem so one-sided as it used to be.
Yeah. I would say Lina looks decent here. Like it can go either way. If you build the attack damage on Lina, I love that build. Lots of people have been doing it. You can burst through this Enchantress. You can burst through this Templar Assassin, get through her refraction charges. I personally think it's it can go either way as the game progresses. I do think though that Team Secret getting this TA, getting this Venger they also just picked up is gonna allow this TA to kind of snowball through this game pretty hard. It looks like an all-in to like help her. So that makes Lina's game pretty hard because if TA gets a good start, gets her dagger, so on, jumping this Lina, she's a squishy hero for a long time, man.
Yeah, we've been seeing Lina's go for like Travels BKB Silver Edge almost every game. That's no plus armor. And IG, they've actually reacted to that lack of physical mitigation. First you had the Mars, who can like maybe absorb some of this with Bork, but now to pick up the Winter Wyvern. This is, I think it's a really good pick because right now, like, before that pick, I felt like Lina was a bit vulnerable. She might still be vulnerable because Lion Winter Wyvern supports. I don't think you can deal with the aggression of Puppy's Enchantress, but they might be able to, I don't know what their plan is for that. Maybe their plan is just pressure the lanes really hard. They do have last pick, so if they pick something that puts a lot of pressure on what I'm assuming is a Zai Vengeful Spirit, not the best laner, then I could see them like trying to hold Yapstra's Monkey King and Puppy's Enchantress to the side lanes.
What's the logic behind the offlane Vengeance Spirit? We theorized this pick would be maybe present at the TI, but I think it's the first time we see it.
I think Venge got picked a couple times.
In
I
the
saw
group
position
stages?
1. Yeah, someone played at position 1. I think it was Secret.
I think it was
Secret played at position 1
Yeah.
with a sniper, right? Was that
Secret or
Secret OJ? I don't remember who that was.
I do remember what game you're
Yeah,
talking
they had a
about,
lot of the 4-mass armor heroes and sniper.
Yeah.
I think. Well, I don't even know it's position 3 Venge for sure.
Okay.
But
yeah, it could be flexed.
The single target save is really good here because Mars and Lion, Mars, you think of this big AoE arena, but honestly, he's a single target hero. You're just spearing one hero after your arena. And Lion, if you hex on, you can save them. The buff that made Venge extremely popular when she was meta, maybe a few months ago, was that when you swap your ally, you give them damage mitigation. And also, the Aghanim Scepter became really strong once you couldn't destroy it with a hex. It becomes a strong illusion.
You concerned though because Secret currently have very little team fight. They have a Monkey King. He's probably on support, but there is nothing that really keeps people in the Monkey ult. So I feel like Team Secret need to bridge that gap with their last pick, and like TA and Venge are really awkward because they're they can be cores, but then if Vengeful is off lane, then you're taking away a off lane, which is where most of the stuns and controlling heroes come from. So I don't know. Secret's draft seems a little bit awkward right now.
Yeah,
their
I
last
feel
pick
like
is important.
I completely agree because usually the ways that you deal a team fight are either you break down those heroes in lanes or you sort of master team fight so you can still take engagements. The last way you can do it is you can sort of play like these like sort of more spontaneous small skirmishes, pick them off, which I think is what Team Secret's sort of going for. They're going for into a snowball lineup. I don't mind it simply because of Enchantress. I think this is the only hero in Dota right now that lets you snowball off of lanes into like a commanding map position. It's just everything about this hero. You get creeps, you can take control of runes, you can gank the mid, and then you can push towers. It just snowballs like that. And honestly, I don't know where Team Secret's heroes are going. Because wait, there's just a Venge 1, right? Again, I'm pretty sure.
Or it could be Monkey King 1 and then
Monkey
Venge
King
2.
1.
Yeah.
And
then ET4.
honestly, they can do anything based on what IG picked last.
Honestly, it's
which
true.
is interesting.
And they have a great minus armor draft now with Elder Titan, right? The amount of physical damage is insane.
They've fully committed onto it though, and IG have a Wyvern, which is one of the greatest heroes in the game against physical damage.
But their physical damage is weird, right?
Yeah.
It comes from like minus armor, which Winter's Curse doesn't really help against. I mean, the Code Embrace will be extremely good, but it's not like one of those physical damage lineups where any Winter's Curse feels good.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know. Team Secret's draft, it's not really what we've traditionally seen this tournament, but Team Secret, they're like the team that's most confident in their own ideas always.
Yep.
And I think if they think this is what's right, like why would I just want to see it. I don't even want to question like what its weaknesses are. I want to see how they apply its strengths.
Fair enough. So then, considering its strengths, what would you expect here for IG? What is it that they need to do to mitigate this?
For
line?
IG,
Doesn't have to be a prediction, but what are you looking for in this next hero?
probably just a carry that can match the tempo of Secret. I think Secret's like lineup is they're gonna take Roshan. Yeah, Weaver perfect.
That's a good call, because if they tried to go for a scale, they could get run over, right? And Chandra's TA Venge. I think your idea is spot on here.
Right.
I like that Weaver a lot.
Okay.
Okay, so it is a 3 Venge, a 1 Monkey King. I did not know what I was talking about, because they can do anything.
And then a TA mid, right? I presume?
Yeah, TA mid. The 1 Monkey King is a bit more team fight, and Outer Titan, I mean, this is the last phase Outer Titan. I think Fog is having a little tiff right now.
You better not get too happy here. That hero's getting nerfed after TI.
Yes.
Fog will never see him again.
Well, there's one person that we do need to see before we get right into the game. As you guys know, this is the famous segment, The Last Word, and we're going to go on with BSJ's best friend, Jenkins.
Hello. Let me tell you what's going to go down in this game. There's the camera I'm supposed to look at. Okay, on one side, we got Team Secret. They got Monkey King, they have Enchantress, they have TA. Name 3 heroes that push lanes better than they do. You might be thinking there's absolutely no way that IG is going to win this game. False. That's not true. There's no way. IG absolutely can win this game, not the lane. They've got Mars, they've got Lina, they've got Lion. These are pick-off heroes extraordinaire. They can absolutely win. If these guys on Team Secret are pushing up in those side lanes, they're gonna pick them off. That's what's gonna happen in this game. We also have a Winter Wyvern. We have Mars, like I just mentioned already. These heroes can absolutely fight into anything. But Team Secret, what are they waiting for? What are they riding on? They need this TA to absolutely pop up. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to push out the side lanes. They're trying to make sure that their TA gets farmed. And we'll see, can Matumba Man's beard give Team Secret the power to get through this game? Introducing Purge and Moxie.
Thank you so much, Jenkins. That was incredible. My goodness, Purge.
Yeah, I didn't know we were going to get that kind of throw. It was a great way to start the cast.
It was fantastic. I feel like when you walk outside your building and there's that guy sitting there and he just needs to tell you everything, but, you know.
I'm usually the Jenkins side of that, so I can relate, yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Well, we have a great game number 1 here for you guys. We've got Invictus Gaming versus Secret, and like Jenkins was saying, they have a lot of burst potential. They've got a lot of gank potential, things that IG does exceptionally well. But then Secret, you know, it's Secret. They have just some of the craziest things that they can play, move. You know, we've got the offlane Venge that we've seen a bit of on and off. It's Zai. Who knows what we're going to see?
I really liked the Venge this game. They did it as a response likely to the immobile Lina. If Lina gets out of position, she tends to have a really bad time. So being able to swap him out of position is dangerous. And as we pointed out in the drafting stage, having both Lion and a Lina, it's a lot of burst damage and a lot of spells to go on one guy. And if that person is Vengeful...
The battle begins. Denied. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
First blood!
Clipped!
Denied. Money to burn. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not on my watch.
You've been spoiled.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Who put me out?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gold for my forward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. With apologies, Pure I do not believe that. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Nature attend us.
Radiant are scanning. under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotcha.
Denied.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Shaman has fallen to the Dire. Dire's middle tower is under attack. The only mystery is how you lasted so long. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Your death was a secret I could no longer hide.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Money to burn.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The hidden ones have blessed me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's turret has been killed.
You'll never know the mysteries.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
My sprites are with us. Where are you going?
Dire's bottom tower is
Hold it to my heart.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Sean has fallen to the Dire. fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks is fallen. Team Secret victory.
Supports in Lina. Lina hasn't felt strong all game. Ever since those early laning stage ganks, the supports, they had great abilities, but like, how are you going to engage on a TA that's attacking your tier 4 towers from 600 units away? They have no option there without their cores up. So, wow, what a play.
Definitely very impressive. I would say also that this felt a lot like the Zai show. I don't know if that's the same feeling that you got off of this.
They all played so good, honestly. Those early ganks were huge, though. Zai played great. Matu won his lane and rotated successfully. Like, as they played so cohesive as a team, and it made a big difference.
All right, well, that's going to be game number 1, guys. And of course, this is best 3, so we have plenty more, but we're going to toss it over to our panel.
Thank you very much, Moxie and Purge. A very, very convincing win for Team Secret. Now, when we were in the green room talking, Insania didn't have a lot to say, but when he did speak, he said, if Venge stops Lina, then it's over. So tell me how that worked.
So I think in this game, we've had a lot of like really high level 2 pro players like at the absolute peak who fully understand what they're supposed to do in the game. A battle going on between Zai and Emo, where Emo's having such a hard time entering fights until Zai swapped. And for that reason, Zai was like positioning his hero very aggressively and not swapping. Like you would see him run into fights, just kind of like play in front, and then he would use one swap to initiate. And as soon as he died, you notice Emo's just not entering the team fight. And he wouldn't use the second swap until he knew for a fact that the fight was secured. Right. And as soon as he did, you just saw Emo coming in. And if you guys go back into the replay, you can even see Emo was queuing up a Lincoln Sphere at some point during the game, but he never managed to get to that point. So he made the really high level decision of, you know what, I'm going to buy a Shadow Blade. Because once Zai dies, the Spirit cannot use dust. It can't reveal heroes. So that allowed him to get good positioning so that he wouldn't be afraid of getting swapped. Some really, really interesting high-level plays coming out.
Interesting to see how that worked out for them. Now, what could Invictus Gaming could have done there? I mean, Team Secret had a very commanding lead throughout most of the game, and it seemed like they just set the tempo, just like you guys mentioned earlier. What could they have done?
The matchup on the mid lane is seemingly and historically a little bit difficult for the Lina. The matchup on the mid lane itself is not. You should do well, but later on, the moment TA gets one mobility item, they can jump you, they can take you out instantly. In my opinion, I had a feeling that Weaver should not be dying in a game such as this one. I really feel that Fly, until you reach those high ground positions in which you're trying to pressure the high ground and tier 3s, you should not be being picked off. If you're pushing the tier 1 and you get swapped into Monkey King stun, into Venge stun, there is some positioning problems there. Perhaps they should have planted him on the backsides of teamfights and pushed with JT a little bit more often. How I noticed and what I've seen from the teamfights, JT was a little bit late to join the fights. He was definitely doing it well. If you remember the teamfight around the Rosh pit, he separates Monkey King out of the 2 teammates that got caught and literally saves the fight. But it doesn't matter because everyone is already way too low to continue.
Let's see how the stats played out in this game. It was pretty difficult for IG. It looks like Kaka had 0, 11, and 6. And for the people at home, that looks like a really rough score, right? But he is playing Lion. So tell me a little bit about how the support works in this way, right?
I think for both Kaka and Ollie, once you're on the back foot and you fall behind, you're naturally going to have to die to try and make some plays. They've got to move out on the map, try and contest Roshan, if you just stay in your base, you're going to eventually lose because you're just getting more and more out-farmed. And it was up to Kaka to start these fights with his Blink Stun initiations, or up to Ollie to get a really nice Winter's Curse off. So naturally, these supports, they're going to feed a bit. And then Nisha and Matu, they reap the benefit of that. 14, 0, 11, 10, 2, and 12. Great stat lines for them. But yeah, just a tough game for IG. I think a game where we haven't really seen IG on the back foot, and they didn't really know how to play from behind this game. Or they really didn't have the heroes for it as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We were talking a lot about Secret's wall, but Secret can do more than one playstyle, right?
Right.
And I think yesterday when they were up against OG, that's when they needed to set up the wall. Today they decided, you know what? We're going to take control of the game ourselves, and we're going to take the pace to them. And I think IG hasn't really been tested in that way. I think in almost every single game IG played during their group stage, they were in dominant control of the games they played. And this was the first time I saw a team take over.
I really think that they had one big issue, and that's the fact that the mid lane and the safe lane kind of want to be playing the same style, or they have been playing the same style. I feel Fly should have been perhaps just a tiny little bit more active with a different item build. I don't even think that BKB, it was necessary, but it came a little bit too late. Or just get a hero that's more mobile for Emo. He's an extremely good Lina, but the game plan is so much easier. The fight plan is so much easier if you have your Void Spirits, Storm Spirits. I believe 2 were banned out, but 1 was still remaining in the pool. They could have gotten it.
And so much goes back to the way Secret prepare for best of 3. They left that Lina in the pool knowing that most likely IG would take it, and I feel like they had that Venge up their sleeves as the answer, as the counter. They did the same thing against OG with the way they give OG some specific heroes and then counterpick it. It felt like IG just fell into Secret's trap here.
Yeah, that is exactly what you guys said right before this game.
It was Insania's point, and it's still the strongest one on this panel. I believe I liked it a lot. It's the Vengeful Swap. No, for real. The Vengeful Swap made IG's draft and IG's strategy look feeble. You cannot play this Lina plus Mars if there is a hero that puts you out of position so easily. You have to be hiding constantly. And that's exactly what Vengeful Spirit, that's exactly what Zaya was doing.
The only reason why I laughed is because when you said it was his point and it was good, he just turned and looked at the camera and smiled. It was just...
It was like, yeah.
Very, very good. All right, so it seems that all three of you agree that there were issues with the draft in there on the side of IG. So what adjustment would you make to their draft?
I think this is one of the things you have to understand about playing up against Puppey. And it's like he will give you your comfort heroes, but he will have an idea on how to beat it. And I do think this game was like, really, it was that. Puppey knew the Lina was coming out. He had an answer prepared. And I think IG just like, kind of like, oh, this draft's going great for us. We're getting everything we want. And I think OG was in a pretty similar position yesterday. And this Secret, to me, looks really scary. This is looking like a TI contender Team Secret.
But what do they do then? So they can't pick their comfort heroes because Team Secret has the notes. They know what to expect. What do they do then? Do they pick something unexpected? Or what is the solution here?
I feel they shouldn't be thinking that way. Yeah. That's first. Don't think about Secret and what they're going to do, because Puppey will find a way to counter and make whatever you pick look not so strong. Yeah. Just go with what you think is the best for you, and that's it.
And they thought the Lina was best for them. I think the response to that game is just like, okay, let's put Emo in something more active. Let's go back to like the Ember Spirit or something that can make plays, and then have Fly playing the hard carry.
I think that has been their most successful playstyle. But I also want to add to the Puppey point. I think Secret giving away all the comfort heroes sometimes also backfires. I think this is like the trade-off with the way that Team Secret drafts. It's sometimes like, they're going to give you everything you want, and that's precisely what you need in order to win too. So I wouldn't be surprised if, the Puppey tries the same thing, but it doesn't work out as well in game.
There was that meta specifically when Lycan was truly popular, and Puppey let it go through multiple drafts and just lost with it. And it's exactly the point that he was making.
So what kind of hero specifically do you think IG would want to go with? And maybe instead of Lina, they would pick something else, or...
I want to see an Emo Ember Spirit if it's the right game for it.
It would become another battle of the spirits, as we've seen quite a bit throughout the other series today. But what about Team Secret? So, I mean, it's really easy to say, like, oh, it's Team Secret. It was really easy for them. But they have to be playing at top TI contender status, right? Tell me about what their strongest points were in that game.
I think for me, it was just countering the draft, having a really good game plan, and then also executing in such an aggressive way. They never gave IG any breathing room to get back. I feel like a lot of teams would be like, okay, we have these matchups that we're happy with. Let's maybe, take our foot off the gas. But Secret, they just, they kept pushing forward the entire game once they got that small lead.
Yeah. And it feels completely in their comfort zone, but everything does. Like
when Secret looks good, they just look very good.
They just have multiple mental models. They can pretty much play whatever strategy.
Yeah. They banned out Ollie, something that I thought was very interesting. And when we listened to the interview with Kakia before the series, he's mentioned like one of the reasons we struggled at the Any Major was we didn't have our position 5 player.
Right.
And I think this is not something that you've historically heard a lot, where like the 5 is like such a big deal to the team. It's mostly been viewed as like the least important role or something like that. So they targeted him with all the first 3 bans. We had Phoenix, Wisp, followed up by Bane. And when I think of when I think of Ollie, these are heroes that, for me at least, immediately come to mind. So I think it was an interesting approach that Secret had to game 1, and I think maybe that caught IG a little bit off guard.
Let's take a look at them entering the stage. Looks like everyone's pretty cool, calm, and collected. No jumping for joy, but yet no like looking down at the ground either. Do you think that the mental state of the game has been changed now that they're one game up? Now that Team Secret is one game up, and IG is one game away from potentially going down to the lower bracket?
It definitely reassures Puppy and what his whole draft and strategy is about. Meanwhile, when it comes to IG, I don't think it matters that much. These guys came from being 0-2 at the grand finals. This is still upper bracket. They're in a fine state at the moment.
Yeah, this is where the coach Super just has to kind of reassure his team, like, okay, we're going to make some adjustments. We have a game plan that's going to, make things look and feel very different so that we actually get to play our game, because it didn't really feel like IG was ever at any point really playing Dota in that game. They were just constantly on the back foot.
Yeah. And I don't think I've ever seen Secret smile this much, if I'm being honest with you, at a LAN. They're usually the silent killers, like no emotion.
Yeah.
They just show up, destroy you, and then move on. So I definitely think Secret seemed like they're a little bit relieved, at least, how that game up.
Right when you said that, Avo turned around and looked at you and laughed too. He gave you a little smile as well. Well, you guys have said, like, the way that this panel has been going, you guys are saying like Team Secret is basically like invincible. They have the drafts.
Yeah.
You can get whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You can get nothing that you want, even better.
It's Team Secret in October. What can I say? It's just how it goes.
I need to know.
But I would say that's what people thought. Singapore Major, Grand Finals, EG's up 2-0. They get Storm again. They're up 10k gold. Everyone's just like, it's over. I'm ready to, go to sleep or whatever. IG, when their back's against the wall, when nobody believes them, sometimes they can pull out these miracles. So we'll see. I don't think IG's out of this series just yet.
Do you think that the miracle might be like a pocket hero? Cheese strat maybe? Maybe some Huskar?
For IG, I doubt it. I
Maybe
don't
the
think,
pocket Ember Spirit.
Yeah. I don't think that they're
Pocket
feeling
Ember.
that low to resort to some Meepos or Brews or whatnot. Ember Spirit, or just switching up the playstyle a little bit better is what they need to do. They could have the same exact draft, I believe, but removing the Venge, banning her out and letting anything else be played against you would make the game so much different.
It seems like there aren't very many things that IG can do to really change it up. That's what I'm getting from this, but there has to be like something there.
I think
What is
maybe the support hero pool. I think they're used to Ollie playing more just dominant laning phase heroes that enable Fly to have a better start to the game. And this time around he was playing Winter Wyvern, which in theory had a good matchup, right? You were playing as Monkey King, you were playing as TA, you were playing against Venge. There was a lot of physical damage coming in from Secret, but I think they just weren't able to set up the game plan the way I think they're used to playing, where Ollie's like enabling Fly to get off to a good start, and then they're able to support Emo and for him to then take over the game. So maybe slightly shifting their game plan a little bit more into what we've seen them play throughout the group stages and the first round of the
And they do make the game easier for you, right? On one side you had this Winter Wyvern, on the other you had Enchantress plus Elder Titan. Enchantress and Elder Titan, they'll pretty much dominate on any single lane.
Yeah.
It's so much easier when you have your 2 lanes set up from the get-go. So much easier to play.
But if they're banning out the supports, what do? Like, 2 bans come out immediately. Do
There's
they
a
first
bunch
phase
of them.
I think-
we
yeah, I
have
think you first
over
phase,
100
yeah.
heroes. They can find something. We still circle back to the mid lane matchup and circle back to the spirits. Get the real playmaker on that position 1, on that position 2, sorry, because I feel Fly should have covered that role in the first game, and it wasn't truly covered.
Yeah, I think with Alina, they felt like they didn't want to go too greedy, and they picked this kind of semi-carry Weaver. Where they look best, like I go back to their first series, is like they have this Storm with a Spectre. They need this more farm priority on the carry.
Well, let's get this game started.
Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Welcome to Game 2 between Secret and IG. We're your draft battle, Avo Plus, We 2000 and BSJ now joining me. How does it feel, BSJ? Your first time on battle today.
I'm feeling good. That was a good first game by Secret. It looked exactly like their first series against OG. They're just balls to the wall aggression, like 4-man wrapping on towers 7 minutes into the game, and then it just never ends. And I'm expecting to see the same thing. Now, what's IG going to do about it?
You talked about when we finished the draft. I just don't know what the strength and weakness is. I just want to see what they're going to do with it. So can you explain to me a bit what they ended up doing with it?
Yeah, so, okay, so I'm going to admit a bit of bias here. I think when Team Secret's dominating, they play my favorite style of Dota.
Okay.
It's a very, when you think you're stronger, you'll bring everything, but then you'll sort of reset, and there's a time in the game where you'll look for your highest percentage fight. I think, BSJ, you're actually mentioning over there, after they collapsed on that bot tower, they spread out and farmed a bit, and they formed a little bit of that secret wall we know to wait for their next timing. Look at it and wait for the high percentage fight. Team Secrets, they're not the team that they did run at them almost constant that game, but it's not mindless. There's always a reason for TA's finished this item, or they seem weaker, the support's not quite have ultimates, or they collapse on bot tower. That game, that's exactly what they did. They identified when their opponents were weak. They have pathetic supports in line and Winter Wyvern for Enchantress. They cannot fight them at all, so they just abuse that timing. After that, they're like, okay, if we kept running them here, maybe they'll take some fight with buybacks. Nah, we'll just farm a bit for timing, and then we'll fight again.
The interesting thing about their timings is they're so specific, is that in the early game, Monkey King and TA, very snowbally momentum heroes, while Venge has to wait all the way until her Ags before she's impactful. So what do? They give zero attention to the Venge with the supports. They just ignore her and let her die a few times bottom, not a big deal. But then after they take the 2 towers, Monkey King and TA accelerate their farm with levels, but they need one 2,500 gold item each in order to be full power. So then you see them chill, and then right when they get that item, the Venge gives all the time in the world. She becomes the one for the next 5-10 minutes to farm her Ags.
And I'd love to see that. You give your core space, or Team Secret gave their core space, and then they immediately gave back. As soon as they took up that space, they give back. The next person takes space, they give back, and then you form a coherent game plan. In this game, IG, I think many people would consider Outer Titan probably the hero of the tournament so far. I mean, he's just looked amazing. He's so flexible in what he does. He can be just some 5 that's providing strong laning, some team fight, or sometimes he just does 4 and a solo killing cores in the late game.
Yeah, you need a core that has built-in armor. That's why they banned the Monkey King. The Monkey King ulti giving you plus armor, which is now removed by the ET's aura, and I haven't really seen many other good options so far.
Yeah, I think teams have tried using Ursa a bit, just because the ultimate's doesn't matter if you have armor when your ultimate's on. But other than that, the traditional ones, maybe some Lifestealer, your Spellman, that hero is, well, I mean, you play Lifestealer.
Yeah. Lifestealer's laning stage is just a bit rough, but any hero with built-in BKB is decent just because the aura doesn't go through it. So it effectively gives you armor.
Team Secret has done the Enchantress before as well against this, and they did that last game not against an ET, but let's get them to think about it a bit more.
I'm honestly surprised that IG want to play for Enchantress, because Team Secret here, they are going to pick it up. Because if they're picking ET, you have 100% they're going to pick Enchantress. They picked it against ET, against OG, they ran them over. They picked it without ET, honestly, okay, I'm going to tell you something.
Okay,
so, EG's right out of the tournament. So I played a bunch of Enchantress in pubs. I went to Bulba, and I said, Enchantress is a broken hero. And he said, it's not as good in official as in real games, as in pubs. You won't get as many kills. But Secret, I think they're showing what Enchantress does. It's the only hero that allows you to snowball these things. No other hero could allow Secret to do what they did last game.
Yeah, the creep just has extra armor and extra HP, so your diving towers, they don't even exist. And like you said, I don't think there's any other hero that enables that.
Yeah, no, this hero it's strong when played correctly. The thing is, I feel like you have to be an Enchantress manager to play this hero. And Puppy, I think Puppy's the best Enchantress. The jungle heroes, the Puppy Chen, Puppy Enchantress, they're on the next level.
It's just that every creep you get decides what you're going to do with it. So you have to have infinite permutations of what you're going to do, because whatever camp you go to, it's one of the 5 big creeps.
And that plays into Team Secret's strengths, in my opinion, which is their communication. Puppy receives this information, and maybe he hears something that's instead of taking a creep from this camp, I'm going to wait a bit and get it from another camp. And this will allow me, because Nisha's talking about, if he doesn't get the next rune, his game is really bad. Okay, I'll play for my creep for that one.
How do you feel about this Lion pick? That's exactly what they had last game, and it doesn't do really much to the early aggression of Enchantress. I feel like they're kind of setting themselves up for a similar story.
So when I play Enchantress, I like playing its line. The thing about IG, so I like the Lion pick, I don't like the Lion pick. So if this was a pub, I wouldn't like Lion. But Kaka has played Lion, I think 9 times this tournament now. after last game. He's played Lion for 4 years, and IG, they thrived in the group stage because they played their own Dota. Like, I think the worst thing that can happen to a team is if you lose game 1 and you're like, guys, let's become a different team right now. We're going to draft different, we're going to play different. Like, Secret outplayed them last game, but I think this actually gives me confidence in this situation in particular. What are your thoughts on Lion?
I think it's a hero that he gives you a lot of things that you no longer need to worry about. There's also a lot of heroes that I don't want to pick into it just because of the immense amount of disable. But then he opens up basically the need to jump him with a hero like Storm Spirit, Void Spirit that have immediate stuns, immediate silences from long range. And if you get one of those coupled with early momentum, I think he looks like he did last game, because Lion's either you can't scout him, you can't find him because they've got the vision and map control, or you just constantly have all your lanes shoved in, and then Lion is forced to reveal himself on like defensive towers, and he just doesn't look like the same hero.
I'm honestly really curious that they picked Lion there, because if you look at it from a first pick perspective, usually how it's gone this tournament, you first pick what you think is a broken hero. Right. And on the 8th pick, where they pick Lion, 2 bans, 2 picks, you pick the strongest counter pick to the 2 heroes that you see. Mm-hmm. Usually that's actually a core hero.
Yeah, I thought it was like a Luna or something.
Yeah, I mean, here, I don't know if there's some hidden synergy with the ET, some, I don't know, spirit into finger. Maybe it's just like the vision and team fight, just they're good. I mean, they're a good support duo together. It's just, I don't feel like it has a oomph you need for that pick on first pick. I mean, first pick right now, you get counterpicked on a lot of picks right now compared to second pick. I mean, they have the 4th and 5th counterpicks on you.
So now, what are these bans representing for IG? Because usually you'd protect this 4th pick, but you're not going to protect the Lion. So
why did it ban Morphling?
Yeah,
Brian?
when you have ET Lion, isn't that? I guess it's the Morph Shaker. They're just that terrified.
It has to just be Morph Shaker. Like, maybe they think even though they're countering Morphling, they'll take over the map too much with Enchantress, and you'll hit that timing with Shaker Morph. But I mean it feels wrong to me. Like, if you're going to dedicate this much to Lion, and they're going to pick something bad against Lion into it, like, I feel like you should just let them have it.
Yeah, you might as well just pick a support or a core that's weak versus Morphling.
Yeah.
Plan to ban it.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, we don't have the same information that they have. Maybe this is something that they've played in scrims, but it just, like, I can't describe exactly why. It just feels off. Like, right. And that's how I feel usually in drafts. So they did go for the Ursa ban, which I think is for the Outer Titan. I think, I can't remember who played it, but it was at this tournament. I'm not making it up. It was an Ursa versus Outer Titan, and it looked very nice.
It might have been Secret themselves, actually.
Multiple teams have played it.
Multiple teams.
Just versus Outer Titan?
It's just the enraged damage reduction. One of the few heroes that can run at you early enough that the thing ET doesn't want is a core just running at him and not being afraid of just instantly dying.
Yeah, that's a good. Also, when he gets its eggs, like usually in this tournament, I seen like ET versus I don't know, like Limp Sniper. I saw ET solo him 100-0. If you have an Ursa carry, he just waits for ET. It doesn't matter if he's magic commune. You just go on him, you bash him, you kill him.
Yeah. Now they ban out the Vengeful Spirit. So what is the purpose of this ban?
Probably a save from the Lion. A lot of times, the best way to deal with heroes like Lion is just a simple Force Staff. Same with ET Stomp. They have pretty predictable. Like they're going to put one hero in front on the side of Secret against these type of heroes like Lion and ET. And since it's a very obvious time when you're going to use your spells. And when it's like ease of execution, you also just lost to it. Maybe you're going to pick another hero like Lina in the mid lane. That's positional based. Venge, surprisingly, before TI, for people who haven't been like playing a lot of pubs, it was very popular. It's received several nerfs, but the Ags itself, when you're basically a reincarnation Wraith King from the off lane that purposely dies because you get all your spells again. So when you have Lion, you never really want to deal with a hero that you can't comfortably burst down.
Sure. They pick up the Wind Ranger Secret themselves. We have seen it on Yabzor earlier this tournament. We did theorize it could have gone mid, but they ended up putting it as a 4. So this could move the Earthshaker to a 3. But
a little bit of flexibility, right? Yeah. This is from first pick. IG now have sort of 2 counter picks ish. I mean, not really, but you do see 3 heroes. I think picking Wind Ranger, as you mentioned, like you don't quite know what Secret's doing. Mm-hmm. I do think this is most likely a Wind Ranger 4 and Earthshaker 3. But honestly, like, it couldn't be anything. I want to add on one more thing about the Venge pick, is that when you play Enchantress as 5, because I played a lot of Enchantress, one of the things you want most is simple stuns. Venge is a hero that, you just have that simple stun. It's why, like, when you play Chen Enchantress, it's nice to have, like, a carry Sven. The other thing is, when you play Enchantress lineups, your teamfight damage is weird. Like, Enchantress, she does a lot of damage, but it's slow single target damage. Venge is actually a 3 that, if she has a good game, she applies more damage than you think, just because of minus armor and aura. Just, you stun, you die, you stun again with eggs.
you're also going to get the long fight.
Yeah,
Because if they try to
that's
go on your teammate, the Venge saves them. If they go on the Venge, you've got 2 lives. The duration of the fight, I think, will come into play pretty heavily here. IG can either choose to build like sustained damage, so once they burst one target, like they could have a Medusa type carry, or they can go all in on the first 5 seconds of the fight when they pick an off-lane team fight like Mars.
That
I
does
expect
seem
something
like what it
Medusa
is,
here.
though, right? Like if IG don't get a good arena spear finger, some ET spear on it, like I feel like Secret's lineup is set up to kite them. It doesn't mean that IG can't win the fights. It just means that a lot of this game from the first 6 picks looks like it's going to be around that initial initiation. And Spectre, I mean, you know Spectre better than me, Brian. What do you think about this pick here?
I considered Spectre in regards to the fact that it's good against the 3 heroes that Secret has, like individually in team fights later on in the game. But laning stage wise, I'm imagining it's going to be a core shaker since they picked a melee carry, and Spectre one of the weakest melee carries early, and then potentially just a 4 Wind Ranger, which Spectre's good against Wind Ranger because her Desolate procs can't miss, and oftentimes Wind Ranger, when she focus fires you, will just kill herself. But if it's a support, that's not really that big of a deal. So I'm worried about her laning stage. She's got a pretty weak 5 if it is the Lion, like if they decide to rotate there. But if they do the ET, Wind Ranger as a force pretty good against ET because you can't attack when she's Wind Run. So this is a hero that I was talking about leading up to the TI so much. I didn't see it. I got really sad. He had a pretty poor win rate in the group stage. But we talked about the magic immunity against ET. You have full armor because the aura doesn't go through you. And Spectre Dispersion also doesn't do any damage to magic immune targets. So looking like a pretty free lifestealer game for Matamaman if he just gets like 1 or 2 items. They're going to need a hero IG in the mid lane that threatens physical damage. Single target, like something like a Razor. Necrophos would have been okay, not because he's physical damage, but because Lifestealer does play around using most of his hero or health pool and then infesting a target. But this last hero for IG, it's going to get lane countered, and it has to deal with Lifestealer. So,
yeah, I agree. I feel like there's a lot of conditions needed to be met for IG's last pick. And Lifestealer, honestly, I thought they were going to pick Sven there, but Matu Lifestealer, like that's a classic, you know. Even on Team Secret, I think your signature heroes do come out. And yeah, I'm trying to think as well, like just what do you need from IG's side? I feel like they sort of need a bit of damage, like sustained damage right now, right? Because they have a lot of bursts. Even the Spectre, I would say, going to eggs build. You're building eggs because you want to burst, you know, double dagger, 15 talent, some 700 nuke damage, Mars Arena Finger. They're all like, you see a target, you burst them. And I want them, I'm trying to think of, I mean, like in my head, it's just a spirit hero, but.
I feel like the game plan that's going to happen here is that Team Secret, what Lifestealer does as a carry is he has innate harass with Feast as well as his Ghoul Frenzy, which gives him a lot of attack speed and bonus damage, but it's also sustained. So when he gets like level 5, level 6, he's a carry that doesn't need any help. He's not afraid of dying to a combo like Lion Mars until Lion gets level 6, which is 10, 12 minutes into the game. So what they can do is the Enchantress can support Lifestealer for what, 3-4 minutes, and then just leave. And they can do the Venge treatment that Zai got last game, but instead it's just going to be Matamaman playing on his own. And they do go for the Kunkka.
And that's because Team Secret, they banned out all the spirit heroes. Like, I feel like this was a plan in the making, even from the second phase ban. Isn't Kunkka not good versus Lifestealer?
It's not.
Like, I feel like nothing touches Lifestealer in this lineup right now.
They're banking on killing everyone else first.
Like,
That's the only other way to deal with Lifestealer.
I mean, I know I played Lifestealer, and I play versus these Lions, and they hide in trees behind me. And they, you know, hex into some sneaky kill, but it's not reliable. Like when you play versus Lifestealer, you want something that makes this hero feel scared to be on the map. He can't just like control your safe lane. You're just like looking at him with 3 heroes, and there's 1 Lifestealer hero hitting your creeps.
Can you potentially kite him in this lineup? Because they're also really tanky. You can't fight him at all. And you even get a TA now, which is actually a great matchup against Kunkka, and a great synergy with Lifestealer. Dual core lineup.
Lifestealer is like a semi-carry in regards to the fact that he doesn't need assistance early. He doesn't need to be babysat, doesn't need to be warded for, protected, so they can give all their resources to enabling Zai's aggression against the Spectre and Nisha's triangle to farm. I'm feeling like Secret's going to set a similar pace, and I don't know if IG has the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit worried about Emo's Kunkka mid. I saw this matchup at the Animajor. I know there's been some TA nerfs, but TAs would just take Meld and -5 armor against Kunkka's, I think he has 2, maybe 3 armor. Like, it's not an easy matchup. Kunkka used to counter TA really hard before, but it's not the same anymore, I feel like.
Well, we're going to have to hear from our expert here, though, as we go now to Jenkins with his last word.
Hello. Thank you. It's me again. On one side, we got Secret Zai on his Earthshaker. Now I'm on camera. That's good. Okay. We have Puppy, who's on his Enchantress. He's going to be owning up the lanes. They're trying to snowball the lanes. We got Yapzor playing Wind Ranger. If they go late on Team Secret, they're going to win. But you have to be careful because IG, you know what they have? They got Emo on Kunkka. They have Mars again. That's a great team fighter. These guys can win the team fights if the game goes late. You're not beating a Spectre in the late game. God damn it, you think you're beating a Spectre? That's a joke. You're a complete joke. But there's a dual core on Secret. So will the dual core be successful? Will we see a Spectre win another goddamn game? There's 26 seconds left. I thought this was a lot quicker. All right, on the other side, we have back to okay, Lifestealer. Actually, one very good counter to the Spectre. But guess what? You got to win early. Will that happen? I don't know. What do I know? You know who does know something? Moxie and Guy Who Doesn't Have a Beard. Take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Jenkins. My goodness, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what was on his hands and his face and his belt. What happened over there?
Something happened in the last hour. He's just really excited about the game, just like us. It's going to be a really good match and maybe a better one for IG.
How do you feel about this Kunkka, though? Because everyone seems to have a bit of a differing opinion, not super keen on the idea, but it is good team fight, right? It's good positioning.
It is. It has great lockdown and control. It like sets up that kill for you. It's great. Going to be great against Wind Ranger support typically to lock her down and guarantee her death. It's going to be good against Earthshaker, good against Enchantress, but really bad against Lifestealer typically. And you might not always have the opportunity to kill TA either, especially once BKB timings come out. So if you can have a good laning stage, maybe get an early kill, maybe transition well, yeah, it can look really effective and they could do something good with it. But we might not see the same thing that we saw from Team Spirit when they played earlier today.
Now, one of the big things they always say in traditional sports is never give them a run back. And they allowed Secret to get the Enchantress again. It seemed like the panel felt very strongly about this pick, that it really helped solidify the lane.
It is really good, but we got to remember what happened in the last game. He got a super early first blood on Kaka because he approached the lane in a cool way with the creep, and they stunned with Matoma Man. You don't get a lot of first bloods like that right off the bat, and that's like the make or break thing for Enchantress. It's like if you can get those kills, those high-skilled mobility movements that score you lane kills that you're not supposed to get, then she does feel like the best laning support. But if you miss them, she's going to feel weaker, and her impact in the mid-game is going to be a lot worse.
So is this a lot of pressure just being placed on Puppy himself to make sure he lands these particular stuns, slows, whatever, or is a lot of it have to do with the fact that IG is going to have to really step up and mess with them?
Yeah, I think there is some pressure on him, but as long as he doesn't die and he puts lane pressure, like harassing, that already does a lot. But I would say the game we saw last match with Enchantress,
yesterday,
that's your best case Enchantress laning stage pretty much. So I'd be surprised if we see another one.
All right. See the nice block over here in the mid lane. It's going to be Nisha versus Emo. Nisha really popped off last time. How likely is it that we're going to see something very similar again?
Well, they do have sort of squishy supports once again. The Lion as well as the Elder Titan. They're going to have to be a bit careful here, as he does get his Blink Dagger and his basically once he starts getting aggressive on the map. So that's a scary thing for sure. A lot of battling over camp stuff here. Kaka just trying to lower Puppy's HP so he can block the camp from spawning. He's already got the large camp blocked. Now just trying to run circles because he knows he's not going to trade as well as
Puppy. Just dodging in and out of the tree line. This is some next level peekaboo going on.
Kaka blocked it, so he accomplished his goal, but now he's got to get out. And this part is tough.
How does he get out?
Yeah. This is a nice advantage.
Oh, all right. 60-something hit points. Pops the salve. Easy peasy.
This is a cool movement or change for Enchantress. Rather than going for Enchant level 1, he's like, you know what? I'm going to change it up. I'm just going to get heal, and now there's absolutely no way you can out-trade me. That's one of the weaknesses for Lion. He's not the best trading hero. He's going to get speared to a wall. He's got heal, though. We'll see if he lives. It's going to be close.
Oh, he's trying to heal up. Is it going to be enough, though, Purge? That's the question. Is he going to make you look like a fool?
He had enough. The Tango usage and the ulti pop. So the only downside, though, heals a lot of mana, and he is out now. So it's going to be a little harder for him to fight, but he's got items coming.
Top lane, a lot of harass being put back and forth, especially with the Yapzor just plinking away. You know, the Wind Ranger got picked up, and I swear to God, I heard a creature just scream somewhere in the arena.
I heard it, too. I didn't hear it, but I could feel my bones shivering. So I just knew something weird was going
Is
on
it
in
haunted?
the stadium. I'm not sure what it was, but honestly, in the drafting stage, I agree with some of the weird things, some of the questions about Wind Ranger. But Wind Ranger 4 against a double melee lineup, that looks great for me. So Ollie's not going to be able to abuse Astral Spirit and his high damage right click because he can just cast Wind Run and walk away. So it's going to make it pretty easy for a Wind Ranger to just put a massive arrows into Spectre.
This has got to be very annoying for Fly. Ollie doing the best he can, trying to pull the waves, trying to just make some more breathing room for the Spectre.
It's going okay. On the other side of the map, JT Mars, he's the last hit leader at the moment. He had a great game last game. I think he did a lot of the good things he needed to do to be successful, but one of the scary things about the IG lineup, again, is they're very burst heavy, and while Lifestealer's very difficult for them to chain, lockdown, and kill if he is able to cast Rage in time, his ulti is also a counter to burst damage, because it's not just going to be him defending himself, he can also pump a lot of HP into whoever on Secret gets gone on. So Lifestealer is kind of like doubly effective this game. I think it was a great pick.
Already starting to see Nisha's farm start to get a little bit higher, has been stacking the camp off to the side each time. Have we seen any stacks moving around here? Oh, hold that thought. Puppy bottom lane. Again, these sprites just keeping them alive. Kaka has to be careful, though. Get the spike off, they finally hit Puppy, but they'll follow up with a kill on Kaka.
Very close. Matu almost gets the kill first, going a little better for JT, and that's a great hero to start off. Ooh, he's going the Meteor Hammer Mars build. That's going to be fun. We've seen this in some games, and I think this is one of the coolest things about Mars right now. His early item builds are super variable depending on the game, and what this one provides is better burst damage. It allows him to get solo kills, whereas normally he can solo kill like some squishy supports, but now he's going to be able to kill these like medium HP heroes as well. So he's going to be able to ulti, spear somebody to wall, drop the hammer on him, and so for a hero like Enchantress, she's got to be worried about this. If JT hits a good timing on this Meteor Hammer, she just can't really play that close to him anymore.
Your admiral is on board.
You can see the movement coming out, just making sure that they can grab those water runes for their mid laners. Evenly spread out. Yaps are trying to find the perfect position. He's going to keep getting clicked here. Ollie. He's going to be fine. Does have some wards on him, and that's another thing too, just discussing vision. I felt like in the first game, Secret really just took away a lot of the map and was able to put down great vision the entire time. The second that they showed up, Zai was there. Hold that thought though, Ollie. Nah, he's fine.
They could have maybe got him a little lower, but not worth the mana to throw the shackle there. They're just going to keep his HP a bit low until he pops his salve here. Cost him some money on his goal to do well as a support. And possible rotations. Yaps are just going to follow Ollie as well. Don't let him stack. Don't let him get stuff done mid. He even puts a ward down to spot where Ollie's ultimately going. They could use this opportunity to swing back top and pressure Fly some more, but for now, want to make sure they can cover the TA in the mid lane. Again, that's the hero they want to keep ahead. She's doing great. And now that Kunkka's 6, this is a timing where it makes a lot of sense for IG supports to rotate mid.
You can see everyone moving. Trying to protect the TA, trying to make something happen. Kaka got held there. Creep. They're getting some body blocks. That's a decent amount of damage. It goes to stun. Back up over on the side though. Xbox spot into the torn, into the boat. Plus the sleep over onto Nisha. He's got to get out of there. Pops the fairy fire. Can he get out fast enough? Emo's trying to be cheeky, throwing back that high five that Nisha has been throwing at him all game number 1. But not quite enough damage. Kaka. Ooh, he's ticking down.
Well, you're fine, man, but he wanted to go back to the base. I get it. He's worried about something getting him. That was pretty funny. The power shot that hits, that's a kill. Didn't get it, though. So pretty even game. That was cool to see both teams get ready for either of them doing a rotation. They ended up initiating great on Kaka, but not enough damage, and then they barely keep Nisha alive. That was fun. In the meantime, Puppy jungling aggressively, going to block Ancient Camps to limit some of those stacks. Once again, using Enchantress as a way to offset that stack advantage that they might have had from earlier on. But now Nisha might be the one getting the same pressure on the other side of the map.
Ollie taking a couple hits from Nisha. Will land the Echo Stomp. Kaka for the opening. Lands Spike over on the side. Power shot comes to Ollie. He needs to be careful. He's going too far. Hex comes out. Keep him alive. That was almost very costly.
Yeah, Yapsor was the clinch moment there. He was able to stun Emo from approaching there. Now he's the one in trouble.
Yapsor might be tanking this gank here. Is it even a gank? Stomp, sleep. And there's the kill.
Did make them spend a lot of resources though, so it's not the worst. Look at these double wards actually placed. This is a small mistake, maybe on the IG side, because they basically covered 2 of the same spots at pretty much the same moment, but on the bright side, lower chance they both get dewarded, so they're going to have great control over the tri-camp area if TA tries to farm there.
Both the cores over on the side of Secret and on IG, about even in terms of their CS currently. Does feel like we have, oh, there's a nice shackle with power shot. Kaka walks into some friends, or maybe not they're necessarily friends.
It's a lot of damage actually. He had that enchant totem ready to go, so great pick off now. Fly being the one pressured top. No echo slam, so probably not a kill here.
Oh, the shackle, not quite.
Okay, if that's echo, that's very likely a kill here. 3 points in power shot is going to be huge damage output right now for Wind Ranger. So even though he probably won't have a focus fire, they're in a good spot in terms of their scalability, and Zai can keep pressuring Fly. Anytime he comes forward, enchant totem, AoE damage, follow up. Fly's low. He wants to go for the kill, but he's gonna run a Fly back and forth, and he's got to worry. There's just a power shot here. He's gonna die to the combo.
Meanwhile, I haven't seen much of Matumba Man here. Just kind of a gentleman's agreement between him and JT. We're going to hit creeps. We're going to, harass a little bit. But JT, important to note, has that Meteor Hammer online.
Yeah, but the downside is that his ability to like spear into hammer it's not going to happen basically. The spear stun duration 2.8, you need at least 3 seconds of stun to chain stun them. So that means that Matumba Man's always going to be able to get rage off if he goes for this kill. So as long as Matumba doesn't have to worry about like Lion Hex for chain stun, then there's no way he dies. They can both farm pretty equally, and this is fine for Secret as long as they're getting other stuff done on the map. But at some point they will need to start crushing and getting kills.
I like how you mentioned that. You can see that Lion was already making the rotation down to the bottom area. First, Puppy's creep spots him and pushes him back, but nothing like just getting whacked by the servant of an enchantress.
Yeah, this is really annoying to deal with. Any summon hero like this, you just run him at supports. He can't deal with this too well. Tranquil Boots is going to offset the regen, but like in 13 seconds and then time after that. So it just slows down all the pressure while Puppy gets a little bit of levels. And he's the perfect hero to sit down here.
Oh, the top lane, the Shackle connects, power shot, Gentle. They're going to immediately teleport people up, though. And to try to protect Fly's eye. Perhaps he's gone too far. He's turning back around. It's thinking maybe he wants to go back in. Goes to the Echo Slam. He's got himself a life stealer inside of him. Pop right back out again. Ollie running away. Fly now sitting so very low. The Shackle, it connects. Can they finish anything, though, is the question. Is Secret. They're putting down the pressure, but they haven't quite managed to win this war just yet. JT getting into position. The Torrent catching over onto Matumba. Emo trying to get some of that cleave damage off JT. Han comes out. Fly. They want Matumba Man. They get the Hex. They're going to just follow up with the stun, with the arena. And that's a dead Matumba Man.
That was a long chase to get that kill, but they finally snag it. Only a 1k advantage, and TA's been hitting creeps the whole time, but I think the nice thing for Secret in that is that they got JT to TP to the top lane, and that fight ended up finishing about by the tier 1, which is kind of the direction he's going anyway, so it's not the worst for him, but Secret really made them work for that fight, and they did a great job covering each other as they were escaping. And that's going to mean that that gold advantage that they just got from killing Lifestealer is not going to feel nearly as strong. But ultimately, Secret's damage is just not quite high enough yet. It looked okay, they almost killed Spectre, but until Lifestealer gets his first item, his damage just doesn't feel that big.
Pressure being placed on the bottom tower with the Meteor Hammer, like you said. Need a little bit more disable in order to take them out too. But those towers are free game.
Yeah, and that's the other nice thing that Meteor Hammer provides to you. On the bright side, if they can keep drawing JT around the map to teamfight, he's not going to be able to take these towers super easily, but in the same moment, Lifestealer's top, slapping his own tier 1. So these should fall about the same time. So I'd say the game looks pretty even right now in terms of raw net worth. They haven't really let Kunkka get that much advantage. He's gotten 1 kill, 1 assist, so Emo is top net worth. He's happy. Also got an armlet, by the way. They're all going to have tons of armor and HP and strength. This is just like the item of the patch right now, or at least this tournament. And I think a lot of it comes down to like ET, maybe trending it a little bit. This super high armor, lots of HP, fighting early. It's a perfect item for that. So maybe part of the reason it's so popular.
I mean, this is just a patch in general where I think we're just seeing way more skirmishing way early. It's not one of those patches where people are sitting back and farming. And if you do, it's usually just the one. So perhaps that's it. But also, when you consider the way that both of these teams play, right? This is definitely a lineup where you're going to see, you know, a lot of action fairly early.
Yeah, and they're going to notice the camp being blocked now. Let's see if they end up getting the sentry, or sorry, cliff ward as well. Oh, they're actually not. I don't know if they would have checked the cliff anyways, but it's okay. Main goal was to deward the Ancients, and that's going to be accomplished here, so it'll be easier for TA to accelerate. But there's some pretty good separation between the Kunkka and the enemy team right now. He's pressuring. JT going to hammer cheese this one out as well.
Throughout the fort.
That was helpful. Yeah, it saves hundreds of HP on the tower. It's going to delay this by a lot. The hammer cooldown is pretty long, 24 seconds. And they're smoking on the secret side, looking for a possible setup here.
Also going to teleport Matumba Man in. Just to see if he's going to hitch a ride. It's not.
That's cool. IG reads that one really good. On the bright side for Secret, though, they still didn't reveal their smokes. They don't know for sure that they were playing there. And now IG smoking towards bottom. Likely looking for TA, Earthshaker, something like that if they can.
There's no one home, though. They've all moved over to that mid tower. They've read this quite clearly on the side of Secret.
Double damage.
They're wandering around the pit. Oh my word, how many double damage runes has Nisha had today?
In his defense, he saved this one. It's maybe part of the reason they wanted to fight. Grabbed the DD, bottled it. They would have used in that previous fight. Here's the scout, but it's going to be late, I think.
JT shackled to the tree. This is not looking good. The stop, though, coming out. Pop out again. Are they going to be able to blow? Oh, there's the Echo Slam. They get the kill on JT. Secret going right in the haunt for the Firefly. He wants to get in. They have the finger. Can they finish him off? Can they kill the top of it? They will. And they get the Aegis of the Immortal over onto Fly. Nisha, he does so much damage, but he's going to be denied immortality this time around. Zai trying to get them off of that spirit. And they'll go right in again. Emo, that's a big melt strike. Kaka went down. It's going to be Nisha who falls as IG striking back hard. Fly-Fi, though. There's a trap. There's a stun. There's plenty of damage. This spooky ghost will get taken down the first time. JT joining back. Oh, Zai, though, with the quick fingers. He doesn't care about your arena.
I mean, they got the Aegis stolen from them, but that was pretty good considering Dire also got the last hit. And it looked pretty solid for Secret. It looked like they were going to be able to finish it. They shackled JT. They killed him without him casting a single spell. That was the biggest accomplishment for them. But the downside was that Nisha started getting really scared that IG was going to haunt in and take the Aegis. So rather than finishing Roche, she just started hitting the Spectre illusion. And at that point, things got a little bit hairy. Matumba Man also ran out of the pit, infested there on Zai so that he could jump in to get some damage output. So then when he ends up running towards the Roche pit in trouble after using Enrage there, he's not able to infest an ally. He ends up getting gone on. Nisha's trying to buy some time so he doesn't get hit by the boat, and that just opened up IG a great opportunity to take this. But with that said, they cleaned up those supports very effectively. That lion kill right there was huge. Otherwise, he repositions, he lands more disables. Instead, Secret's able to eke out a bunch of kills and actually make that feel about even. So not terrible for them, but I'm sure they would have preferred to have the Aegis for free. Picking up Fly as well at the end was really important. So IG's happy, but if we look at the scoreboard and the goal difference, it's still pretty even.
Still anyone's game, just a plenty of excitement though, which is what I like out of my Dota games.
Me too. So now they're pressuring the mid tier 1. Puppy gonna take some creeps as well. A little torrent here. This is dangerous for Enchant.
Just poking the ball with the boat. Do they have enough? The Shackle was in a good position. Oh, the Fissure, though, on the side, interrupting. Back again. Tumbler Toy going to be able to allow JT to pre-position.
I like how Puppy plays Enchantress typically. He goes for that front line, I'm a healer type hero. That's what he wants to do in this game. Just be the one that his opponents go on, and maybe they ulti combo him, maybe they throw the boat on him like that. As long as he gets his heal off, likely going to survive. And that was the case there, easily.
Emo having to use that X marks the spot, but there's just a creep hitting their tower here. Hello.
And Solar Crested, so and plus 70
like,
damage.
What is this nonsense? Get out of here.
That was actually a lot of damage.
Yes,
it was pretty impressive.
It was.
All right, now he's got
sending another one.
Time for some shards. Here they come.
All right, here we go. Gonna cut that wave. Send the big old boy over here.
Dude,
Oh
is...
my gosh. Look at that. He stuns him.
my God, he did it.
Poppy.
Throws the stun out so his opponent
In
can't.
the bottom lane, though, they find a kill on Zai.
All right, they get something out of the map. That's good. 25 seconds, though, before Shaker comes back, and he's still going to have his spells, so not a bad loss there for Secret, considering their tower is still 3/4 full, and now they're taking away map control from IG. Once you lose that mid-tier 1, it's harder to control Roche. It's going to be harder for them to TP and back up their allies. It means pushing out the mid-creep wave feels more dangerous, and that's all dangerous stuff for IG. As Secret keeps getting farther and farther. Well, they're not that far ahead, but still, Deso and Blink on TA is a scary thing for these supports at the least. Ganking Lifestealer is really hard. So the fights, while their team fight's very good, IG's got to be a bit worried about pickoffs for a while here.
Which is funny, because that's usually how they like to fight over on the side of IG. They don't want to get jumped. And as I say that, they found themselves Kaka. Stomp, though, buys a bit more time. Kinnear Shackle on the back lines. Ollie is going to be the sacrificial lamb. And that's the Blink Dagger picked up for Lion this time. So already, this game shaping up a bit differently here for IG.
I do like how Secret approached that, though. They're ready to take the fight. They run Enchantress way in the front, pops the heal, and then IG expects like a full committal, so they pop Haunt there. But the reality was, like, the Haunt just ends up being kind of wasted. So they still get their pick-off kill. Their heroes are pretty happy. Everything's going fine. Now Secret finally getting a gold advantage. TA surprisingly just going even with Kunkka at this point in the game, because Emo's been farming so fast. And it's a beautiful Heaven's Halberd game. That was his item choice. Amazing item against the TA. Pretty good against Lifestealer as well if you can cast it at the right time. And their teamfight's only going to get better. I assume he's going to go for the old water park build with Ags and Shard.
I do love a good water
we'll
bender. Yeah, Absor throws out the shackle, just warning off.
That was good he did that.
Nearby.
He would have gone next otherwise, and his chances of surviving that combo were low. So, slow down the rotation. There's also an Ags up on Spectre, though, so he's ready to also join these fights. This is where things get scary. JT actually going to go TP. Looks like they want to fight somewhere else. Killing Puppy seemed a little too hard for him. And even though he's got that Meteor Hammer build, we just haven't really seen it used outside of killing buildings so far.
Ooh, an Infest Bomb popping now. They're going to try to lock him into place, and they'll get the kill on Fly. Smoke over on the side of IG. They were hoping to make something happen. Like you said, they had that Aghanim Scepter completed. But jump forward, JT is over to the wall. They get the stun. The sleep, the boat's coming out. The Earth Splitter is wildly too. They hit 3. Over on the side, the Echo Step coming out from Zai, but it's already too late for Puppy. Somehow Nisha's still alive. Ollie, though, is in a world of hurt, as JT is forced to throw the spear out against the tree. And IG will back.
Put a lot of resources into that. And most importantly, what it was is that Refraction was pretty much almost off cooldown by the time they won on him. So they got Nisha low. He pops the Essence Ring. He knows he's the guy to kill in these fights. Between Essence Ring and the new Refraction charge, after that boat hits, he's able to reset and his team backs him up. So they get a lot out of that. A lot of big spells were used on the IG side. They'd killed Spectre earlier, and they pick off the Elder Titan, all exchanged for an Enchantress. Not a huge loss here. And Enchantress is only going to get harder to kill. He hasn't bought Locke yet. He's got a Solar Crest. He just picked up Untouchable at level 9 because he just knew it wasn't that important earlier. So he's just going to be even harder to kill when he frontlines.
Net worth still fairly even between the two mid players here. 11k on Kunkka, 10k over on this Templar Assassin, and they're making moves on the side of IG. Got JT, he's going to be making his way over, letting Kaka lead. They know that Nisha probably is in this area. Kaka not going to go quick enough. It's going to disrupt the vision, though. Follow up with the Hex. They have the Shadow Step. Fly joining on in. Torrent comes out. Can they finish him off to sleep? Nah, Nisha goes down.
It's a great catch.
Ooh, looking for someone else. They found themselves a Puppy. Come back, Puppy, says Fly. We're not done just yet.
And there's the negative. If they can catch your heroes one by one and separate you, that's where IG can run you down so easily. Especially with the Ags on Spectre. Can haunt one fight, use Shadow Step for the other one. The dagger is such a good vision tool. You can just stay on top of the TA and get JT to follow up. These Blink daggers are really powerful for IG right now.
JT on the hunt. Tumble in, though. Let's finish up the Silver Edge. Zai just right outside. They go for the Shadow Step, though. They want to get rid of this Earthshaker. Follow up the Meteor Hammer. Not going to be able to quite connect as they do clean up over onto Ollie. Zai does eventually fall. Got the Gale going. Kaka. Oh, the Shackle. Oh, Kaka's dead. And it's looking like we should probably be able to see the escape, but...
Run out of stuns there. Earthshaker is like 85% of their stuns. He dies in the top set there. I like how Matumba did that. He goes for the Silver Edge after the armlet. He's just running around looking for these easy support kills. If he catches either Lion or the Elder Titan, it's a pretty easy kill if he starts on melee range. And that's what the case was there. Just a bit unfortunate they didn't have another Disable to stop or kill Kunkka. That would have been a great pickup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I'm sure Emo is feeling very lucky and very happy that they weren't able to get their hands on him.
Yeah, he's pretty survivable now. Picks up a plate mail, so not going to go the water park build, unfortunately. All about keeping his hero survivable. And there's a lot of physical damage that's perfect for him.
Some pressure placed on Emo. They send the Hellbear Smasher after him. He's just going to back up, rejoin with the team. I wouldn't be surprised to see... Yeah, I was about to say, I bet we're going to see another smoke.
Saw the Gale Force for the first time in that last fight. It was pretty fun. And it's so good when your opponents are trying to retreat, typically, because it just gives you, it basically like stuns them for a second or two if you can Gale in the correct direction. Lands those easy, it gives you those easy shackle shots. And now Puppey and Secret going to do the same thing. IG's position, they know Roche is up soon. This is going to be the shard one.
There is a BKB completed.
Ooh, this could be Matumba Man in trouble top.
Matumba Man, he's baiting in. They'll follow it up, but no way. Gale Force coming in hot. This is looking bad for all. He's going to get power shot at JT too. He just gets obliterated as they'll follow up. Emo, he's tanky. We talked about this. He's going to just try to crawl away, but there's so many people holding him into place. Kaka does fall offside the screen. He's forced to just teleport out. Oh, he can't. He's going to be stuck here. They're on the high five. Come on, give us the high five. Let's go, Emo. You're going all the way back to your base in a body bag.
I'm surprised that fight was so one-sided, but it started off well. Mars dropped his ulti. That was, I guess, the most obvious part. He almost catches Lifestealer, but he gave him just a little bit too much time. He's able to infest the Earthshaker and get out of danger, even though Enrage was gone. And once that was wasted and they whiffed their initiation, the rest of the fight was going to be really hard.
There it is. There's the first Roche of the game going over to Nisha.
And that's going to give net worth separation. 1,400 free gold for TA for the silence traps. That's going to be really dangerous for Lion. If he ever plays in the area of TA and he walks over a trap, he's just dead. It's going to get silenced and TA is going to 3-shot him. No difficulty until he gets the Ghost Scepter.
Purge, I'm pretty sure it's already scary to be a Lion in this game.
It really is. But for these top pro players, they're going to be quick to react most of the time. Matumba Man gets spotted here from the sentry and Ollie's running for the hills. Maybe they can turn this around and get a kill though.
They have to be very careful in the way that they position. Look at this, the way that Secret, they immediately sweep to the side. IG lurking over in the shadows, looking for the perfect initiation. Zai, though, he's going to get initiated upon. There's no JT. With that Infest Bomb, the Gale Force. Oh, the Shackle is dragging the Sea Captain back. Mars, he's going to buy back all of the Earth Spy and go to follow up with the Arena. They're doing so much damage, they're going to be able to take down Matu. Kaka now running for his life. Nisha's just got too much damage. The buyback are coming out. The echo from Zai buys him just enough time. But then they turn it around again. Puppey just getting cut by the rest of the side of IG. They strike back furiously.
That was pretty solid for IG for what they wanted, but it did cost them 2 buybacks, one on Mars and one on Kaka. But hey, they were able to kill Matumba Man. He committed Infest earlier just to initiate so he could jump in with the Earthshaker. And at this point in the game, I'm beginning to doubt that a little bit in terms of effectiveness. I mean, he's already got a Silver Edge. Obviously, they're playing a Sentry Wards a lot, but I can't help but think I would prefer he initiates that way instead. Let's take a look at the start of the fight. Nisha gets X'd. They kill JT instantly. And at this point, when things look bad, JT buys back. Because they can put a lot of pressure into Kunkka, but he's really hard to kill. And when they get that sleep setup and that spear onto Matumba Man, he is super dead. Kaka gets cleaned up on the back line. ET gets pressured, but Zai gets X comboed. He gets pulled back into this. The Meteor Hammer lands on 2, which was amazing. Great comboing there. But 2 buybacks is going to make the fight a little closer to even.
Emo in the mid lane. Nisha wanders by. A little bit of a Gale Force wind. He's a sea captain. He can deal with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's used to the powerful wins. But you just can't pressure this guy. He is so tanky. He's got almost 40 armor on a strength hero. He's got to be like the guy you ignore, I can't help but think. But that's the tough thing. Usually the mid players are a little squishier, these spirit type heroes, but these strength tanky ones are a little bit different. The real goals on Secret, you got to kill JT, I think. He's by far the best disable on the IG side. And obviously the supports as well are great pickoffs. So once you get those guys dealt with, the supports and ideally JT, the other two are easy to work down if you have a hero advantage.
Look at the dedication that IG is putting on the map to make sure that they're rid of just any vision, like those TA traps. They're just playing Minesweeper at this point, and also just trying to protect themselves from this Lifestealer. Right on top of a trap here.
That's some good info, but JT is not necessarily the guy they want right away. The silence there ends up stopping Kunkka's X combo. But here they go.
The backline, the Echo Slam comes out. Ollie! He just immediately then follow up with the Arena. The Gale Force blowing everybody away, though. Kaka tries to run out. They'll be able to get the kill over on Sazai, but he's already done what he needs to get done. Yapzor X to back. Emo, he's a tanky person. Looking for the stomp. Fly. He's going to try to create some kills. He's trying to just get away as fast as he can, but Kaka not going to be as lucky. They'll turn around again. Yapzor falling. They're going right after Matu. Matu's not looking too great. Is he going to be able to hide? They have so much vision everywhere. That was the problem. Looks like he is going to survive.
He is so fast there when he rages. So they sort of win another team fight. 6k gold for them, and the TA's Aegis is just not something that IG ever wanted to put effort into. And it's kind of interesting, but hey, it's allowing Nisha to basically do what he wants in the fights, hit those supports, prevent Kaka from getting a Ghost Scepter. Because if he had this in the last two fights, the fights do not go well for Secret. So the fact that they're continuing to keep him down is a big advantage.
Some nice neutral items dropping here as well. Did you know, I believe this is the first TI that we have neutral items.
Really? That's interesting. Because we've seen a couple phases of neutral items so far.
We have.
All right, still playing the map aggressively. Matoma Man is looking for these easy ones. Gonna hit on the creep wave. JT could go on him, but it's still really hard.
Look who's lurking nearby.
Oh, is he gonna hit him with the hammer?
Nice.
He gets him.
Does manage land. Little cheeky move. Just teleport on out. Just saying hello.
If he had one other support there, that they can actually get a kill with that. That would have been really cool. Either way, what better BM than landing a meteor hammer on an enemy hero when they don't know you're there? That was pretty cool.
Surprised we didn't see the high five coming out.
That's really dangerous. A great way to reveal exactly where you're standing. There's times for it. That was not one of them.
Important to note, another big item coming out for the side of Secret. We have the BKB picked up now for the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that one's big. I love always using Fade Grenade. It's one of the best items for Earthshaker neutral. You just use Enchant Totem, you throw the Fade Grenade out, so you get basically 2 Enchant Totems. The first one, the Fade Grenade one, doesn't count. It's a huge amount of damage, especially against the supports. That's very spooky for IG. But now that he has the BKB, he can continue being as aggressive as he wants, but he's going to be able to retreat afterwards. Run out of any X worries, or the Mars ulti, or the Stomp. Zai's going to get multiple rounds of spells this fight, almost for sure.
Look at this, though. Look at the win probability. It is still anyone's game, even though there's a 6k net worth lead going over to the side of Secret. And the later that this game goes, the scarier it's going to become for Team Secret.
Yeah, that's true. Spectre as a late game carry is just so strong, because any damage you take is going to get reflected in almost all circumstances. And now it's time for the Ags on Kunkka. It's going to be great against the Wind Ranger, the Enchantress. Once again, he puts a little pressure on Yapzor top, just popping the reality, or the Shadow Step for that one.
You can feel the way that IG are just holding together very tightly. They know that their Spectre can join them in any sort of fight that breaks out. So,
Man, Puppy's quite far in this game. This is one of those matches where he's just hitting creeps constantly. He bought the Shard. He's got Holy Locket. He's constantly going to have some spirits flying around him. He got the heal talent. His whole goal is stay alive in the fights. And it's looking pretty viable right now, honestly. They don't have the best ways to just kill him right off the bat. So as long as he gets his heal off, he should be able to keep his lifesteal and others alive. But the gold advantage is still pretty flat. Secret just going to be looking for an opportunity, maybe a pickoff. but they've got Roche control. That's the big thing, and it's coming up kind of soon.
They have the Roche control, but they also just picked up some more items over on the side of IG here. We now have the Aghanim Scepter completed. We're going to have the Torrent Storm, the Water Bending, and it's going to be a bit more dangerous for them to fight around the pit if they get the initiation off in time. Granted, they do have BKBs. The jump forward, though, they found themselves Anisha with the torch, going to put them over. They use the finger, and they have the damage to take him down. And this is looking like a dead puppy, too. The sleep comes out, all the water up. Again, the high five being thrown into the air.
Very close. The Fissure might have bought him some time there to survive. He could have gotten the BKB off potentially and escaped on the TA, but unfortunately he was just a little bit off. Wasn't able to catch JT from throwing the spear, so two big pickoffs, and that's a big gap close in terms of net worth now. Those IG pickoffs everybody's been talking about paying off hugely there.
That's how they like to play it. They're allowed to play it, but this is not looking great here for Fly. That Gale Force wins. He's trapped. Birds in the wind's not his friends.
And Yaps are paying off, right? He's been spending constant time top, pressuring with power shot from a safe distance, and he's still contributing with the Gale Force there, keeping them separated. So Matoma Man got an item coming out. It's going to be the Basher now. It's going to make it even easier for him to kill those supports. Might be able to catch him before they go Scepter, for example. But for people with high net worth, it's all those cores, the carries and the mids, all sitting about equal. The game's still up for anybody. But that pickoff was huge. That's going to make it so IG can't take Roche right now.
They should probably take advantage of it because the Templar Assassin is about to respawn. They're going to try to play the vision game, though. They've got a gem online. Matu walking into the pit, and they have to be careful. This Elder Titan. I've said Earth or Elemental. Good lord.
He's an Earth dude. It's okay.
He's an Earth Elemental, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He created Earth.
Torrent landing on 2. They're going to try to finish it off quickly. It's a bit risky. The shackle, the pushback. They just go. They get it. Gale Force win, hitting on 4. It is so breezy today as they follow it with an arena. The Silas landing over on the 3's eye is just chasing them down one by one. The push over again. Follow up the boat. Pop B-side. Step easy peasy. Do manage to go, and they'll try to put out some more damage with that illusion with the Spectre chasing after Poppy, but it is too late.
I looked away for a second. All of a sudden, Roche was dead, but it kind of makes sense. Lifestealer does huge amount of damage. Tia has insane minus armor right now. But I think my favorite thing about that fight is after the Gale Force clumped up IG so much, Zai blinks to the high ground with the Fissure, and I was like, oh, he's running into Echo. He didn't actually have it, but I love that he moved in to make it seem like he was going to.
Purge, what's the weather like today?
It's cold, very windy. Been rained on many times today, and Kaka is not liking it. That's what I gotta say. But
no, indeed, it's a little too windy for the liking of IG.
Ward's doing a great job spotting out Secret, making them feel scared going high ground, but not Puppy. Turns the heal on, he runs at his opponents. Go ahead, guys.
Look at all those sprites, oh my word.
I mean, his heal's incredible right now. I've done the math before on this Nature's Attendance skill, and it's insane how much heal it puts out. If it's not like 4 heroes hitting him, he's not dying.
I don't think 4 heroes want to hit him. I think they have much more important heroes to hit.
Mid-tier 2 just being pressured by Anisha alone with that Aegis. They did get an Egg Shard Blessing, by the way. That went on Lifestealer. It's going to be very helpful. You know, I used to be a hater of this Eggs, but I played with it recently. It feels great because you've got a 20-second cooldown and being able to jump in an opponent. Normally it has to be an ally. Now it's like whoever's killing you.
The initiation going, and immediately the Echo Slam coming up from the side, but they all get hit with the torrent. That's going to be the Aegis, just immediately got Zai is taken down. There's less control now. So Ghost Scepter coming in. Puppy, is he going to be able to make it out? It's not looking great, but over onto the back lines. Nisha, he's been disarmed. He's got the BKB, and still he's just taken out.
Incredible team fight for IG.
Oh, they're not done. They want Matu. They get there fast enough, though, is the question. Do they have the lockdown? JT, he wants this kill, but rest a secret. Will retreat.
I'm sorry, they put the eggs on somebody else. Who's got it? I'm very confused. It must have been stolen. They must have gotten it on the IG side.
No.
Where?
It's on Zai.
Oh, it's on Zai. Oh, I'm sorry.
Zai.
My bad. That's the one here I didn't click on. He did have it queued up before. Probably just called for it. It's very good on Earthshaker too, but in that fight, IG got a great pick off. Speared them right to the tower, picks off Earthshaker, no BKB able to be activated there. And that's not how he wants to start the fight.
Is not indeed.
Toma's gonna have to farm his own dang items, unfortunately. He'll get there though. Well, Spectre's really farmed though. Scotty Ags, Manta, 4,000 gold in the bank. That's a good place to be, I gotta say. He's got 4,000 health at the moment. It's gonna take a long time to eat through that. But with that said, they do have Silver Edge, so they've got ways to make it easier.
The later this game goes, the nicer it looks for the side of Invictus Gaming.
Other than the 10k gold advantage, yes. I totally agree. It's scary. But they still have, like, their team fights are still a little hard to execute. Mars' abilities, excellent if you can land the spear, but it can be a little hard. Kunkka combos, until you get like a Hex or something, you're always gonna have to play around your allies, basically. And against this many BKBs on the Secret side and a Lifestealer, it's gonna be difficult to land those combos. So as long as Secret keeps out farming them on the map, it looks pretty good for him.
That Centaur with no respect here on Emo. Get that out of here, he says.
No vision as they walk over traps.
Well, they had a gem,
okay.
But it got... there it is. They have it.
Mars is fine. He's got it. They'll clear up all these traps.
Take back their outpost.
Yeps are still doing the same thing. Playing top lane, pushing it out. This is a good move because then him or somebody else can threaten the rack.
Pops the BKB to avoid the windy weather. Go for the shadow stab though. Throw up the arena. Yapsor, he's making them work for it. Making them burn some big spells. But he does fall.
Oh, Fly jumps bottom actually on
sees
Nisha.
himself a Nisha. Nisha popping his own BKB. He says, I want to get the heck out of here.
Drops again. Please, cancel your TP. Safe thing to do for Nisha there. Is just pop that BKB and run. This is the nastiest thing about Scotty. It is an incredible slow against any ranged hero. So TA is super hard countered by it. Because anytime you hit him, whether you pop BKB or not, you're not running away. So he's kind of forced to BKB TP almost every time. Even though there wasn't quite somebody there in time to interrupt the stun, it was by far the safest thing to do.
Secret realizing that the side of IG in the bottom area will be able to reclaim yet again. It's all about trying to keep control of this map, right? Especially when you're Team Secret. The fact that they have a Spectre, Spectre wants to be able to go hit these creeps, continue to farm, is so utterly important.
And that's the nice thing as well. They can just drag IG around the map ideally, and that's what they've been doing. They keep pushing top with Windranger. There's occasionally a gank bottom, but it wasn't just Spectre, other heroes TP'd, and that just means Secret can now go hard on the top lane again. So they retake the Shrine. Puppey plays in the middle area. That way, if anybody that's gone on, it's him. He has lesser net worth, isn't as important, is harder to kill. So it just means IG has to spend a lot of time running back and forward. So as long as Secret doesn't overcommit to bad fights or engage in one of these poor engagements, then they should farm a little faster than their opponents. And that's why they've been able to stay even.
Do have a smoke coming out from the side of IG. They want to take advantage and try to gain some of their ground back because it's been very difficult. Puppey not necessarily.
Even pop his heal, he knew he was super dead there. that was the one that makes it by far easiest for IG to win a team fight. So taking him off the map is going to mean that Nisha and Matoma Man can farm more aggressively right now if they wish. And now it's basically Nullifier territory for the Secret lineup. It's the item that's going to counter all of the Ghost Scepters or other evasive items that IG are using to be effective. Mars is going to miss having a Ghost Scepter, I gotta say. He does have BKB now, so he's got some solution, but...
Mars does have a Ghost Scepter.
No, I mean, but Nullifier is going to nullify.
Oh, right.
I didn't mean to say nullify it, but you know what I mean. Once he's got BKB, it's going to provide good protection from Nullifier, but if they can get pickoffs on, like, Lion at the start of every fight, that's going to be really good.
All right, well... Take a look at that net worth between the cores here. It is just so neck and neck.
It is. It's a really close game. Roche could respond in 20 seconds here.
It'll be very important that they're able to take out the Elder Titan before they get in. They just have so much AoE team fight on the side of IG. It's very scary for the side of Secret, but there's some pressure being placed over in the top lane. See Nisha's poking over at Emo back and forth. They're smoked up.
I kind of feel like IG has two plays now. They either like disable pick off somebody, or they just wait out the or fight through the BKBs, try to stay alive, and then drop mega strong Kunkka abilities. But it's like almost going high ground. Just really thinking about it.
Coming out from the side of IG. They're hunting.
They see him.
The Yapsor is going to be the first person that they spot out. Follow up with the Fissure, the Shadow Step, and that is going to be a dead Yapsor. Do they get anything else? That was the question. Yes, they do. They found themselves a Nisha, and the jump forward again. Echo Slam comes out. They'll get the kill on JT. Followed up with the Gale Force Winds. My God, it is just a tempest going on over here. JT buying back. X marks the spot over onto Poppy. They have a decent amount of damage. They're going to follow. They get the shackle up, though, over on the side. Kaka falls. Emo chasing after Poppy. Another buyback. This Lion is not happy to be sent back to hell. And he wants to be a part of this fight. The Roche is going to be coming up soon. They do not want to allow Secret to get their hands on that Aegis.
Yeah, very important you're alive here. So JT comes back. He runs right for his gem. It looked a little scary there. It's a good moment to throw up the shield and run away, back away very slowly from Secret, but small gold advantage with those buybacks, and they're just going to start it.
They just walk right into the pit. Torrent tossed out. Got the vision. Follow the Gale Force right into sleep, and oh, the Force no. Is it going to be enough? Do they have the vision? They go jumping right back in again. Side, they have it. They'll turn around. The silence. Everything coming out now. They'll take down Kaka. There's a stop. It's beautiful. They go right back in, and they're just dishing out too much damage. They'll take out Emo now forced to run. The shackle connects. He'll be next to fall to the another step fly. Just cutting way over onto Nisha. Is he going to be able to stay alive? He's going to be there. Oh, he's not. Downhill. Go. They'll follow up and get themselves a kill on JT. Buybacks a mass coming out from the side of IG.
They got to buy back. They can't let this Roche go down. But with that said, Secret's going to hit it. Lifestealer was the crucial kill there. They had to get him. They had a great setup. They landed a stomp, they landed a stun, they spear him to the back wall, but they just couldn't gap close and finish him off. Here's that fight. It was Torrent first. They go for stomp. They go for impale. That push from the Wind Ranger just made it hard, and the double shackle as well. Landed on Lion and Emo. As a result, Matoma gets rage off. He starts lifestealing. He kills the supports, and then he gets an invest on his ally. His HP slowly going up there. And finally, they're able to start picking off heroes when he pops back out. Emo again shackle shotted by Yapsor. Those disables so crucial for them to win the fight and grab the Aegis. And now they got another free eggs.
Oh, it's windy weather again. Gotta wear a warm coat. Emo, the break, the silence. Matu just chasing him down, gets a couple of these nice hits. Fly trying to assist, trying to help, but it's going to be quite enough. All right, the force back, follow up the stop, nice force again. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. As that's going to be the Aegis Puppy. Are they going to be able to go in and save Matu is the question. It's pretty damn difficult. The Echo Slam, though, coming out from side. They turn again. Again, they just take down Flyfly. No buyback on the Spectre. Beautiful sleep coming up from IG, but Secret, they don't care. They're going to take a short little nap after that, and they're going to go right back in and get ya. Kaka's next to fall. Emo just getting thrown around by these Gale Force Winds. The DG comes out. Team Secret just looking too damn dominant.
Absolutely incredible performance from Team Secret. They must be so happy right now. Man, that game was even for a long time, but they crushed it. Absolutely crushed it in those mid-game team fights. They force-staffed their allies. They glimmer-caped them. They bought them time to survive, and they won the fight.
Absolutely incredible. Just neck and neck the entire time. Just watching these two teams battle it out. Watching them play a game of cat and mouse the entirety as they just find these openings. And it just looks so gosh darn good.
They made IG's heavy gank heroes look kind of mediocre based on the way they played. They made them chase them around the map. They were constantly pushing the top lane. They didn't give IG the space to just get pickoff after pickoff to set tempo. They just kept the game mostly even with a slight advantage, and then they would just walk into Roche because they could kill it so quickly that the time that IG had to react was just, it was like 20 seconds or less every single time.
It was just so impressive the way that IG again was sticking in there the entire time. They were trying to be very patient, trying to find those pickoffs. But like you said, Secret, they're just an incredible team. They realized, okay, they've got this little bit of a, I don't want to even say an advantage, but you know, they're staying in there. This is exactly what we need to do, what item.
Thank you very much, Moxie and Purge. Team Secret, their patience that everybody has so praised throughout the years and here at TI as well. That paid off for them, and they have taken the series 2-0 again. This is another 2-0 under their belt against a strong team. Gentlemen, what can we say about this game? It was very back and forth this time. Team Secret didn't really have that firm of a grasp on this game, but how did they manage to take it in the end?
It was just a wild one, and I think that's where, you know, Secret just kind of embraced the chaos. They had all these like crazy team fight spells. The Gale Force we saw in full force, something that really hasn't made an appearance too much on the this TI, but it's one of those kind of new Aghanim shards that has this crazy impact on fights. Zai's Shaker was just jumping in and out of fights. Matu's Lifestealer felt unkillable. It was just chaos, and Secret, they loved it.
We can talk about the technicalities, but that hug at the end of the game between Yapzor and Papi, it feels good, man. Like, you can see the emotions, you can feel them, and I'm really happy for them. And they deserve it, because I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking, how do you beat Secret? Like, it couldn't catch a break. Remember when they were chasing Lifestealer on the top lane? The moment the arena falls, it's the same second that Zai is blinking in and he's getting infested. That's just...
TI and then things look rough, but no, I genuinely think like they seem to have their strategies like really well put together. You saw this Elder Titan. I don't think you play Elder Titan against Team Secret anymore. They responded with Ench, which made it impossible to play it in the off lane against Puppey, and then they had a Wind Ranger on the opposite end. Elder Titan just had no good lanes, and I think it's just that hero has not had that issue at TI. It's gotten really good laning phases every single time.
October Team Secret had the strats. Now, let's see the stats.
And for Team Secret, I believe this is the first time they've ever made it into the top 3 of any international. This is like huge achievement for them.
Yep.
And man, they did it in very impressive fashion.
If you're looking at the screen and you're a noob to Dota like me, or you know maybe your top tier knowledge isn't really there yet, tell me about the score here. What really stands out to you in the stat screen?
Well, if I just look at the heroes, and if I hide the names of the teams, and you tell me which draft is better, I have to say that I would go for IGs. I think it's a little bit easier to execute. I understand the Enchantress and Wind Ranger versus Elder Titan, but there's just so much to them, having an easier meta hero in a form of Spectre with that Aghanims. It just plays itself. Team Secret, they just needed to outplay with every single team fight, and they did do exactly that. That last Rosh fight that brought them ages, that was so on point. Maybe a little bit of luck as well, pushing the Lifestealer to the edge of the pit and not being able to get on top of him. But when it comes to the stats themselves...
You can't even tell who won. Like, you see this Kunkka, who's 6'4", this Fly Spectre, 9'4", same net worth as Matu's Lifestealer. It shows how even this game was. And the fact that, if anything, the stats don't really show who won, but it's Secret who was just more clutch because of how close this game was.
Parker and I were watching the game, and we were thinking, how do you kill anyone? How does this Kunkka with Halberd, with AC ever die? It was so difficult to take down targets.
Well, they managed to pull it out and get a 2-0, but we still have to talk about Invictus Gaming. They did go 0-2, which to most people might think, oh, well, that's not a good score, but they're still a very, very strong team. So let's talk a little bit about what they did well. What do you think? What do you think IG's best strategy was in that game?
I think their adjustments they made for game 2 are pretty solid.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think IG, to me at least, they looked strategically like... I feel like Secret, they're taking the first step ahead of the meta now. That's the feeling I'm getting. Now, they proved it against OG, they did it against IG, and I think they started adapting. You notice, like, in game 2, it was a much, much closer game. And IG quickly realized what they did wrong, and I think they figured out like this could potentially solve the problem. Yeah. But I think they only got halfway there, and I think the issue for me at least stems from the Elder Titan. It feels like Secret knows. They know what to do. If you pick the ET, I think you're giving Secret the upper hand.
That's so interesting because before we went into the draft, you guys were like, if Secret lets you pick this hero, they already know how to counter it. It just feels like they're like this ultimate superhero or villain, whichever way you're looking at it, that just can't be stopped. So for the teams that are going to have to play against them, what can they do? What is the strategy? I still haven't figured that out yet.
Try and think 2 steps ahead, maybe. It's hard to say. I mean,
Like
this game,
chess.
we see some of these highlights, and it was just always Secret who just somehow come on top of these crazy, chaotic team fights.
The Wind Ranger Shackles on point, the Gale Force, Zai just constantly breaking up team fights with fissures. They take these heroes that seemingly are one-shot ponies, and then they turn them into three-dimensional, I don't even know, the fissures, the echoes, the jumps in to save heroes. They just squeeze every little bit that they can out of those heroes.
Yeah, and I feel like the games that you see, like even like maybe like a tier 1.5 or lower division DPC teams, you see these crazy spells and these fissures and stuff. Usually just random stuff happens, I feel. But every time Secret's fighting around them, like it feels perfectly calculated. There's never like a fissure that slightly messes up one of his teammates. The force staffs are always used perfectly around it too. So it just feels like Secret fully understand how to use these crazy like mobility spells.
And I think to speak about IG, I mean, they almost matched them, right? I think like despite being strategically, in my opinion at least, playing from the back foot, they were fighting on even grounds with Secret for most of that game with less resources and in positions where Secret were deciding where you're fighting. Like they were going Roche, all right, we have to respond. Secret runs to the other side of the map, all right, we have to respond. So even though I feel like IG was put on like the back foot, they were still giving them a pretty close shot. So if there is some sort of rematch happening, I think it could be a really, really interesting series.
So are you saying that if it was a best of 5, that maybe things would have gone differently?
I think we could have potentially seen a comeback from IG because they really adapted well into Game 2.
Depending on if they would question mark or not.
I think Game 3 would have a question mark from one side or the other.
Well, it was a 2-0. Let's take a look at this bracket here. So Team Secret will be moving on in the upper bracket. IG will be moving down, facing the winner of T1 versus Vici Gaming. Now, as IG, how do you prepare for that upcoming matchup? What would you do?
I mean, they're just going to study their opponents. I mean, they're going to be watching that Vici Gaming T1 series like a hawk and, you know, study exactly what they're picking, how they're playing. I think for IG, you still got to feel at least like you're going to be going into your next series with like an information advantage. You can kind of see what happens in those drafts. They get a bit more time to prepare for their opponents. So I don't think for IG it's time to panic or anything just yet.
You have information advantage, and in the last 6 months, you were pretty much always the favorite against these two teams. So I think that they have what it takes to take that series.
Okay, well, let's see what our winners thought as we go to an interview with Frankie and Zai.
Thanks, guys. Zai, how does it feel to quite literally echo slam your way into a guaranteed 3rd place here at TI?
Extremely good. My pulse is still running very high after that game, but we're calming down. But yeah, just super happy, super excited.
You must have had your patience tested quite a lot, though, towards the second half of that match, because you seem to have the advantage, and yet it looked like IG were just not going to move. They were not letting you anywhere near their base.
Yeah, no, IG is very good, and they play fights in a way. Like Kaka is an incredible player, and it's literally as simple as if we kill him, everything is good. If we don't manage to kill him, we're probably losing the fight.
Yeah.
So it was pretty much that where we're dealing with that in the game, and the fights that we did kill him worked out. The ones that we didn't, disaster.
Now let's talk about the Game 1 draft. Were you anticipating the Mars Lina pick with the Venge pick of your own?
Yeah, and so I mean, we know for sure that they like Mars Lion, and Kaka loves his lion. We have a nickname for him. We call him Impaler. So we know he's playing his lion. So it wasn't that hard to see it coming. Yeah.
And can you see yourself in the finals of TI? Is that easy to see coming?
I mean, it's one step at a time. All I can say is we're playing great. We all feel great, and yeah, hopefully we carry on doing it this way, and then I think it's very, very realistic.
One more quick question. If you win TI, will you actually tweet about it?
Yeah, because I've lined up my tweets nicely. So if I do win TI, I have the exact same tweets, except with TI, and it's going to be great.
I love that he's got his drafts loaded up. Thank you so much, Zai. Congratulations. Let's head back to Sumi and the boys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Zai. Zai showing some patience, Team Secret patience, taking things one step at a time here in the tournament. They will move on, and we have another series coming up next with Shiver and the crew. But first, let's take a look at community member Mark Warner.
Let the battle commence. Stop.
How are you using your chin?
My chin is on the joystick, and when I move the joystick, yeah, I move the mouse in the game.
And is that how you're clicking too?
No, I'm clicking. It's a button, right and left.
Oh, on your temple there?
Yes.
On your head?
Oh. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did you just die?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to talk and play. So no, it's okay.
What were you like as a kid?
I was a very active kid. I was very much outside and done a lot of sports.
Do you think that you're all pretty competitive as a family?
Yeah, I think my brother and me, we are very competitive.
Ich hatte den Vorteil, ich war nochmal der ältere Bruder, hatte immer ein bisschen mehr Kraft in dem Sinne schon. Aber mein Bruder hat mich nie unterkriegen lassen. Es gab auch Sachen, wo er dann wirklich besser war als ich, und das musste ich dann auch irgendwann akzeptieren.
Which one is Mark?
Mark ist der Lil.
Oh, there he is.
He has a talent for all kinds of sports.
Oh my gosh.
Skiing, snowboarding. I think this was the center of his life.
This is 2007, the end of 2007 it looks like.
Yes. And then 2008, there was the accident. And this is I think it's another story.
Well, you hear about drivers crashing their cars through buildings.
But what about kite surfers riding the wind right into a building? This actually happened in Lake Magnolia.
So what do you remember about that day?
It was a cold weather, and it was planned that I was only there to watch. But my friend was the first one, and he go, you can try it if you like. There's really nothing on this beach. It's all flat, but only one house. And yeah, the wind was too strong and pushed me forwards. I smashed against the strand house.
So you saved everything.
Yeah. He flew against this building.
Oh, that's the building?
No, that's the building. So this was a trauma helicopter. And then he was, for 6 months, he was in the hospital. And we were not sure if he will be able to walk again. Maybe he will die.
Can you talk about what it was like to have to be the one to tell him what his injuries were?
Ich war damals 16. Ich hatte vorher nie was von einer Querschnittslähmung gehört. Es ihm dann aber auch zu sagen, dann das in Marks Augen zu sehen, war schon sehr belastend und natürlich sehr traurig, weil das natürlich keiner wahrhaben wollte. Ne?
This was a moment of shock, because then I understand what's happening and what's going on. It was very scary, but your family members are feeling sad about you and your situation, and you want to change that because you are the reason for it. And so I try to be strong for them.
Normally I could cry every day because when I'm looking back, these pictures, and he was running and jumping, but I see the progress today. So for me it's sort of a tragedy. It was a kind of challenge, I would say, that we stand it as a family. And now everything is normal.
When my accident happened, I was very sad that I didn't really have many chances to be competitive to someone because of my handicap. And after 2 years or something like that, my best friend came to me and yeah, he wanted to play Dota. I played with him before my accident and he said, yeah, maybe we can play together again.
So how often would you guys play together?
Oh, I think maybe each day.
Every day?
Yes. The first game since 2 years was really bad. And I think we lose within 10 minutes. But it was great. It was just the thing we did already before the accident.
This was a really good feeling to play against other people and play with my best friend again. We managed and we played a lot. Whoa. Okay, easy. Yeah, but the tower's down. GG.
Who's the better Dota player right now?
He. Of course, he's really good. I don't know how he can do it.
Just so that people understand, how many Dota games have you played?
Around 3,000 or 4,000 games, something like that.
Okay, what's your MMR?
Yeah, around 3K. I was Legend 3. Now I'm Archon 3 at the moment, but I hope that I rise again.
Er liebt das Spiel ja wirklich. Ich denke, das hat ihn auch vom Kopf her noch mal ein Stück nach vorne gebracht.
I think Dota was the first time where he saw, okay, I can do something alone. And that was the first time to say, okay, maybe he can do some other things.
Did you go back to school?
Yes, I wanted to finish my high school degree and we see that it's going to be okay. And then I go to school again. And I got my bachelor and my master degree.
What are your other goals looking ahead?
I'm 27. Well, it's good to live with my parents, but there is a time you need to move out and live for your own.
Also Marc an sich ist wirklich auch ein Vorbild auch für mich. Also er hat mir eigentlich beigebracht, dass es für jedes Problem eigentlich eine Lösung gibt. Man muss nur immer mal ein bisschen um die Ecke denken und
I think he's the living example for how to manage the situation like that. I appreciate that I can be a part of his story, I would say.
For me, Dota is a big thing in my life because it's my way to be competitive, and I think it's good for me because I can accept my situation, my handicap better, and accept who you are. Because mostly the people doesn't really know that I have a handicap online. When you play bad, they said you play bad, and it's okay. So this handicap wasn't really a thing, and now it's not really a thing in my life.
Incredibly inspiring. I did not expect to be hit in the fields like this, to be fair. But credit to Mark, and I also think that this is a wise lesson to everybody at home because Mark is 3K MMR, and I think that for a lot of people it's like, oh shoot. You know, there's no excuses anymore. There's no excuses anymore at that point. But glad to see Mark doing well. My panel is also doing well because we're about to watch another semi-finals in the upper bracket, and we've swept things up a little bit. I'm joined by Insania and Tigov, but also LOA. Welcome to joining the panel.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Doing well, considering the circumstances.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I like it. Focusing on the positive here as well, because we're about to witness some exciting Dota 2 here in the upper bracket, and I want to get something out of the way that I feel like hasn't been talked about today at all, or maybe at least not that much. We're about to witness one best of 3. Really nice Dota game. This one best of 3 for the players, for the teams, on the line. $2.2 million, Insania.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Is that at all in your mind when you play? At all?
I think it probably is going into the game. You probably know better than I do. But I would imagine like as soon as you start playing, it's kind of out of your head. But when you die or the game is looking rough, I think that's maybe when those thoughts start creeping in. But you gotta just shut it out.
Yeah, will you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if you just focus on the money, you're going to lose sight of what you should be focusing on.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, you know, the $1 million dream coil can turn into the $2 million feed at the roast pit. No one's going to enjoy that.
Apart from the opposing team, that would then get 2.2 extra million. By the way, you shouldn't feel sorry for whoever loses because they already guaranteed a 1.4 million T. It's a big pot. There is enough for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's you only really care about the money once if you've lost, and someone who lost early on, you know, very early on and last place, you see everyone else earning, you know, 6 figures and you're getting like 5, like, oof, oh no, but yeah. Millions are enough, you know. These players, I feel like this is the best thing, right? You play for the love of the game, right?
Yep.
And then the money's the nice incentive at the end.
Yep. And we're going to find out what these teams are playing against each other very, very soon. The second series for Virtus.pro on the main stage here at the International 10, and this team is looking incredible. Yesterday we saw their series against Avicii Gaming with a 2-1, a very convincing finish, and I know people were worried that like, okay, you know, this team, if they lose one game, they could be shaky, they could be losing confidence, and it could all go downhill from there, but instead the opposite was true. They lost one game, and then the fire kicked in, and now they're ready to go up against their opponents, PSG LGD. The Goliaths, the Behemoths, it's PSG LGD. In many people's bracket, they take it all. They take the crown, and they will become your world champion. They're still, of course, not there yet, but they are on the right track here in the upper bracket semifinals. They have had one series before this one against T1. They were able to take it. They did drop one game, but to be fair, I don't think anybody was doubting who was going to take it in the end. And PSG LGD looking so strong, looking unbeatable, and they have looked unbeatable for such a long time. Can they keep up the momentum? Can they keep up their ride here in this upper bracket? We're about to find out. This upper bracket semifinals between Virtus.pro and PSG LGD coming to you very, very soon. And we're gonna break this series down real nice right now, because I want to start by talking about PSG LGD. They're the favorites for the tournament. LOA, going into it, were you also as a team looking at PSG LGD as the team to have the biggest bullseye on their backs?
I think so. I think they are the team that came in and showed, at least at the last major, they are the most dominant. They are a very versatile team. Xiao is not an easy player to draft against. He's extremely adaptable. He's creative. They're not going to play the same thing twice in the same way. Even if they do, they play the Magnus.
Team where I think a lot of Westerners are now looking at this team going, I actually enjoy watching them play. I appreciate, because I know in the past it was very much, we had this kind of ignorance towards other scenes, I think, so that's pretty cool. But anyway, going back to Xiao Wei, he was talking to me about how at the start of the season he has the option to be streaming and coaching and stuff like that, but he actively said to his team, I'm not going to really focus on streaming, I'm just going to work on the team, lead by example. It's like he could earn a lot of money, right, streaming, but he fully declines all that, focus fully on the team, and it's kind of that attitude that's kind of spearheads the team to being as dominant as they are today.
Yeah, they are definitely looking very dominant. This TI for this organization is their 9th international. They only missed TI1. And I say that's their 9th international, but if you count LFY, it's a little bit of sister organization there. Then they actually were in 10, and they've had top 6 finishes in almost every single one. But they have never won it. And there's something missing there in Stadium. Why haven't they ever won it?
I think in previous years, you might have even go as far as they got unlucky. I think TI8, it was really like on the cusp, but at the end of they just, I don't know, they just missed that little bit of clutch, which I think this team this year has. I think this team has proved that, they can win any game. It doesn't matter if they're winning, if they're losing, at any given time in the game, they have the ability to come back. And I think I've heard a lot of people talk about how hardworking they are and how much time they put into the game. And I think that's why they have that. They have played these situations out. They've been behind. They've been ahead. They know what to do in almost every single situation.
Yeah, you mentioned that the clutchness of PSG LGD, which is perfect because we have a clip for you guys of PSG LGD versus T1. I think a lot of people have already seen this clip and they're not going to be sad to see it again because it was something that hadn't happened before at a TI main stage. A team fight. And it starts so simple with a team fight, T. You got a team fight and people die. It happens, right?
Yeah, but then obviously as team fights go and how the meta of TI goes, I think it was 3 years ago, buybacks, it was 3 per series on average, and then suddenly it's now jumped up to the 7 to 8 plus. It's kind of how Dota become, and I believe you're kind of moving towards the point. This was the 10 buyback fight, yes?
Yes, it was.
Oh, beautiful, wasn't it?
It really was, and it feels like such a unique thing, LOA. Have you seen this before? Obviously this fight you probably have, but have you seen this scenario before where 10 people die back? 10 people buy back, but nobody died back?
Yeah, it's definitely a unique scenario. I also think it speaks to LGD that this game for them is a very difficult game to win at a certain point. They probably feel like they're getting outscaled. I mean, they're playing against Doom, Mag, Medusa.
Yeah.
Very difficult late game fights, a lot of spells to think about, and they're making this game very hard for T1 to close out.
Yeah,
it takes a 10 buyback fight to win a game against this team.
Yeah, and that's the main thing, right? It's at least we got to see PSG bleed a little bit in this tournament, right? They lost once to Secret, and then now, of course, they lost to T1, eventually winning that series. But it does kind of show how PSG, like LOA was mentioning before, the team, they are able to adapt, not only within outside of a series, but in the series. Not a lot of teams can bring their prep to, game 1, 2, or 3 and suddenly pivot that on the fly, right? And I think this is what PSG has shown throughout the tournament and previous tournaments. When they go to a game 3 or a game 2, they're not kind of still looking at their notes, right? They're kind of bringing in fresh ideas. They're thinking on the fly as they're losing, as they're kind of winning. Oh, we can perfect or improve here and there.
Yeah, we got, by the way, 3 TI champions on the side of PSG LGD. And I count the coach. We're counting Zao8 as well as one of those 3. I know that they don't really consider themselves having the Wings flair because they're their own team, but they do have some of that in Stadia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you can just tell by how much the Western scene loves them, right?
Yes.
I think the last time the West loved the Chinese team this much, it was Wings.
It was Wings.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think everybody has seen the belly rubs. Love those. It was
Those
just
are
a little
great.
bit of rub for good luck. I want to talk about Virtus Pro as well because, yes, we have a lot of veterans, or a couple veterans at least, on the side of PSG LGD. On the side of Virtus Pro, this is the only team at the International 10 that nobody has ever been to an international before, not even the coach, because even though there's been first-timers on other teams, at least the coach is a more experienced one. But also Bulk, the coach of Virtus Pro, has not set foot on a main stage of TI. Right? Am I wrong in saying that? I see you're thinking. Did I do my research wrong, T?
I had my thinking cap on because I know he was at TI9, but I don't know I think he was like an assistant coach for the VP squad, I believe, but I can't remember.
I think
how
he
well
was Gambit's coach that year.
Yes.
But he might have gone to the TI as like an assistant
analyst type.
But it was very hidden, very not really, like the 12th voice.
Yeah, because Arseek was at that point the main coach.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it was his first real.
This
real
is his time
performance.
to shine, and doing pretty well. Bringing the young lads together. I think when you look at average age of that team, it's like 19, 20. Compare that to PSG, they're hitting 23, 24.
Yeah.
A little bit older. So I think that alone, you really need someone who can bring those fresh ideas and kind of warp them into something that can actually win a tournament, right?
Yeah, you need to unify the young spirit of that team.
Yep.
I think those guys do a tremendous job of it on their own. There are 5 players who come from the same time, the same spirit, the same fierce mentality, and they have that natural synergy, the natural buy-in into each other, the trust. You need somebody to help focus that, get them on the same page, drive it in a direction.
And they got bulk, of course, for that in-game. They got a very, very tall basketball player. And I'm saying that being 6'2", by the way. The very tall basketball player helping them outside the game. And I think that story is so interesting because it is a former basketball professional, and he's helping them specifically, as what DM called it, he's helping them with discipline. And that is something, if you're the best, because they've been the best in their region for the whole season, and that's smooth sailing. But if you're the best, maybe you get a little lax, Insania. Maybe at some point, sit back, and then you need someone to say, no, you're gonna wake up 8 a.m. and you're gonna have this healthy breakfast, and then you're gonna practice. Having someone to do that might be a very valuable thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, I know before almost every major, like during the online season, we scrimmed Virtus.pro quite a bit, and we just kept getting clapped. They would just dumpster us over and over and over again, and I'd be like, all right, Singapore major, this team's going to show up, they're going to show up big, they're going to be so strong. And then for whatever reason, it seems like whenever they would do well in their online season, they'd go to the major, and then they would just fall flat. So it seems like whatever Mr. Basketball player is helping them with is working out, and they're looking a lot stronger. And yeah, I really think this team is like the most snowbally team here at the event. And if they win this series, I would not be surprised to see them go to the grand finals.
Yeah, they of course are playing for Virtus.pro as an org. I want to mention them too. Obviously, we mentioned for PSG LGD that they've done very well at TIs. Virtus.pro has had top 6 finishes, but not more than that. And of course, if you win this coming series, you are guaranteed top 3. So that would be a massive, massive jump in rankings already for the org. And of course, it's insanely good for the players if they make it that way. I think also, I feel like we have to mention to you that it's insanely good for the region and for maybe even the game as a whole, that such young players can just show up and do it.
Yeah, I feel like Eastern Europe kind of held the title for that, really, right? We have Spirit and VP, very much kind of fresh faces to the scene to some degree. 2019, kind of them all kind of appearing to some degree. So yeah, I feel like Eastern Europe has really kind of shown how DPC is very healthy for promoting new Dota, bringing new teams up, and hopefully we have that trickle effect to other regions so that we are kind of having everyone equally supported and getting good quality Dota from everyone.
Yeah, I know, Aloe, you're very passionate about the North American Dota scene. Of course, I mean, seeing this squad, do you feel like, okay, this is what the DPC is meant to promote?
I think everybody in Dota would love to see a lot of strong regions, and those really strong regions competing against each other with the best teams. I think healthy regions as a whole promotes better Dota, better community, better games. That's what we're here for, right? I think those guys embody the spirit of the region, along with team spirit, and they're doing a tremendous job at being the flagship team for what they want to represent.
Talking about flagships, I want to talk about flagships of the teams because Nothing to Say versus GPK. That's going to be my one to watch. Insania, how about you?
I mean, I think Nightfall is probably one of the only carry player captains that we have here at TI. So for me, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he matches up against Ame, balancing the captaining act and at the same time, matching up against arguably the best carry player in the world.
How about you, T?
I'm just happy that we get to see some mid laners that don't just play spirits, Sorry to say it, but yeah, I'm excited to see maybe a Tinker from Nothing to Say. We saw some Shaker mid from GPK earlier, with Necro as well. I hope to see some new things. So in the upper bracket, right? You got a lifeline. You can do fun things. I've only been working lower bracket series where everyone's scared to play new stuff. They want to try and be good, but I'm hoping for a little bit of spice in this series, a little bit of science line.
Spirit Breaker.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, all right.
I mean, it is a typical Eastern European pick. I was actually, you saw me on my phone because I was really looking for the leaderboards of Dota 2, and obviously it updates all the time because players are here in Bucharest and they're playing pubs all the time. And I was hoping to find out what the difference was between GPK and Nothing to Say.
They're 1 and 2.
They're 1 and 2. Yes. Okay. Yes. How big is the difference? I mean, you've both pubbed here. You've definitely pubbed here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you had them in your team?
Yeah, they are tremendous pub players. I think the one time I had GBK on my team, we lost. It was very unfortunate. You know, stuff happens.
Was it his
but
fault? You can say if it was.
He threw a little bit, but you know.
Did he have items in his inventory at the end of the game? Is the question everybody wants to answer.
Purple, yes or no?
I'm not gonna, you know, maybe there was a shadow amulet or two. I'm not gonna go into details
I
here.
appreciate that.
But you know, I hope we see the Shadow Fiend. I
Has
think
anyone-
it's a hero that could come out.
Shadow Fiend.
You were talking about, you know, spicy heroes.
Yeah, that is a spicy hero. I would love to see that. Some just, you know, I wanted to see Shadowfiend versus Quap or something. I know.
Anything but spirits. Anything.
No, we're
I'm
gonna see.
so
We're gonna
bored
see
of
spirits.
the embers and the voids and the storms and all this whatnot.
But that's what Nothing to Say and GPK are playing all the time.
But like, sorry, no, like a Shadow Fiend. I'd kill for a Shadow Fiend.
We're not gonna get that.
I would.
I know
I
people really
would.
want that too. All right, we got the favorite heroes. That squad right now. They're you know, there's only one spirit in there at least. The only one.
Yeah, and
But look at the win rate. Oh, look at Bane's win rate.
Yeah, but that's the big one I want to talk about. The big old Bane. I believe VP's actually beaten Aster and IG with the Bane as well. So already kind of knocking down some Chinese team with it. And I think that's just an underrated hero, maybe a little bit.
They also played it in a unique way, right?
Yeah.
Save plays this hero a lot of the time. He plays it as a 4. He gets fat. He gets Aether Lens. He gets that Ags next. This Ags, in my opinion, is one of the most overpowered Ags in the game in terms of how much it changes the hero's functionality and impact. It's just a
Doesn't
very
give them storm.
clunky item to get.
I mean,
on the hero,
Ben.
It's really hard to get there, but I think Save is like, he plays a lot of these like slow farming position 4 heroes.
What
like
happens
Skyrats
if you pick
and
Bane, Wisp,
Pugna.
and Storm?
Yeah, Pugna. Like, he'll find the farm. He knows how to do it.
200%.
And I think he's...
What the
when he
fuck?
gets to
How do you
dominate
lose?
his lanes, he's one of the best fours at this event.
That's pairings, by the way. 3 of the the pairings are the same. This is actually a 3 pairing right there.
Yeah, and the main reason for that pairing for like Bane IO, Bane Storm, it goes back to the test of time.
Even
It's
if
the
you
fact that
fully
Bane is a hero
equalize
that
the
can
win rate for
actively
each
walk
team,
into
where
kind
it's
of these scary
50-50, you
areas
still
as
have
well.
100% win rate at least.
Nightmare, you have HP,
That's
and then you
how
have
it works,
Liquid.
right?
So realistically,
Yeah.
you
That's how
can
it works.
disable
Bane
2
plus
heroes
Ben.
if you go into a scary area of the map. And then you have heroes like Storm or IO. IO can relocate that additional, 2 bodies in, or Storm just zips in. So it's very classic, but it's the idea of Bane is great at setting up engagements.
6
a
picks,
little bit less
100%.
clunky than maybe
Behold
let's say,
the Horn
an
of
Ogre.
Magnus.
Yeah, let's take a look at PSG LGD's most picked heroes. See if it is very different. It is actually very different in Sania.
Yeah, I mean, I think LGD, they play more teamfight. Just straight up, it's the first
LGD
thing
Death
they do.
Prophet.
And I
Then
think
stop picking it.
LGD is more, in my opinion, more of a team. They play more together.
You know what? ET and Snapfire have 83% win rates. It's fucking DP's fault. It was in those games, I'm sure.
Having that edge from the start and then using the advantage they get from the laning phase to then dominate.
So
them.
bad.
Yeah, and I think the main thing here is the idea is Faith Beyond and Jin Q in the offlane. They play these obnoxious pairings where they're always trying to bully. So Legion Sky, some Snap Tide, some just Snapfire in general. To be honest, like he was there in the top 4. Like the fact that you're able just to annoy this carry in 5. Maybe you felt this at some point if you scrimmed against them or whatever. But like it's that offlane momentum they bring, having to have like in the T1 series, they're bringing 4 heroes top at minute 10. Army is now free farming the entire jungle, and that one TP you do to top lane, you feel so bad because even if you kill them, you're now looking at this carry free farming. You don't have any resources to then get back into that jungle. So
I mean, LGD is extremely good at getting to their timing in the mid game. They are not a team you're going to run over in lanes very often, and if you fall behind versus them, they are extremely good at controlling the map, and they very rarely give it back. So to me, this matchup is a test of, can VP, if they go with that snowball style, can they control it well enough into that mid game where they don't give LGD that footing on the map?
All right, let me ask a question that I haven't asked yet for this series. Do you guys all have PSG LGD winning this one?
I think
Edge
VP
them,
can win.
yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just like Eloy said. They're gonna have to get a big edge, and then can they keep the map control? Because I think the way that LGD drafts, you're gonna be running into Ame, but he's gonna be playing with these Elder Titan Aura or the Magnus and Power. Whereas I think Nightfall is gonna be playing with more farm. His hero's just gonna have maybe 1 item more, and that's gonna be their win condition. They want to try to win the game off of us having more gold, and then our 4 heroes are gonna try to kill you. Whereas I think LGDs are gonna look to buff up Ame a lot more.
All right, what's the most important thing in this game, T? Make it short.
Make it short. Oof.
Yeah, we got a draft right around the corner.
VP, they're the ones bring it to PSG. I think PSG, they know exactly what they need to do to win this game. Like Insigne mentioned, I'd like to see some Dawnbreaker or Darkseer. Just heroes that VP can play with and into, like kind of fail-safe aggressive style heroes.
All right. Most important thing for you?
if you go and you try and win the lanes versus LGD, don't lose the lane.
Don't lose
You know,
the
if
lane.
you go in with those bristles or Banes or Dawnbreaker carry, this type of stuff, win
Commit.
those lanes.
Yeah.
All right,
Commit
guys,
and go with
let's
it.
have it. It's drafting time. Let's go.
Virtus Pro versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
All right, well, we have a draft getting started. I'm with two wonderfully dressed gentlemen here. Of course, we have Lacoste, we have Kyle, and guys, I think this is going to be a great, great series.
Yeah, this is definitely going to go to game
I don't know
3.
what it
This
means,
is,
dude.
you know, something
LGD's
that
Dawnbreaker.
everyone expects, and to go.
What the fuck? They just stole the Dawnbreaker?
Right from the face. VP was ready to click, I'm sure. Like, oh, easy Dawnbreaker. Nope.
10 seconds
It means let's go team. Oh, okay, okay.
5 seconds. Dice's turn to pick.
God, I love looking at Dawnbreaker singular tits.
PSG LGD's
Earth.
Imagine a crushing a water
PSG LGD's turn.
Tighter?
Radiant's turn
Yeah,
to
tighter.
Toy Honda. What's so funny?
Got him.
What's so
Are
funny?
you listening?
No?
I don't know, it's just so funny.
10
Huh?
seconds remaining.
Situational.
10 seconds remain.
5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds.
Huh?
I guess you didn't notice. I'm not gonna explain shit.
Turn to
Yeah,
ban.
same.
I wasn't even listening.
Yeah, exactly. Should have. You miss it. If you blink, you miss it.
Hmm. 10 seconds
Anyway,
remaining.
and that was a fast first phase. Fast first phase, fast first
Alright.
phase.
5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remain.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to ban.
There's nothing to say about Dawnbreaker, or is this immediately?
Shadow
10 seconds remaining.
They know. Wait, what? Shadow Demon?
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remain.
Very well claimed. That's a Luna foreshadowing.
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
It is Radiant's ban.
Focus ban. Okay.
The surprise about Dawnbreaker being played mid by Thompson? He played that AO mid the moment the AO came out.
Remaining.
No.
10 seconds.
He was constantly on the front page, like the top matchmaking games, playing mid Dawnbreaker.
It's not T-Governor anymore, right? Who's surprised? He should know.
Nah, he should know for sure. Governor.
Virtus Pro's turn to ban.
It is Dire's ban.
Ban Mombit Heroes VP.
Seconds remaining.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Virtus Pro's turn to pick.
Wait.
Dire's turn.
Hold up. Oh, they bet DP.
Oh my
come
God.
on. Saved.
They saved LGD.
Is this not just a Ocean one?
10 seconds remaining. PSG LGD's.
Radiant must choose.
Well, I guess you're facing Ember now.
Well, game is over. VP won.
What?
Bane, 100%.
Oh. No, but it was Bane plus something. Was it Storm or Wisp?
Storm.
Yeah, Wisp or Storm.
It's okay.
Yeah, so not 100%. It was only those pairings.
Yeah, well, whatever.
So it's 50% win rate.
Ocean one.
But Bane was the common factor, so increases. It's at least 75%.
Oh, is Bane solo 100% too? What the fuck? How's that balanced?
Yeah, every pairing with Bane is 100%.
Wait, still 100%?
Insane.
What the fuck?
How is that possible?
Oh, the Bane counter! That is a Bane counter. That
told you,
hero
Luna.
fucking shreds Bane.
Wow.
You can't play Bane against Visage. Impossible. Also, you can't play Silence either against Visage. It's completely impossible.
Right? Has to be Fabian.
Yeah.
Luna Visage as well. Like, it's perfect. Oh.
Why? What do you mean why? It fucks Bane. You can't do anything. Can't cast ulti because there's birds. Can't run away because there's birds. Can't cast spells because there's birds.
Chasing him. It's like trying to run from mosquitoes when you're in the wild. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but you ever watched
Those
Visage
mosquitoes
versus
get
Rubik?
stung.
Same thing.
David wanted Luna in the first place. You know, could tell with the SD ban. It's actually fucking perfect. Hey, we're ready. But still,
SG's draft is so tanky. And
like surely they still pick Ocean.
God, I love LGD. Imagine being the #1 team at TI and you still just pick your own shit. Go play your ET and garbage. I pick Visage. Go first pick your Shaker again. I pick
Honestly,
Visage.
Visage is their answer to the. It's the answer to the Bane.
Yeah,
that is
they know.
They use it in the Klings too.
PSG LGD.
There's some team that pick Klings, they went Visage. Just fuck the shit out of them.
Oi, mate!
Oi, mate!
You want?
That hit was actually kind of good
One of
against
these
Visage.
shitty birds here, mate.
Yeah, that one killed us.
It's scary to play birds around the bristleback. They just randomly die.
10 seconds remaining.
Although the lane isn't that easy, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be a silver edge Visage even. Wouldn't be surprised.
What the fuck? I don't, yeah, I guess you farmed that chest. Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But wait. Okay, so it's Dawnbreaker 4, right? But it could still be mid, technically.
Wait, is Visage X still the Invis thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The free pathing invis bonus damage ring.
Pros turn to ban. LGD's turn to ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Tinkerban.
Tinkerban,
yeah, was a top tier picker. Well, I guess it's time for Ember Spirit. Unless it gets banned too. And then it's Void Spirit. And if that gets banned too, then what?
Okay, that's not gonna happen though.
Turn to ban.
Right? Alright.
Yeah, okay. I can't ban it now. Where's the first pick here?
Alright,
LGD.
listen to me. Mid Timbersaw.
You're out of the call. What do you think? Ember Spirit or Void Spirit?
10 seconds remaining.
Yes.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remain.
PSG LGD's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
你这么菜的队友不
Not
会
even
生
banning his
气吧，
spirit.
哥哥？
No, don't care.
这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
A real chat move would be not to pick his spirit hero.
Yeah, pick him as well.
Kunka.
Yep.
Oh, they opted in for the more catch. Makes sense. They have the damage already.
This is such a tanky lineup. Good luck.
Dude, yeah, actually like 20 to 25 minutes. They have some scary power.
It's like there's almost like 12 strength gain per level between Kunka, Tide, and Dawnbreaker. In total, fucking hell. Even Visage is like 3+, I think.
Oh wow, it's a spirit.
Wow.
That's a better spirit against Dawnbreaker, at least in general.
No.
Much better at escaping. X-Mark. Flame Guard is nice on Visage.
Natural Silver Edge carrier too on Kunka. If they want to go that route.
Semi-natural.
Yeah, I guess it's build dependent. Wait, Visage is not free.
Huh.
Is it a 5? Huh? Well, Bane still can play. I think they switched after seeing the Bristle.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's very hard to play Visage against Bristleback. The burst is kinda die.
Yeah, like, they're just gonna delegate the burst to fucking up Bane, mostly.
Gonna be hard to get a grip out.
He has to get a grip.
Viper work instead of Kunka? No, they need catch. Viper doesn't catch. Viper's a weird static tower pushing tank that doesn't do damage to towers without was it Chard, I think?
Yeah, but with Chard it's kinda obscene.
Viper's in a weird spot right now. The hero lacks purpose.
Too real, man.
No purpose.
Ever wake up and you just think like, what do I do today? Does anything I do today matter?
I go to school. It's weekend. I stare at the computer screen.
I am putting Kunka, I am not looking back. None of you can convince me.
You're wrong.
I agree. Kankai almost always wins that sort of stuff.
I'm putting all in LGD because I just think they're the better team.
I'm gonna say 26 to 35 deaths, so it's gonna be bloodbath. Shortly. Question is who's gonna win?
LGD.
LGD.
LGD is my last hope on my bracket predictions. Everything else is in shambles. It's broken. It's all falling apart. This is the last one. I need them to win.
Fuck Nightwolf. You're not playing Disruptor or Lich. What is this?
Oh, checking for warps.
No words, it's time to go through the front of the tower.
Oh, Bane is just going in. Doesn't care.
Hello.
Want some cheese? I got 2.
The battle begins.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
That taunt is so bad.
What do you mean? It's excellent.
Awful.
What do you mean awful?
It's awful.
Awful.
Yeah, like the animations are terrible, the sound is terrible, I hate it.
So it works.
No, I'm not taunted, I hate it. I don't feel like I have to attack him, I'm not taunted like that. I feel like I want to delete him from the game because I don't want to look at him. Different.
No gold for you.
What is this pathing Luna is taking? What's happening?
I don't know.
Oh, the lane switch from VP.
Wait, why did Dawnbreaker block the creeps perfectly in front of VP's tower? But not in tower range.
I don't know.
Huh?
Luna just entering lane now. What's going on? What you doing?
Lane,
Switcheroo.
Oh my god, that damage.
Remember when Soul Assumption cost like fucking 170 or shit?
Yeah.
Yep.
I still thought it did when they first picked Visage. Visage is such a weird way how it changes the deal. Remember the old Visage? The weird right-clicking one that got damage from deaths nearby? He kinda had like the pit lord aura.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, that's old and I don't actually remember.
That was weird to play.
Yeah, it had some really weird spells all over the place.
Ember's getting handled.
Yeah.
No,
This
that's
lane is usually not that bad until like level 5 or something. It's not easy, but it's not this bad.
Well. So, but Tidebringer racks up.
Stack? Nice, I like it.
Oh, the Toan stack, nice.
Yeah, always good.
Efficiency.
Did they fix the Radiant Ancients? Before you couldn't torrent stack those.
Huh?
Maybe. Wouldn't know. Would not know. Oh, the range creep.
Denied.
And boom in your face.
He's voice lightning it when he's 22 and 6 with his 13 and 2. Because he got one range creep deny. I was like, okay. And look at this now. The inflated CS to make him look even worse.
Yeah.
13 and 2. Ember versus Kunkka with. Boom! 31 and 6. Almost 3 times your CS, bitch.
Wow. Crushed. And then net worth it's like 500.
Oh, Ember, time to come.
Your admiral is on board. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Oh, the steal.
Oh no!
Our
Oh, the extra inflated CS. Oh, 38 to 17.
Oh. Well, first is basically looking good.
Dude, if he Tidebringer's red, you get still next.
Oh, there we go! He did it! Now you gotta slide though. Oh, he doesn't have slide.
No, he doesn't have slide, that's why it works.
Hiya!
Clean kill. Very nice.
Hiya.
That's a good try to survive, but
Someone else died.
also first blood.
Neither
Neither
died
Visage.
bottom.
Did it? Right.
Wait, what? I thought they were ganking. How come the Silence is dead? Getting cheesed by their own hero.
So?
Ooh.
Yes, hammer. Jesus.
Why is LGD so fucking good at Dota? And then he failed.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hiya.
Oh.
Simultaneous death.
Holy fuck, imagine picking nothing to say DP when you could give him Kunkka or Ember.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Yeah. Well, KMMR DP. Maybe. Doesn't work.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, but no boat, no boat. You should be fine.
No boat.
Not so safe.
No.
Old Kunkka would have killed. Yeah, the lower cooldown would have been 50 seconds instead of 80.
Ah, yeah, maybe. Let's do Ember. And you got a kill.
Yes, double damage, my finest.
Yeah, that's the blue rune, as usual.
Let's see, net worth difference, 3k versus 2.3. Not as drastic as the CS, where it's 52 versus 28.
Still helps a lot.
I like how he just skips to 52, doesn't go through 50.
MVP of the tournament, blue rune.
Ember can really help.
Ah, yeah. Maybe. Ravage, okay. He's dead now. I'll take that. I'm even rolled.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Man, I hate that auto attack sound in Ember. Because it sounds like chains.
Yeah.
I hate how they change it.
Yeah, kinda.
Too annoying.
He even has only one of them. One of them is a sword, one of them is... Yeah, but it's killing it in anyway.
Oh,
By that, like...
Killing spree.
Oh, we fake the torrent attack it.
Me. Oh, would you look at what side he's having? Hey, Helm of Iron Will.
Radiant are
And
scanning.
Helm of Dominator now.
Time to employ Bobo.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Dire are scanning.
Why did Nightfall block his big camp?
On the hunt for radiant.
Anti-employment. This is the anti-employment strategy.
Luna, honey.
No employees.
Just walked away.
Just walked away.
Yep, just walked away. Best anti-gang strategy, just walk the other way.
Rune of invisibility.
Yep, just manipulate the tree, get out.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
What are you gonna do? You have no flame guard.
Oh, no chains.
Just mute chat, no need.
You go for this, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
Wait,
what the
Remnant plus hit. Oh.
Not enough.
Again, go again,
If
again.
If it's Giga Chat, he throws a remnant there.
Don't you keep chasing
There's a
this?
slide while he's doing it.
I think you keep chasing that. What's
Maybe
gonna stop you?
he is thinking like, I mean, the Great Keeper's close. Maybe.
Why did Visage have such high reaching?
He had a bunch of healing items. Thompson would have gone for that kill. He would have killed that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire should look to their
Thompson would have already died too. But that's after killing that guy and then getting chased down by 4 people. But he would have gone for the kill.
And there was a safety remnant though, you know?
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. Step lively now.
Oh, blue in bottom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, that's very blue.
Dire's bottom tower.
Max life and blue rune. Fight, good fight. Bane is level 5.
Last meal.
Blue rune, but blue ball feels bad, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant should look
What's
to
the gold like now? 5k versus 3.7. Okay.
The question is if Bristol is enough.
tower is under attack.
hide so
At the
much.
very least, they don't have any premium bristle killers.
Hide
Radiant's
network
middle
is
tower is under attack.
There is little for Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, it's gonna be chilling. Oh. Building timing coming up.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together. Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
Sleep together, sleep together, sleep together, sleep together.
Welcome.
Sleep together?
Not together.
Coin for me.
Shake up link reveal. He's hiding it.
Coin for me.
He's showing his left link.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility. Ensnared in fire. Invisibility.
Alright, here we go.
Dire
Oh,
are
both
scared.
teams smoking.
Kill.
X mark the cock. Oh, oh. Okay, okay,
Oh,
still worked
nice,
out.
nice sleep.
Yeah, very nice.
Why does global work on birds?
It's global.
I guess so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Dire's middle tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, back to farming.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Armlet Nightbringer, only 12 damage.
Denied. Denied. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What did I predict? How many kills?
There is little hope for Dire's
Back so soon.
GPK has no remnant. He got X mark back. Why does it feel that LGD is just one step ahead of everything?
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's like
attack.
before you think about your move, they already thought about it. Why does it feel like that?
Yeah, and that's prepared for it.
That's something. Yeah.
Counter.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
This looks like an X, no?
Dire's
be
bottom
much more.
tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger.
These guys really do feel like Wings Dota. Like an improved, modernized version of Wings Dota. Just better.
Oh.
Wings Shadow Man. Does smoke. Let's go. Global ready, no gold yet.
X is still my all-time favorite guy. It might change with these guys. They're so damn good at Dota.
Your admiral is on.
So he's not gonna die until he's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice grab. Connected the number.
He's gonna be hard buggling. Looking for a blast. Hi lady, not going anywhere.
bottom tower is under attack.
No X mark? No X mark, I think, for that TP. Don't want to come back there. Oh, hey, look. A blue-colored rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Go right in the bottom.
Pretty good game so far, yeah.
Radiant's
One of the
bottom
better
tower
ones
has fallen.
of the main stage playoffs.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What about?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is it selected memory? No, it is a lot of DD wounds, I think.
I think it is actually selective memory. It's just that other rooms don't have any impact. Usually.
Sure?
Yeah, pretty sure. DD is the shit happening room.
It's also the one rune people save fights.
I mean, the most Arcane rune is up there too, but not as much.
Well, Arcane is so hero dependent. DD is just
Yeah.
global, good for everything.
I mean, everyone that buys a bottle in the mid lane is sure, why not? Or at least the carry gets the bottle then.
I think my idea for wins was still just have overpowered super wins at minute 40 plus. Quad damage. And then 15 minutes it becomes penta damage rune.
I don't know, here's a revolutionary idea. 2 runes at 40 minutes. Oh wait.
Hear me out now, dude. 60 minutes, 10x rune. But it's not just auto attack damage, it's also spell amp. 1000% spell amp.
Bounty! Bounty!
Just give Rotation rune and like 4 potion. Okay.
I want a BKB rune.
Double damage!
Meh.
Double damage!
See. Single BKB on demand? Sure.
No. All damage return. You pop it, 10 seconds, you reflect all damage. Good luck.
Fuck Christ, that sounds so cancer.
That's for me!
Me
No, but
sleep,
that's something like
me
you pick
tight.
it up and it's that doesn't work. Same for BKB,
You have to
bro.
bottle it. Yeah, you have to bottle it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What does Tight dream about when
Luca.
I'll probably
Me
compare
sleep,
those.
me tight. Wake me up when sleep ends.
And he wake up, he sees tomato, he goes to sleep again.
Ah, they're gripping me. Everyone TP! Wow! Probably not worth, right? It's good. We're not gonna go there.
Unless he just runs away. Wait, what?
Warm diet?
I wonder. I need to check something for that fight.
That is disgusting.
Dire's middle tower
Let
is
me
under
double
attack.
check that. I think you try to slide to the left, but you can't.
Dire's middle tower
No, not
has
even.
fallen.
You just fucked up. No, not that.
But 3 still dying though. What the hell?
No.
You can't slide to the left. You can only slide to the right. So if we try to slide to the left, that wouldn't have worked. Can't target.
It heals like the salt sea air.
What is that about?
It heals like the
I
salt
learned
sea
that like
air.
2 days ago, or yesterday. Apparently you can only...
He wasted.
You're always facing to the right when you're in the remnant jump. No matter what. Yeah, that's a mechanic. The direction you're facing does nothing. If you're jumping, you're always facing to the right. That is very weird.
Are scanning.
Why Why does it matter? It matters if you want to kill a target on the left with Slight, but you can't cast Slight because you're facing right as you're jumping from Remnant.
Or when you want to cancel your Remnant jump while sliding, you can only do it on one side.
This has nothing to do with turn rate. Your location where you're facing as Ember Spirit is always fixed towards the right when you're jumping in Remnant. So turn rate has nothing to do with this. This only matters if you want to W and ulti at the same time, while you're jumping basically. You gotta keep in mind that you can only W people on the right and not on the left.
Smoke, let's go.
I can show again after this game ends. It's not difficult when you see the concepts. I also just found out recently.
They get Bristol. They see him.
Uh-oh.
I think
So what, if you can get it off? Why, he could. He just chooses... Okay. They didn't use anything, did they?
That is a spooky Roche. The VM is sliding in. Oh.
They can force fight either. Oh, can they?
Did they see it? No, the alt doesn't see Shaker. Oh, what? That's such a tricky maneuver. Press button.
That's a big skill. Yes, buyback. Yes, yes, buyback global. There we go, buyback. Waiting for an opportunity for global. There we go, global silence. Buyback, how about I don't even need the buyback.
He was facing the fight.
There are some steel maps. This is not buying back. He's like, fuck it, dude, that hurts. Fuck it, man, that hurts. Not buying back for this shit.
Ember's X is fine.
LG.
This base doesn't have a game.
Yeah, fucking birds. I mean, at least they can always and people then are recovered.
And he had some nice nightmare saves.
Yeah. Then you're all even without the grip. Still sucks though.
Yeah. Really does.
Dire are scanning.
Not getting away! Why would you pick that?
Wait, where did he go? Wasn't he here a second ago? Wait.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Moon's blessings. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of damage out from that Tidebringer. Yeah, he's still deathless this game too. Same with Ame. There's 3, 4, and 5. There's a couple of feeders.
Apparently.
As far as I can tell.
They're doing okay though. Yeah, it's a strong showing so far from LGD, as the Scotty is now going to be completed. And GPK trying to rally the troops with the chat wheel lines. This is what he's got to do. Put the team on his back. But will it work? And will it even be given an opening to make it work?
He's on possibly one of the most powerful heroes in the entire tournament in the Ember Spirit, I would say. Gives you a ton of potential. He's gone for one of the more playmaking builds with the Aghanims.
Oh, Nightfall. BKB, runaway, TP, and we'll get out of there.
At least they're probably going to have that for a while.
That's
true.
true.
All BKB TP. Very, very unlikely we're going to find an answer to that anytime soon.
But in the meantime, it certainly doesn't feel great to have to use it in that fashion. It makes those fights that much more difficult. A chance, a hope, an opportunity. Lots of TPs coming in though. The boat's going to be there afterwards. GPK finds one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Invisibility. That's for me.
Oh, would you look at that? Isn't that a beauty?
He cares about the support. The BB boy is calling like, the silencer is dead, everybody for himself.
Kinda care
Radiant's
because that
bottom
was the
tower
gem.
is under attack.
That was a gem?
Dire's
Oh,
middle
well,
tower
that's
is under
really
attack.
unfortunate. Wouldn't want to lose a gem.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They don't care about your life, it's about the things you hold in your inventory. Gems.
Oh, they really do
look
care
at
more
that.
about the gem than silencer.
Oh, they actually need water. What the fuck? Fucking big bottom. Ready? But not tricky enough.
Oh yeah, it's in the trap. Smirt! Smirt.
Not lazy, nice.
GPK.
Why no push or silence with then? They don't have to push. They're in a comfortable place to play late game. They have better late game. If you have better late game, you just play for late game. VP has to push forward. You just sit back, farm your camps, wait for Roche, get Roche, let's go ahead. And hopefully don't lose your Luna.
That is a very good pick off.
BKB used to. Okay. Oh, the gem.
Bye.
How can you kill this
yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
What's the percentage now? Oh, so they went fast. 30% now.
Radiant's top tower is
7%. Almost double. Oh, 68. Improves.
Dire
Oh,
are
it's so
scanning.
far off. Unlucky. Never lucky, man.
The real unlucky is no bakery name.
Oh. Shoot above 4 battle pass levels.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Again.
They have kicked it.
Oh, look at him, BKB! Get him, BKB!
Watermelon follows. Holy shit.
Luna. Oh, position 5 visage coming through. Support battle, let's go! Only one support may remain. Ah, fucking cheaters, they bought in the core.
A little core play.
Fucking brought in the core.
What a bloodbath. Did Kunkka get gripped before BKB? What happened?
No, we got Echo Slammed and everything, and then he got grips. Couldn't get that BKB off at all.
What was the stun before it was Fisher? Yeah, Fisher.
Fisher, okay. Yeah, I just saw a stun before Echo.
Yeah, if you're doing that play like that, you're walking forward from Invis, you just play BKB. I think you play BKB.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧？
Thank you, VP, for not making it a stop from LGD. Actually, game.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
I like how Visage is now level 21.
Take a chance here.
All the position 5, level 14.
Yeah. This is get like 4 levels.
8, 3, 9.
He had time to BKB, dude, even if he hit from Invis. I was looking at him. He just didn't do it. He didn't expect to get chain stun for that long, or he didn't expect any stun at all.
Blessings upon a loyal
I've noticed there's nothing to say, player. It's not always that great with BKB. And sometimes you can buy it.
Force him.
Oh, what? Oh, bit for Luna. Speedo, I think? Yeah. No satanic. Yeah, no satanic, but it doesn't matter. No. Go for the Bane Sap. Do it. Oh, he got him. The fucking hero Bane. It's not enough, but at least he saved the Roshan, maybe? I don't know. I think he's still Rosh. There's 4 dead. Ambush dead for 110.
How the fuck did Luna not die? What happened?
BKB, auto attack, lifesteal. Yeah.
I guess the anchor smash healing. That's well. What the heck?
Oh, it's a bolt block too? Oh yeah, man. Stars aligning, really. Okay, they get the block of Luna.
Oh, shard. Come on, conquer shard, conquer shard.
Dawnbreaker? What the fuck?
Dawnbreaker shard. Oh man.
Okay.
Oh man. Wait.
Yes.
Oh.
Another blue.
Oh, he bottles it.
Up.
Imagine not bottling DD ults and just using it on the spot. Imagine.
Dire's courier has been killed.
He's gonna spit.
Oh, he's happy. He's a funny joyer.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
GT actually has 5 cores.
You can't have 3 DDs in a row. Doesn't work like that. Runes alternate. Oh, well, not alternate, but you can't have 2 of the same in a row.
Welcome back.
Good. But I'll take a peek.
Double damage.
84%.
Bountiful.
It used to be fully random, the runes, but at some point they made it sure that you cannot get the same rune twice.
Bounty.
Half of the visual is pretty important actually. No.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, also he hits like a tiny.
Wasted DD, man. Why you do
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh,
800 damage in one export. What was DD though?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, father.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yo. Waiting for Steve. Okay, come at me. Position 4, come at me. What the fuck?
You're supposed to go?
What?
I guess that's no Dota carry radius, but whatever.
Is that the build the Ags? Different build.
Invisibility.
Dire are scanning.
I like how Dawnbreaker is level 25.
Yeah, they're also high level.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Ads on Bane. It's actually not that easy to disrupt that one, at least. No. Bird's alive.
here. Nah. Hey, the short actually works. He gets BKB. He gets BKB twice from the Q. It's like a second each, maybe. Not sure. Yeah, 1 for 1 second each. It's got a nice.
Not supposed to go
Illusion.
Yeah, what's the time? Pretty nice.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Move your tower. Who's actually in your barracks? Playing position 5. Die and control. He's like, look at the Bowser. Holy fuck, dude. Look at that.
Good game. Good game. That was a good game.
LGD. The team to beat at TI. Everyone knew it coming in, and as we continue through the group stage, through the main event, it continues to be true.
What a great game that one was in this best of 3 series. And again, at moments, you can see this Virtus Pro team, there were things that looked good. There were team fights that were solid, but in the end, it was constantly, consistently LGD with the lead, and they continued to grow it.
Despite it being a loss, I feel like there were some good lessons there from Virtus Pro. I think particularly this could have gone down even worse. I think they made very good plays from GPK as well as DM to try and stay in that game. Everyone playing very well in a situation where they were well behind and they hadn't really succeeded in their initial objectives with their heroes, but finding some of these pickoffs, trying to find these little plays in the side lane.
And you can hear the crowd very much appreciating the performance from LGD.
But I think they needed that confidence boost of finding those plays because if they just lose that game in 25 minutes, it would have looked a lot worse going into game 2. So I'm sure they're feeling at least like they've got some chance.
Well, I love Dota. That game was great. And we can't can't wait to hear more from the panel. Let's head back to them now.
That was an LGD chant. I want to give a special shout out to the crowd and crowd sweetener. That was top tier. Yeah, they take game 1 in convincing fashion here with AY, LOA, and TGov, and we're here to break the game down because there is a lot to break down. I want to take it to the laning stage because we mentioned at the start of the game where we were going to have Nothing to Say versus GPK, the 2 top highest MMR players in the world at the moment, going head to head, and. LOA, that was a clear favorite.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened in this matchup, but NTS, it was utter decimation, I think. I think at one point he was at 44 CS to the Ember's 18, and at one point he was almost 2k up on him. I think this is a huge setback for VP in this game because they're a tempo-based lineup. This Ember needs to come online, hit his Maelstrom timing, hit his Ags timing, and if this stuff gets delayed because this lane is such a large difference, it really sets them back a lot in this game.
Yeah, it was a rough one, and the laning stage as a whole was not the greatest from Virtus Pro. Set them off on a bit of a wrong foot there in the game, and maybe that was what eventually spiraled out of control. Of course, they're gonna have a minute to think about it. It's a best of 3, so they're gonna be able to adjust and move on. And we're also gonna have a moment to think about anything else other than Dota. I believe Tsunami is gonna play with dolls.
Shiver. They're not dolls, okay? Action figures.
Oh.
I want to go mid. No, I want to go mid. Well, you roll first. No, you roll first. Okay, what I'm really playing with is actually VP's hero pool, hero puddle. It's looking kind of small this tournament. They had an Ember Spirit this game, which was nice. It was a nice little addition to this little pool that they have going, but it kind of doesn't compare. This is just a smattering of LGD's hero pool. Yeah, they just hit 49 different heroes picked at this tournament with that Dawnbreaker, and people have been saying it even before this tournament started. Is this the new Wings? Shades of it are there. Wings, the most versatile TI winners of all time. They picked 58 different heroes, which during TI6 was over half the hero pool available. With Faith Beyond and Y on the roster, could you really be surprised? It's just a little fraction of it. VP may be a little bit out of their depth when they have to deal with juggernauts like this, which Juggernaut also picked. Same with Techies, and it's not Xingqiu. Faith Beyond played Techies at TI6. Will we see it? I don't know. So far, it doesn't seem like LGD are even being tested enough to start dipping into the reserves of their capabilities. But I don't know, VP, hopefully they can bring it back for game number 2, because so far, I don't really know if these are gonna cover it. Back to you, Sheever.
Those guys are terrifying up there. Massive, big visage as well, as we saw that visage in a game just now. We're going to talk all about that. But first, I want to check in with another member of our broadcast team that we haven't seen enough of, in my opinion. But we're going to check in with her right now. It's Casey.
Hi. Oh my gosh. What a couple of days. This has been absolutely insane. It's exactly the TI that we have wanted. And it's the TI we deserve. Dare I say it. Trying to interact with as many of you as possible online, because I know that this community is just so fantastic and it spans the entire globe. So I thought I'd ask a few interesting questions to try to get some conversations going. I'll get to that in just a moment, because I got some responses I wasn't expecting. And actually, I'm not even sure we're allowed to share some of them, but we're going to try anyway, because why not? I've been seeing a lot of tweets from people who have been watching TI since the very beginning, like all the way back to TI1, TI2, TI3. And I'm also seeing a lot of messages from newer community members for whom this is their very first TI. So I wanted to share some of them, because I think we can all remember that excitement of watching our very first main event. So I want to take a look at this one from Oracle Spammer, who said, I started playing Dota when Dragon's Blood came out, so TI10 is my first TI, but damn, it's already the most brutal thing I've ever seen. And by the way, that was tweeted, I believe, was that before EG was eliminated? Ooh, spoiler alert. Ooh, I hope you already knew that. I want to get to a couple other tweets that I think encapsulate how we're all feeling as we enter and start to end out and close out day 3. So let's take a look. These 4 were some of my favorites. I asked if you could describe TI10 in just one sentence so far this year, what would you say? And Harry Blade said, expect the unexpected and enjoy the ride. Ed Scruff said, well worth the wait. Yes, I agree. Although 2 years is so long. I thought this one summed it up for all of us. Just, I hope I said that right. And then this last one, excuse me, Ravenshaw 520. You can see yourself out. I'm kidding, but like, someone picked techies? No. We do not do that here. But maybe we will. We'll see. Okay. Now I want to get to the next part, which is the GIFs, or the GIFs, as some of you say. I said, if you could describe TI10 so far in a GIF, what would you show? So let's go through some of these. We're going to see if we can get them to work. Corrupt Drop Bear, nice username, harkened back to TI9 and Cap's water bottle cast and said, this is me versus my family seeing me yell at the TV. As well, Nolan tweeted the Steve Carell nodding, tearing up. Actually, a lot of you used this GIF to describe it, especially after the match yesterday where we saw the brothers, just the nodding and the single tear. And then Nafal Emery tweeted, come on, bro, don't leave me hanging, with the high five, another homage to the brothers. Now, as I send it back to you guys, I have a very important thing I would like to bring up. Last time I was on this, I tweeted about this dinosaur, which is one of my daughter's favorites. And I called it a Diplodocus. And many of you saw fit to call me out for mispronouncing it. Now, I respect that we all say things differently, but in my defense, this is my daughter's book, and this is how the man says it.
Diplodocus.
Just in case you didn't hear that.
Diplodocus.
Does he sound like an overly hyped cheerleader when he says it? Yes. Do we fault him for it? No, because that's how we all sound at TI10. And with that, back to you. Keep tweeting with hashtag TI10 so I can share more of this throughout the event, guys.
Thank you so much, Casey. And I must say, I also remember some of her words some of the other days where she said that we had to look out for potential Easter eggs in her background, and I haven't been able to figure anything out yet. So if you know anything, let me know. Or let Casey know that you figured it out. I want to talk more about the game we just witnessed, though, because we're in the upper bracket semifinals, and PSG LGD is on their way to becoming guaranteed top 3 at this event. It's just a game of Dota 2, 2.2 million extra on the line on one series, and they did it with a Visage position 5, Curtis.
Yeah, big fan. I think in particular LGD, they've been running this combo in pubs, Visage Luna. It's extremely strong. It's basically like Visage Drow in that the aura just gives your birds extra damage, but Luna also provides additional teamfight, which makes the combo even stronger.
Yeah, I think in this game, if you kind of flip that to how VP tried to approach that, it was the bristleback carry they have. They try and lane it into the Luna as well, which I already feel like trying to aggressively lane into Luna doesn't feel too great if they bring double supports, right? Maybe Bristle in a 2v2 could do some bullying, but as soon as you bring that third support in and you turn it into a kind of tri-lane situation, Luna is kind of like, the queen of these scenarios, and I didn't really see VP kind of getting out laning phase with the lead they really wanted, and of course Ember dying solo to the mid Kunkka.
Yeah, I mean, aggressively tri-laning into Luna Visage tri-lane, very difficult at the end of the day. 2 of the strongest tri-laners out there. I also think Dawnbreaker is an extremely strong laner, so again, I think VP went in with an idea of we want to win the lanes tempo this game, and the lanes didn't pan out for them, so they were on the back foot, but they did have some very good team fights from a position that was not easy.
I want to talk about those team fights because, to be fair, before the game started, we said that, okay, VP, their best shot they have at taking down PSG LGD is set that tempo high and run over PSG LGD, which obviously didn't work in the lanes, right? But then they're behind T, but they're still able to take these team fights.
Yeah, I think it's a product of, DM and save. They're always playing the side lanes, just kind of being annoying, where if you are out of position, you're going to get slept into some other hero coming to help kill. And like you remember, the biggest turnaround point was when Luna pushed up top by herself that one time, and then you have DM slamming, and then suddenly you got like 3 billion Ember remnants coming in as well to try and get the final bit of damage to kill off Arme. Like, they did do the nice things well. It was just kind of PSG. They had the heroes, which are kind of very good against aggression, right? You have Dawn, you have Tide, you have Kunkka. Like, these 3 heroes, even if they get picked off, you're going to have to use so many resources to kill them. You're never really getting deeper into the map. So VP had some amazing pickoffs, but they just didn't have that extra little something to get into the game properly.
Now, we just saw the players walk back into the booth, so there's one thing they've been talking about in the break that they have had. It's how to, or for PSG LGD, is how to continue on winning, sure. But I want to talk about what VP needs to change and needs to address in game number 2, Curtis. What do they need to address in order to turn this around?
For me, I thought their scale just felt a bit weird in that game. I mean, VP, they're really good at running early aggression, but I feel like it's sort of hard to run over LGD. I think the only time that LGD showed a bit of weakness in this tournament was when they played that game 2 versus T1, and T1 picked a lot of scale. And LGD, in that game, they made some uncharacteristic moves. They tried to go on the enemy carry do so at their tier 2 mid. It was not successful. I think in this game, like VP, even though they got some things going, like Bane Silencer support, some Bristleback carry, there's no real skill coming from. So it's like they're on the timer, they're pressured, and they have to outplay the enemy in order to win.
Just outplay the enemy in order to win. Isn't that what you always should do, though? The best team is surely the one that always outplays the other. Is Dota not that simple, LOA?
To a degree, though, these things make it easier or harder to do sometimes, right? I think Curtis's point is true in that T1 has had LGD's number in some of these series. They don't beat them, but they often take games off them. These games are very close. And I think it's because T1 is a very good team at extending games and getting to their win condition, and it puts a lot of pressure on LGD. And we saw in this game at some point this Luna has every hero of VP on her, and she's living with 200 or 300 HP, and it's that close to maybe securing that teamfight win or snowballing the game, right? Maybe if this Dawnbreaker didn't have an Assault Cuirass, right? Maybe she goes down.
What was it again? It was a pause for... He had...
Yeah, was he pose 4? Or
well, I mean, he was fine.
Who was carrying this game? It's hard to tell.
AC Lotus.
Visage?
Oh, they just had too much farm, for sure. But yeah, like they mentioned as well, just the idea for VP, if you don't crush your lanes, at least have a way to play out like these fights. Because VP, they did play really well at punishing PSG. Like, this wasn't the flawless game, because like PSG running in the mid-river fight, they're kind of running into the river, then instantly dying. Like, if VP had a better lineup, that's kind of the turn of the tides, right? That's when they kind of make their mark in the game. So VP was always in position to punish any mistake PSG made, right? It's just they don't have that extra, that core, that hero, right?
They also had something that helped the Bristle use his timing a bit better, like some kind of buff. I mean, historically we've seen Bristle IO or some like Bristle Omni Knight type lineup, right? Something that can let them go high ground or go in the Roche but take the fight a bit easier might have helped them a bit as well.
Yeah.
Might have helped them a little bit indeed. If I were to look at this lineup a week ago, I would have said, Curtis, that these two supports, the Dawnbreaker Visage support duo, how can you get away with that? That looks very greedy, and they also got the gold. Who was sacked for that? Was there anybody that gave up some of their gold to be able to allow XinQ and Y to get that?
Honestly, I'm thinking about it. I don't even know. I don't know where they got the gold. I feel like they just won fight.
They got it from VP.
Yeah, exactly. They got it from VP. That's the answer. I'm just checking now.
All right.
All their GPM's
They took
pretty
it
healthy.
from VP. Let's see what they can take from VP this time around. They're going to, of course, VP is going to try to turn it around. Let's see if they can. Game 2.
Fear Tooth Pro versus PSG LGD. Game 2.
All right, guys, we have game number 2 between these two titans. Do we think we're going to see anything different? Is it going to slow down, or are they going to keep going with these high-octane strats?
I think Virtus.pro will make the switch that they did in the game against Vici, where they lost the first game and now they need somehow to win at least a game to keep them inside of this series. So I expect something a bit more early oriented, stay away from the bristleback. And yeah, we see Tiny. Magnus is still in the pool, Io is still available if they want to buff him up.
Yeah, I totally agreed with LOA's point at the end there. That whole draft of VP is built where Ember, Bristle effectively have to just win the game by themselves, and the Bane, Silencer, Earthshaker, like they've got some control, but they don't actually add damage, and they don't add any durability to their cores. You could see, like, also I think the pace getting set with GPK dying mid, like he balled out yesterday. You get solo kills any match, especially in this patch where you're just getting a quick bottle, grab those 2 4-minute runes, like that's a pretty big mental blow, I'd say, though he did seem to recover throughout the game.
So is a situation where when you looked at that draft, it was just a little bit too flat, didn't have enough dimensions to it, just too very specifically looking at certain things that need to be achieved?
Yeah, that's a really cool way of putting it, because it felt like it was a much more layered lineup inside of PSG LGD, and you think about the natural answers that their heroes could kit for. They even went the secondary Silver Edge on Ame, so you're basically just addressing the enemy win condition by both BKB and offensive Silver Edge. So, you get the Aghanim's timing on your Bristle, but it doesn't actually win the game for you, and I think if VP changed something up, they already have the IO Tiny, so that's a great start. I think it's the highest win rate combination in TI, but I've been wrong about old statistics.
Up and I can say,
You
I
have to
completely
say it
agree.
With conviction, sir. He's looking at our panel, and they're just like, you're on your own, bro. We're not helping you on
Ali
this.
gave me a thumbs up. LOA gave me a shoulder shrug, and Tiga was like, nah, bro. So,
Got it.
Who do you trust?
Okay, so...
Not you is the answer to that question. Look at us, though. Do we like this? Are we seeing, is this more dynamic already? Does it have more flexibility?
It is. I believe this is going to be a position 1 Tiny. You have IO, so there's no need to flex it. We saw throughout the group stage and the main stage what this combination of 2 heroes can do. Also, looking at the Wyvern plus Monkey King, that's a good way to set things up, and especially against Io, because he's going to be tethered up to Tiny, so Wyvern's ulti is going to always be very potent. And to go back to the Wyvern, Tiny, after he uses his combo, he deals heavy physical damage. So this is where, Winter Wyvern's heal is going to come into play. Kyle, you're making me laugh. All right, you go.
Oh, I just wanted to point out, traditionally we think of Monkey King as a carry or a mid, and Wyvern as the support. But this is still a very open lineup. We saw 9 from Tundra popularize the Winter Wyvern middle. It looked very good, almost good enough to get here to TI, of course, beaten in the qualifiers by the TI 8 and 9 champions OG. It's very strong with the Aghanim's timing, though. against Tiny because of the HP-based, max HP-based damage on your Q that will consistently be reapplied if you do get Aghanim's.
Agree, but that got nerfed, so I think they're gonna stay away from it, play it as position 4 or 5. We're gonna have to see if this is a position 1 monkey. It's not something you like to play into, because you're playing into Tiny, so there's always a possibility that you're gonna be tossed out of your Wukong's command. Back to you, Kyle.
Sorry, Jenkins just walked on set.
Well, to
piggyback
off of that, I know that Kyle's getting a little distracted right now. But, you talk about how we have very flexible drafts. This is a very dynamic patch. The fact that there are so many different heroes that we can pick that can be placed into different positions. From discussing this with several of the guys, Monkey King position 1 just seems to be like the ultimate pick if you're able to get it. Very similar to like a Tiny, right? Tiny has some flexibility, but generally speaking, I feel that when we see the Monkey King this early, it's got to have either the ability to shift into becoming that support or, obviously the position 1, but you can't be totally sold on it right off the bat.
It's always flexible, but it's quite nice against Wisp lineups because you're typically always going to play in this like 3-2 split with the IO relocate possibility. Monkey King, whatever the role, is going to be able to provide a ton of vision from the trees, and it's a really cool combo with Wyvern. I think it was EG who famously always ran this Wyvern with Nyx Assassin. Monkey King is kind of the same concept because you get a curse, and then you have a huge spell that follows up without being squandered, right? And then suddenly there's a Wukong's, a Boundless as it ends, and you have this massive teamfight advantage. That's a much earlier Necro than I'm used to seeing, but that is like a hard counter in theory to Tiny. Super high HP, super high armor, but the max HP damage on the Scythe, very effective.
Yeah, because Tiny and IO, they love to play like half HP, there's going to be mech, Holy Locket coming out. Necro has this ability to stop this type of a play. What I want to see from Virtus Pro is some kind of heavy magical damage. They have very limited amount of silence, so one of the spirits, I feel
like a Storm
Void Spirit,
perhaps?
even Queen of Pain. Storm Spirit is banned out in the first phase.
Oh yes, I have very bad vision, apologies. But yes, any sort of a spirit would be potentially very good considering the lack of lockdown. Although we are getting
So
different
this is,
kind of spirit for now.
Right.
Yeah, but this is very up-tempo from Virtus Pro, but PSG LGD, like they already wanted long fights. Now they really want long fights. And in addition, if they were to swap the Necrophos into the Darkseer lane, that's like the dream for you because you just spam Q, get regen off creeps, and you're never really gonna get dove under tower. And I'm concerned because if you can't kill Necrophos, now they have even more save. This just ended Darkseer's laning phase. Like you don't see this hero very often, but like Darkseer's kind of unplayable into Oracle. The Q spam, dispelling the shield. This is a really tough matchup already for VP.
It really is, and the combination with Necro, you become magic immune and physical damage immune, so literally no one can touch you. This is going to be a position 1 Monkey King from what I see. They have 3 repositioning abilities, Toss, Vacuum, and Kick from Earth Spirit. So Monkey King's Wukong's command might not be as effective as usual, but as Kyle said, Winter's Curse can set things up. They're a bit limited on the lockdown, no silence.
It's tough because without the Oracle, Monkey Carry is a bit exposed against Earth Spirit Darkseer because they're just going to pull waves, they'll get a level advantage, and suddenly they can run at the Monkey King. But now Oracle's there to pretty much secure the lane, and you're playing against 2 melee heroes. It's kind of the dream. Necro is also a traditionally very hard hero to rotate on. Earth Spirits don't like to have to stay in the lane. They want to be able to apply threat in like all places if possible. But you already have pretty durable laning setups from PSG, at least what they've revealed so far. Be Wyvern top then with potentially the last pick?
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, most likely. I want to see something very active from PSG LGD. They're banning out the last track to deal with the illusions coming out from the Darkseer. There's still Void Spirit feels really good for both teams, and I feel Queen of Pain might be the other one. At least for Virtus Pro. I'm sorry, PSG LGD, they can still flex it. This Necro can be off laner, and they know he's playing into Tiny. Tiny as a carry doesn't really deal that much damage. Necro has been used as a counter to like certain heroes like Spectre, where Necro completely dominates the matchup. Same goes for Ember Spirit, where the damage output is very limited early on.
So is this a situation where PSG LGD, they're just really trying to solidify these lanes up, get that advantage early, and just make it so that way VP doesn't get the chance to get that footing?
It's I think that they'll certainly come out ahead in the lanes. I don't know if they necessarily have to, looking at the lineup. I do agree with Lacoste. I think if you put the Necro into the Tiny lane, Tiny kind of always ends up harassing the offlaner just because of how much you CS with your tree grab, but Necro is going to get free Qs off of you. You get a lot of natural sustain just from last hitting. And if there's a Wyvern up there too, like, it could just be a very difficult lane for the Tiny who, you know, much like the first game when the Bristleback was the win condition, we're now in a scenario where, yeah, sure, Io is like a mild steroid, but when Tiny's looked really busted in this tournament, it's with multiple sources of amplified damage. You know, a Slardar, an Ogre, a Magnus.
And Lacoste is an oracle all to himself this time around because he mentions the Spirit. This is, of course, something that GPK really enjoys playing, is quite skilled with, and also just one of those people that, you know, he's very aggressive and he likes to be able to make these high-octane plays.
It fits the profile, exactly what they needed. They needed a hero that can drop the backline, make Oracle's life a nightmare pretty much, and Wyvern, and he is probably the best option that they had. One more time, PSG LGD will go with Kunkka. Same goes with the Spirit. I think Void Spirit has slightly better chances because in the first game he got solo killed, and this time around, you know, with the shield, the different shield from Void Spirit, they upgraded the shield, and now it's going to be a bit better. Still liking what PSG LGD got.
In theory, you know, GBK will have a better matchup, but concern is, I think that your safe lane might get exposed. This Necro into the 3 position for Faith Beyond is really nice here.
All right, well, that's going to be it coming out from us over here at the draft panel. We've got a very interesting game ahead of us. And speaking of interesting, we have a very interesting person who's ready to give us the last word.
Necrophos. Well
Ladies
said,
and gentlemen,
Jenkins.
This is the face of the man who has to make content around Herald gameplay. Everybody out there in the world. It's a rough life out there for all of us. But yeah, Necrophos.
Yes, yes, so well put. Such an eloquent speaker, Jenkins. Thank you so much. All right, well.
Why is it us? Why us? What happened?
That's a short straw for everyone at the end of the day. It's fine here.
But we're gonna get into this game number 2 now. Virtus Pro backs up against the wall. Need to find something here in the very end. As already out towards the mid lane, LGD well on their way to try and secure this game number 2. I gotta say, man, I saw that Darkseer picked, just jubilation. I love this hero, it's so awesome.
Yep.
And then immediately the Oracle came out, and it was just, it's such a tough matchup.
I can actually tell you something here.
Tell me.
Now, VP currently spamming the shame line of the beloved Sir Action Slacks. He did a winner's interview with Y. Did you hear what he said? He said,
he talked about Oracle.
He said, why? When's the Oracle coming out, man? It's your favorite hero. And Y's like, you know, it's like it was gifted to him. There's one hero where you see it and you go, Oracle.
Yeah.
Give me Oracle. It's Darkseer. And the reasoning for that, if you maybe haven't played so much Dota, we'll get to that after, in case there's an engagement here.
There might just be. Gotta be careful here by LGD. Roll in onto one, and GK gets not even Faith Beyond, able to take the other. And just like that, we're off to the races. And already the Ion Shell.
Yes.
There it is.
There it was, ladies and gentlemen. So you saw, there was an Ion Shell on Earth Spirit. Well, I guess we'll go to step 1. Ion Shell is a spell from Darkseer. He puts this little aura on you. It's a tiny little ball, and it damages heroes right next to you. Quite a bit of damage. And, well, you know, Oracle, he has this lovely spell called Fortune's End right there. That can take off any Ion Shells that are on the Earth Spirit. It's a great counter in lane. That means that Darkseer, of course, if he's trying to Ion Shell creeps, whatever he's trying to Ion Shell, you can remove it as Oracle.
And it's pretty much the spell that you play around throughout all the time. And then later on as well, when you're playing as the Darkseer, if you're trying to kill people, it's all magical damage. Oracle spell Fate's Edict, incredibly good at mitigating that. And then the other thing is that it also takes off Surge. So every little bit of Darkseer pretty much is countered. But we'll see if they're still going to be able to have a decent time with them. The one part that's still going to be nice is getting a back wall off later on and just the team fight presence that hero brings. But regardless, there's some other heroes.
You play this hero. Why'd they pick it?
It's great with Tiny. You know, you love to run in there.
Yeah, Surge Tiny, that's good.
Nightfall going to be enabled that much more, increasing farm potentially, increasing kill potential.
It is good with these position 4s that can top people.
Nice.
Fortune's End or not, you know.
Absolutely.
It's a great spell.
We'll see how this ends up working out for them. Is Faith Beyond going to take a nice chunk of damage there? Nightfall, Kingslayer keeping that pressure on. You know, IO has seen a pretty big increase in play recently, it feels like. Particularly in the lead up to TI, it felt like maybe there's going to be a chance that we wouldn't see all that much of it, but now getting played consistently just as this core hero, rather core enabling hero that lets your position 1 show up to the fight even when they're on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and of course, we always know there are teams that are known as like the IO teams, but a little bit of a difference at this TI, as IO is going to help Nightfall try and get first blood.
Oh, not quite going to be there. Q, just a little bit too quickly up that mountain.
Very nice, but yeah, we're getting IO on teams that maybe aren't necessarily like known for playing it a whole lot. So that's what's made it a much more common pick. We're also seeing it flex between like the 5 and the 4. Of course, most teams tend to have like an IO player, but you're never quite sure how the laning step's going to go. And well, if you've watched TI for a long time, like Casey and those fans where she was discussing those olden days, IO Tiny's probably very familiar to you as one of the hallmark first like true hero combos right next to like Crystal Maiden Juggernaut that you're used to in Dota.
And that's something that just works really, really well together constantly, is why going to try and pull this wave to connect it with the other. So this is one of the things that you can try and do as Oracle is force the laning matchup, because normally what happens with Darkseer is you need to pull that wave back behind the tower, get a little bit of separation, and in the end it is going to be a little bit of disruption. They pull the range creep away, and DM just going to have to hang on with these melee creeps here. Does get that XP a little bit shared there between him and Save, as the wave will be pulled over to the side. And now trying to pressure back Y slightly with Save on this Earth Spirit.
And Y's doing such a great job of like holding that Fortune's End, right?
Yeah.
Because if that's gone, you know, that is a 15-second cooldown. ISL is only 9, so it could be some trouble, especially right now, as they actually go in on knowing that Fortune's End is down. So they're going to get half his HP. You can see how fast that can turn since he's hit level 3 on the Darkseer and has the 2 points in the Iron Shell.
It's potentially a good amount of pressure, and you can see all across the map right now, it's LGD coming out ahead in the laning phase. Kunkka slightly up there.
We're here again, just like last game. Gonna try and find some advantages here.
The bottle, the rundown, nothing to say, pulls back, has the torrent onto Void Spirit. GPK only level 4 right now, and Y moving in does use the Dissimilate to get up to the high ground. So VP able to dodge that gank as 2 supports rotated into his lane. And that opens up some pressure for the rest of Virtus Pro to force back Faith Beyond.
GPK again, though, going to be under pressure to try and set that earlier tempo, try and get them going in this game. Needs to have a better laning stage. I think it looks a little bit better than last game, but certainly, you know, versus the Kunkka, it can be tough. He just has a lot of advantages in the laning stage.
Look at that. Punishing the Cold Embrace. As soon as they use it, they run forward with the IO Tiny, start getting a couple free pot shots off, forces Faith Beyond back again. But yeah, GPK definitely the one that they're going to need to try and enable in this. Set the tempo with that Void Spirit, set up for kills with the IO Relocate. And he has, at times, stood out as what feels like the best player, you know, potentially in the tournament. But definitely was shut down to some extent last time in the early goings, was able to make a comeback happen and put some good performances together in that game 1.
He also has a lot more health this game, right? You have a Tiny. That is a hero that, of course, can scale very well with the Shard and the Echo Saber, but can also join in early for some engagements and potentially even like TP to turn around some plays if necessary, especially once that Relocate is going to be out there from the IO. So shouldn't be as much of an isolated need. I thought GPK did a really good job doing that, controlling the middle of the map last game on the Ember. We'll see if he can do that again here to set up for the plays. Now last game, it was level 6 to level 5, and he went down in that pretty much same exchange. This time it will not be a solo kill for the enemy mid, and we're still looking for first blood here at 6 minutes.
Yeah, this one's been really interesting in that regard. Obviously, you've got sort of, to some extent, static lane matchups, but heroes that are very survivable. You've got a lot of healing going on. You know, on LGD's side, you've got Necro, Winter Wyvern, and Oracle, all are who about keeping people alive. And then, you know, likewise, an Isle that just keeps people stacked up constantly, as Catapult Wave is going to be pressuring mid a little bit. Looks like Y will move in, and they get the quick finish off on that one. Nothing to say, head back home. XTP comes back, full resources.
Yeah, it's so hard to pressure the resources of a Kunkka.
Oh, there it is.
Pressure on the Xing Q, and there. The first blood of game 2. Going the way of Kingslayer.
Not necessarily who would have expected it. Instead, the move through and save. Gonna go down as well. Nothing to say. Claims that one. Is
meanwhile,
Y also chased down. So a flurry of action. Suddenly, we're 3 kills deep.
Yeah, slow start. Now things are going to start popping off. And of course, someone who's very happy with this is probably DM, because that Oracle's long gone. He can lane a little bit more freely up top. And Ame still top of the board right now, just a little bit ahead of that Tiny. Well, as I say that, of course, you know, classic cast curse. Tiny's going to jump on over there, but DM, you know, hard to track down this hero once you have the Surge available.
Yeah, that is a very defensive, nice build to be able to go for there, as GPK again hanging out towards mid lane. LGD, do they want to make any type of moves early? I mean, you've got boat, obviously only the 1-point next at level 7, so the rotations feel like they might be a little bit tough for Kunkka until he gets a couple more levels.
I think they're just fully ready to match any sort of aggressive plays from Virtus Pro.
Nice dodge, nothing to say, not going to get by the 8th Remnant. Now, X boat comes down, kills off Kingslayer. LGD punishing the aggression from Virtus Pro
as well.
Oh, tries to get away, but the Monkey King a bit too quick on that as Ame finds the finish on DM.
Yeah, I've just got a little bit too good of a start up here on this Monkey King. Treads and the Orb. Now it's going to become a tough place for DM to come back to. And when a Darkseer loses the ability to freely go to lane, they have some problems, right?
True.
Like, you can try and like smoke with someone and go for an Iron Shell gank, but the hero likes to be greedy. You like to play in that same zone as like a Beastmaster or a Venomancer and kind of keep pushing out that wave and getting a lot of gold. So he's just going to TP right back up here. Check for wards to see if that's what was the problem last time, but doesn't get lucky. That feels real bad. Yeah. Clearly, I only died because they had wards.
All right.
I mean, it can't be that, you know, they outskilled me.
I mean, Ame is, you know, he was reading those movements and was able to catch him pretty well on that Monkey King. Orb of Corrosion already done now and going into the Echo Saber, so he is going to be quite stacked up.
And a classic play now. If they're paying attention on that ward, he just walked back and Iron Shelled this Void Spirit who smoked. Looks like Y didn't quite notice though, or maybe perhaps he was trying to
nicely played there to break off the 8th Remnant, but it didn't matter in the end. Still goes down.
I think he knew. By the way he walked in there.
Yeah, he was very prepared for that jump. And almost was able to get himself out as well. Would have at least forced one more jump there.
Yeah, I mean, he even saw the ward get placed on the pillar, right? So, was well aware of the situation.
And this is a nice move, I think, by Virtus Pro. Rotate into that Darkseer's lane, try and force the pressure onto that Tier 1 tower, and enable your core, GPK, to move around and try and get some kills. But Kingslayer going to be caught again down bottom, not quite able to get that tether off
that was close.
to Nightfall. And also going to get the D ward. Man, LGD are just everywhere. They are so on top of each one of these moves.
I feel like they're just in their head. Like, I think that they do a really good job of understanding what you need to do to come back in the game. And it's very easy for us to see this kind of plays when we have the bird's eye view, but I feel like their insight into, like, you know, what would I do if my Darkseer is having a bad lane? I would smoke to him so I can get Iron Shell and we try and kill the carry, right?
And then they catch him on the second side of it. DM tries to get out of there, drops the wall, but to no avail, will end up falling. Every single move that Virtus Pro has made, it feels like, has been countered by LGD.
Yeah, they're getting the big blocks out. You know, they're just throwing up some lofty little shots to the basket. It's the big old slam down from LGD. Get out of my face.
GPK, though, does not want to be denied this pressure. Moves down bottom, and again, LGD, they back away. They're prepped, they're ready. But this is what we saw from them, at least in the previous game, that did start to look kind of well, was invading the jungle.
It's so scary coming into this jungle, though. Like, I feel like these heroes are terrifying. A Necrophos, you try and kill him, maybe he just turns, gets you with a Scythe, right? The big heal up with the Ghost Shroud, that could go poorly. You're going to have the Rum buff on top there, too. Then there's the Winter's Curse turnaround plays. Like, I feel like Virtus.pro need to make these aggressive plays, but the punishing heroes are definitely there from LGD.
And you can see the way they want to play aggro, but in a moment, they walk forward. X is going to be used, not going to connect. Faith Beyond jumped on, but the turn! Oh, GPK, you messed around and found out. Faith Beyond.
Where's the respect for the Scythe?
It just takes him down. Roll afterwards, tries to find the backline. They catch now onto the Oracle. That's a good one to get. Half a toss afterwards, magnetized doing a good amount of damage, but it's not enough. The heal comes out. And just like that, everything falling apart for VP yet again. Nightfall slowed, but they got bigger fish to fry as they're heading back towards mid to take the tower.
Catapult still just heaving away. Make it nice and easy for LGD. And, well, I mean, when you see the smoke get purchased from Y right there, too, and that's going to be flying out, you know. They're just moving, right?
Yeah.
They want to keep up this pressure.
Man, who can stop LGD? This Virtus.pro team looked like it could have been the ones, but this game number one, everything's starting to go back and forth, but in the end was constantly into the favor of LG. And now this game number two, it looks like they've got everything ready, and they're constantly prepped. Virtus.pro, they need a comeback, and thankfully they do have Darkseer, which is a good hero for it, with the Vac Wall combos. But they need to get into those items first.
Darkseer combos, IO Tiny. Maybe there'll be something there, but they got some items first. And right now, I mean, GBK trying to look towards a straight Ags? That's going to be a ways away. That's a tall order. No Yules. I mean, pretty rough this game to go for the Yules. Doesn't really save you from a whole lot. Lots of punishes when you come down.
And again.
So that's a punish.
All
gone.
It takes is one.
I like the friendly tips of boosting up your own team. Can I just say?
That's true.
Those are nice. We don't get enough of those.
No.
Motivate.
Right. Motivation. You know, there's
they're not as much fun though, are they?
Well, I mean,
yeah, well, that's unfortunate. It's just the reality.
I think right now, though, I mean, LGD can do what they want. Friendly tips or offensive tips. They're choosing to pump up their own team. As Nightfall gonna take these Ancients. The only core right now that's ahead of another core from LGD.
Middle tower is under attack.
Trying to get in towards that big item after the Echo Saber. Save nearby as well. They're just trying to hold on to some ground and get DM some time. Only level 8 on this Darkseer.
Yeah, he's going to need some help. He's definitely not the playmaker out of the Tri-Core right now with the start that he's had, so going to be relying on the Shadow Blade from the Tiny alongside the Relocates, as well as just the Void Spear and the nature of how that hero operates. And besides GBK knowing that he has to get involved a little bit earlier, we'll just straight up buy a Kaya, not going to be able to go for a bigger ticket item.
And he's going to do a little hunt in there. Sees the rotation coming from Faith Beyond. They have a Boundless Strike if they want to use it.
Got to watch that level 10 talent. Has the bonus range on the Scythe.
Yeah. It's a little bit bigger than I think most people expect. Obviously, that talent being added relatively recently. And can catch somebody off guard. But 3 to 8, and you can see already very much into the favor of LG, though certainly Virtus.pro not out of it. All they need to do is find those first set of items, hit a power spike, try and take that perfect fight.
They have a lot of late game potential, but I do think that LGD are just, they see their timing. They're just looking for BKBs on the Kunkka as well as the Monkey King. They're going to start pushing forward. That'll all be also guarded by a pipe on this Necrophos. So magical damage going to be pretty poor versus this lineup. And look at the heroes of Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
It's like all magic, except for when Nightfall gets those big items and starts swinging.
Maybe they can catch something before that pipe comes online and starts making a difference. Thank you.
Down.
Drops it, spots it, sees him, wants to interrupt this, and, well, the Avatos will turn into a quick kill. But can they get any more afterwards? That was a bit of a freebie.
Zenkyu's crazy. You just...
They're thinking about going for more here. TP's coming in. Nightfall right there on top of him. Y is out afterwards. CM just has to run away. Gonna try and relocate him out and does manage to get the escape. So it ends up being a trade right there of a 1-for-1 with likely an IO to die.
As long as GBK stays alive up here, this is okay.
Yeah.
Right. It does get X'd, but not going to find the combo. Oh,
that's
the freebie back down bottom. All right, we're good.
Yeah, so like you said, GPK able to get out. They lose the 2 supports and still getting some farm on their heroes, but you can see LGD taking the move now to constrict the map. Try and put some pressure on the bottom tier too.
Yeah, I actually think that was kind of okay for Virtus Pro. In the state they're in, like there was 2 farming cores, time to get relocated out and just hit a bunch of creeps mid. Void Spirit's hitting creeps in the top lane. They only lose IO. Small victories here. That's the state of the game right now for Virtus Pro.
Gotta find the silver linings where you can. But 4-10, 16 minutes in. And Virtus Pro with the Shadow Blade done. DM getting up to level 9, so he's got 3 points up in Surge. They've got potential to catch people quickly. Rest of the team moving in afterwards. Why? Gonna pop the ulti. Now the turn, wall down, get the slowdown, but they've already lost GPK. And Why just walks away. Oh man, if he gets out of here as well, nobody from LGD really is going to get punished with this, with the Wyvern already dead. Why now? Okay, the jump forward, wants to make it live. Avalanche tries to get away, but not quite going to get out.
At least they got that.
Goes
That
down.
sentry, though, the original one's still there.
At Nightfall, he's got to run, got to hide, got to escape. DM TP's out right underneath that tree. And just like that, they managed to mostly escape. Oh,
He's
safe.
got the pole, remember?
Yeah, good. And there's the roll away. Nicely played. Finds. Oh no! With the winner's cards, turn around. No, they can't quite catch him. Almost got him there. But able to escape by the skin of his teeth. Save out.
Well, they've stabilized at the very least, right? Positive stuff here for Virtus Pro. They're keeping the lead relatively the same here for LGD, but it is still a lead nonetheless. And first item delivered out to DM to take the mech. Wants to go for that Aghanim Scepter, which kind of functions like a Midas in some regards, and that like really sometimes you'll see them like rush it, so they just like ramp their gold. But obviously in this game, they really just need the multiple ion shells and to actually try and live in these fights.
Make sure they don't get dispelled as well. So that Earth Spirit silence is going to become so key in these ones. If you can find that Oracle.
You can see it right there. It's just such a low level, right?
Yeah.
Not much that he can do. They can't burst him fast enough without their full focus.
Incredibly difficult game for Virtus Pro, but not impossible. Mech done, but he's going to need that and a little bit more to get out of this one, and didn't stand a chance. Man, they are just going one by one there. Save falls down. I'm able to get him.
That Monkey King virus gets some serious reach.
PSG LGD. They came in as the favorites of the tournament. They haven't disappointed yet. And very close to continuing on in this upper bracket. It's carrying an upper bracket finals appearance at the very least.
They got that walking game too. The way they're moving around this map, I see like completely fearless. Game 1, using their vision a lot more, kind of following the vision. Now they just, I don't know, they feel kind of invincible. I feel like they're kind of getting a little bit disrespectful here in their movements here, and I don't even think they're going to get punished.
Getting everything they want.
Look at this ward just sitting under it up top right now for nothing to say. He's begging them to come fight him. It's like, I'm just going to kill your creep waves so they leave your base. You got tier 1, you got tier 2. I don't care.
He's just out
that's
there.
That's fine. You don't have a lane.
He does not appear to care even a little bit. Aether Remnant not going to connect on to nothing to say.
And this smoke, they're going to see the Io's courier. They're not going to kill it. They want the prize.
And Kingslayer there to break the smoke, but...
Oh, they ping, they know.
Jump forward, they find the bigger target. The Tiny is there. Oh, they're going to wait, so that way he can't relocate out of there. They focus down Kingslayer.
Oh, look at Nightfall, though. He wants to make the big play. He comes back in.
A chance. Avatos dead onto 1. But he might get punished for this one. Can he find his way out of there? Fate Beyond chasing. No Reaper Scythe, but in the end, they get the double.
Well, he had no TP. He would have had to run all the way home. I guess he was just trying to find something a little bit bigger.
An X. GPK finds the Remnant. Assimilate gets him away.
Bottom lane DM. Oh, the monkey.
He knows. Oh my god! Is that an offlaner? Excuse me? What? I know they took the armor away from Mech, but holy moly. At least the extended one that they had before. And now they find save, kill him off too. This is a thrashing in game number 2.
It's like a 600 damage boundless strike on that Darkseer. Just gone.
My goodness. Well, tough stuff indeed. As 2-8, or rather 7-18. That's how it's looking at me. Wow. That's how it felt.
Is that your odds?
Yeah.
Is that what that was? It's probably pretty accurate, I would say.
Around those range.
That might be a little bit generous. Maybe less like, 8, more like 8% sort of deal.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
7. I checked first. I cheated. I'm not going to.
Unbelievable.
Can't lie to the people,
Well, nonetheless, the way that Virtus.pro win this game, though the odds of it happening have gone down, the method remains the same. Take a big fight with Darkseer, try and get that silence onto Oracle, and of course it all starts with a smoke like this. Can they do it, though?
I mean, the last time we were in a situation like this, we'd seen bigger comebacks, and we saw the comeback.
That's true.
We've had it happen here in the bracket.
AC
it
is
can be done.
They run in, find Q. That's an opening to get.
Look, he's worth 5K. Now it's an 8K lead. See, that's how it works. It's just math, guys.
Right.
It's fine.
See.
How about this
find
one?
the second.
4,200.
That's not bad either.
Is it getting subtracted, though?
Can they get him? Why? Down low dead. BKB, there's the wall down onto both of them. Is this an opportunity here? LGD taking down the supports first, but Ame, he still hits pretty hard. GPK wanting to find an opening. BKB is out, and now there's the Yule Scepter lift up on TM. He's got to find a way out of this one. The X pulls him back in and just eviscerates him afterwards, and that is the problem. The supports, they die, but they come back pretty quick afterwards on the respawn.
Virtus.pro just trying to keep the mentality in this one, trying to keep themselves feeling good. Still spam those voice lines, slay together, win together, lose together. One of those 3 looking the most likely here for sure. As they head into the Roche pit here, the H will be claimed now from LG.
And there it is, gets picked up by Ame. As down towards mid, they will run next. GPK pushing out the lane and save with them. If there's an opportunity to find a pickoff, that's the best bet for the 2 heroes to find it. And I mean, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about it. Like Kyle talked about it in the draft panel. He saw it as soon as it came out. That Oracle pick into Darkseer completely destroyed his game, and currently is the only core that's not really feeling like a core. It's just a tough matchup.
It's frustrating because Darkseer always wants this pairing, and so it feels like it's something that would be really good to go in that phase of the draft. When you have to pick 2 heroes in a row, you just show this strong, essentially a draft combo that's just like, yeah, I mean, that you're going to pick some sort of a 4 with the Darkseer anyway, so seeing it just right together, it slides in there pretty well, but if you leave that Oracle in, it's going to hurt. Now at the same time, you can't just ban Oracle or they're just going to ban Darkseer.
True enough. Well, we see ourselves down a good amount. They actually used the relocate there for Tiny, so just ensuring that he doesn't go down as Save pulls the next creep wave. They need to buy time.
Time to practice all of your stall tactics right now for Virtus.pro. This is the upper bracket. Of course, they'll still survive if they lose this one, and while you're never going to get better practice than this in terms of trying to delay a game that feels like it's at its worst. LGD, main stage, TI. You might as well get some experience here.
True enough.
And perhaps you can just do it.
Maybe. There's a chance.
There's always a chance.
Well, an X. There's a chance they might catch him here. Torrent. Save. Goes for the kick and roll. And the TP out. Looks like he should. Ooh, just barely get out of there. This X was back off cooldown, I believe.
Just getting there, yeah.
Look at this. They're hyping each other up. Hey, look at that. He kicked him out of there. Got away. Any delay is good.
Great. Woohoo!
There it is. That's the good vibes.
Yeah, it's the good vibes squad here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. And send all your positive energy to Virtus.pro. They need it right about now.
Oh, silence. Save. Tries to go for the rollaway. That time, not quite going to happen.
All right, but while this is happening, look at the other 4 Radiant heroes.
That's right.
They're hitting creeps.
Pushing out all the map.
Even Io's getting all the action. Kingslayer's just like, yeah.
He's underneath a
I'm
ward
under
right
a
now.
ward near Ancients. Yeah, I'm going to save my Tiny. gets into trouble. Rax? Who needs Rax? We can't fight this anyway. Take them. We don't want them.
Take down those mid-racks.
Lazy creeps can't even defend the base.
We're doing the real work down there.
Oh, you think we care about our bottom lane? Okay, yeah, maybe we do.
And they're going to show up for this one.
Guys, should we fight this one?
Yeah. Smoke up. Virtus Pro. What can they do here to stop this? Potential round 2. The toss-back play could be something to look for. Or the rollback. Vacuum only onto one. Wall afterwards not doing nearly enough. They did find that Oracle, but can't quite get the kill. And just like that, why it's going to live through it. A godlike spree. And, well, you turn around with the Winter's Curse. The Torrent afterwards. One by one they fall. And LGD will not be denied. This team has been hell and back. They're trying to finish this one off here. This upper bracket match, trying to get to that upper bracket finals. They turn on to GPK as well, finish off that rack. Still one more tier 2 tower remaining, but LGD, they want to close this one out right now.
Why? With the blink lines, he's on his march to another Aegis, of course.
Oh,
remembering his old friend who was there the last time.
There it is. GG is called. We got 2 teams in the upper bracket finals that are looking unstoppable. And LGD is one of them.
Are they the unstoppable object or the immovable force? I hear Insania always talking about Team Secret and the wall.
That's right.
They must be the immovable force, so this must be the unstoppable one.
And of course, with this 2-0 victory, we've got a great matchup coming up very soon. And Virtus Pro going to have to head on back to the drawing board, figure out what they want to do as they try and continue their run as well in that lower bracket. But certainly the story here and story for tonight for me is LGD just looks so good. They never look flustered. They feel like they have a really good mental game with how they're playing, and I'm just incredibly impressed. So some solid Dota, man.
They're on that other level. There's no doubt about it. And Virtus Pro, they can get there. I also do believe that they need to find themselves a little bit more experience in the lower bracket. They got to look at their plan. They got to adjust, learn what they did wrong in this game, and bring it back a little bit better the next time that they're here facing a tougher opponent.
Absolutely. So the crowd getting in on the action as well, and the players, I'm sure, very much loving that sound to their ears. But I think that when you kind of look at what this team has been through, and of course where they're going to go from now, it's just all looking up. So for now, let's get back to the panel, see what they thought about that series.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent. What I thought about this series is that PSG LGD did not drop a beat. They dominated that game too, especially here with AY, Insania, and T-Gov. We're going to break this game down. Of course, we're going to hear from one of the winners as well. And Curtis, this game was just unstoppable for PSG LGD. Yeah, no,
LGD, they, I think them and Secret, they look like the clear favorites of this tournament. VP, they're a good team, but honestly, I think this entire series, the mid lane domination, it was so surprising to me because yesterday we saw GPK dominate Ori on the mid lane, and now nothing to say. He had 2 very strong lanes versus him.
Yeah, we said you said something about not wanting to see Spirits, T.
Yeah, I'm just a bit bored of them. They just do the backline jumping too much. But I think for me, this is very much an idea where PSG is a very good team at reading what type of aggression you'll bring in, and then they'll draft the counter-aggressive heroes, to be able to then play for that moment or play for that time. If they win their lanes, then they're going to be ahead not only in the draft, but in the way that they can get run at you and utilize their timings. And some teams, if you're let's say an OG style, if they don't win a fight, they can keep wearing you down. But VP, when they have these type of heroes, it's hard for them to keep going, right? Because it's the heroes just don't feel like they can match up into what PSG have kind of expertly crafted.
Yeah, we talked about some of the adjustments that we saw made, or that we wanted to see made in between Game 1 and Game 2. But it felt like PSG LGD was like, no. We're going to just play something entirely different. So there was no adjusting based on Draft 1. It felt just like a completely fresh game in Insania.
I think similar to how Secret played today and yesterday, it feels like LGD, they understand what game condition they're going up against, what win condition they're going up against, and they know how to draft against it. And so far, I haven't seen them not have an answer for a specific type of style that they've been faced with. So I think VP's approach seemed to be hey, we're going to just play really fast, we're going to try to win lanes, and we're going to try to snowball to wins. But I feel like in Game 1, they didn't really have a real high ground condition, and in Game 2, it just never picked up. They never got off the ground.
They never got off the ground. I also want to I want to say that I'm happy to see Y on the Oracle. Some of you with really good memory will remember that he played 2 of the 4 games in the grand finals in TI6 as Oracle, and this is a comfort pick for them. I mean, it was a counter to the Darkseer. It just felt like a cookie cutter hero for him to pick up for this one. The Oracle Winter Wyvern combination, the double save T, it worked out great as well.
They had so much saves, right? Like, I'm just looking at like the start of the 2 drafts, right? In the game 1, you've got like Dawn, Tide, Kunkka. In this game, you've got Necro, Wyvern, Oracle, still grounded by that Kunkka. It very much was the unkillables, right? And if you are to kill them, it's going to take so much time. Like, if we had a highlight reel of this Oracle, he's underneath his tower getting dove by like an Earth Spirit, a Tiny, and he's still living. You know, maybe that casual 1 fluffy hat is, you know, broken. Very good item, by the way. Love it. But you're like, it's the idea that, yeah, they buy so much time that then, you know, Arme pops off his tree and just suddenly Wukongs you to the next, you know, lower bracket or something. Like, it's very good from PSG.
I mean, you and I discussed this yesterday, right? But like the Monkey King, the importance of being able to get the 4 hits in. And I think with the heroes that they had around the Monkey King, it was very easy to do that. Like you could always enable the Monkey King to get those hits off. You had Oracle to do it, you had Wyvern to do it, you had heroes that are going to run in and die for you. So, easy Monkey game.
It's also just sort of like a free lane, right? I think even without Oracle, Monkey King seems to fare pretty well versus Darkseer. I mean, LOA, Avery was telling me about it while we were watching on the side, but I mean, you don't get hit by Iron Shells. And if they commit on you and don't kill you, you're going to get 4 hits off and just full heal.
Yeah.
I have an interesting question, guys. Is this the first ever time that you've seen a game where both supports have lost and not had boots in their inventory? Because Earthspirit only had Vessel, and Io only had Locket. Have you ever seen a loss where the supports are like, you know, obviously it's kind of like a no boot meta on some heroes, right? But this was...
I guess this has more to do with the heroes.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, because Earthspirit maxes the roll right, doesn't really need it. Wisp Tethers gets the same.
Earthspirit does usually buy boots, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like
I understand.
He was desperate for his timing.
This is
Yeah,
kind of,
that's true, I guess.
it's like this is the type of question maybe in like a year's time. This will be the trivia. So I've just pre-warned you. If you
Okay.
do get asked this question at an event in Sania, now you know this game.
Now I know.
No boots on these supports.
In the winner's interview.
In the winner's interview.
As he's playing an event.
As he's winning TI.
Of course. It also is pretty tough trying to, like, when you're losing a fight, to run away from a Kunkka that's going to X-mark you back, or from a Monkey King that's going to jump on you, and you have nowhere to go. So why even buy boots? Because the moment you start running, you already lost. Like, you're going to die, right? That's the nature of PSG LGD's
honestly,
lineup.
that was VP's lineup. Like, they had to go in and commit.
Yeah.
There's no choice.
So no boots, easy. Is this a really good performance by PSG LGD, or are we a little bit sad, maybe, that VP didn't have as good of a showing as I think a lot of us were hoping that they would have?
I would say this is very good from PSG because VP's playstyle and what they did in this game, if they played against like other teams, maybe not Secret, they'd still be able to beat them with these lineups, this playstyle. It's the Secret and the PSG. The reason why they are both now top 3 at TI is this kind of patient, kind of counter-aggressive style in nature where they'll read your draft and find kind of the weaknesses before they enter the game. Unlike other teams that need to experience it to really find that weakness.
Yeah, I think they were strategically beat. I don't think VP necessarily to me look like they're just worse players or anything. I just think strategically they were beat. I don't think they were even allowed to play Dota. They were on stage twice to get kind of like not even have a chance to play the game.
Yeah, PSG LGD is just on another level, and especially at their position for XinQ, and that is who we have for a winner's interview.
Hello, thank you so much, Shiver. We have Shinkyu here, and Helen, our translator. Thank you for taking time to speak to us.
非常感谢你接受这个采访。
谢谢 Thank you. Fantastic. Now, last time you were at the International, it was TI8 with Team Serenity. You went out pretty early. How does it feel to be back?
上一次你参加 TI 是 TI8的 Serenity 队伍，然后被淘汰的挺久。这一次回来感觉如何？
感觉很好。
It feels great.
Now, you were the underdogs then. Now, you're the team to beat. What changed?
当时你们并不是一直被看好的队伍，然后这次你们是大热门，什么改变了呢？
就是大家都打得很好，然后人也在进步啊。
I think it's because everyone's playing well and people are always improving.
All right. Sir, you are my hero. I'm a master techies, and I watched your replays from one sick, twisted freak to another. Have you even considered picking the hero at the tournament?
这位主持人是一个宗师的 炸弹人玩家，然后他想问一下你这位高手，因为他看了你很多炸弹人的录像，就有没有想过选这个英雄？
想过吧，可是有点就是我自己玩的也不是很好，就没有选。
I thought about it, but I don't play it that well, so we're not picking it.
What? Oh, okay, no problem. Well, okay. Finally, your next opponent is Team Secret, the only team that has ever taken a game off you in the group stage. Are you ready?
你们下一个对手是 Team Secret， 然后他们也是唯一一个在小组赛有赢过你们的队伍，准备好了吗？
我们尽力吧。
We'll do our best.
Oh, well, a very kind-hearted answer by, I believe, Shin means heart, correct?
他想问一下你的那个新 Q 的新是新的意思吗？
你可以这么理解吧。
You can think of it that way if you want.
Well, you know, I think of a lot of weird things. So thank you for your time. We will see you later, and best of luck against Team Secret as we throw it back to you.
We'll do our best, against Team Secret. Oh, humble as ever from ZinQ. And indeed, PSG LGD, they have not dropped a single game apart from one to Team Secret and one to T1 in the upper bracket earlier. And they're looking very, very hot. I had the finals being our upper bracket finals. By the way, I am so excited to see these two teams play against each other. We're gonna have to wait a little bit though. Tomorrow is not the good day for the upper bracket, but we did have two upper bracket semifinals today, and both of them, Insania, both of them were clean 2-0s.
Yeah, I think the Secret IG series, I expected to be closer. But, I can't say I'm very surprised about the outcome of the series. But it was interesting to me to see how VP approached LGD. And I think this is information for all the other teams that are looking at this. I think Secret are very happy. They got a lot of information from watching VP's attempt at beating LGD here. So it'll be a very interesting upper bracket final coming up.
It will be for sure. Lower bracket, definitely also interesting though, because now we know that only one of these teams has a chance to make it forward through to the very end, and we're gonna have IG and Vici in the same side of the bracket T, and also VP and Team Spirit on the same side of that bracket.
This is really weird to see the fact that we have like Eastern Europe, West Europe in one side, and then we have SEA and then China on another side of the bracket. So it does move into that round 5, which is going to be another battle of either. I don't know. There's all these games. When we get to the later end, like all the teams have their own little play styles and all things, and you just, I don't know.
We are already at the later end.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Let's get to tomorrow. Come on.
Let's get to tomorrow. We have the schedule for tomorrow. 3 series coming your way then. And what one are you most hyped about, Curtis? Is it just the last one because it's the winners of the 2 first series?
I think they're all going to be really good games, but I'm actually really interested in seeing what Team Spirit will do versus OG. I think OG, especially in that last series versus Quincy Crew, they're showing, they always have some hidden strategies for TI, and I want to see how Team Spirit want to deal with that because they're a very young team. They have some momentum.
Yeah, they definitely are having some momentum for sure. Very excited to see T1 versus Vici Gaming as well. And to be honest, the whole day tomorrow is going to be an absolute blast, as today has been as well. But to every day comes an end. Not a normal end though. No, it wouldn't be TI if it had a normal end. It's an end with a late game show. For the late game show, we of course have Piran. He's not alone.
I'm not
Piran,
alone
for the first time.
Shiva, can you hear me, Shiva?
Yes, I can.
We had some problems on the first night. I am here with none other than the Suns fan. He's going to be joining me this evening, as well as a couple of special guests, and we'll be chatting. Are you excited to be here?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you'll see us after the main event wraps up. We'll see you guys in a bit.
I'm very, very happy you said something because it almost looked like a cardboard cutout for a moment. Definitely took some lessons from Jenkins as the deadpan stare into the camera. Okay, so today was super exciting. I had a lot of fun. Hypest moment of today.
Secret getting top 3 finally at TI. Sure, there you go.
There you go, Insania.
I have to agree. Just seeing the emotion on the Secret players' faces, I think that was something very new. I don't think I've ever seen that, despite them winning so many LAN events. I've never seen them quite that emotional.
That meant something. That was pure cheer, Curtis.
I don't want to copy, but no, it's for me because I'm really nerdy about Dota. I liked how Secret played the Monkey King game, like how they collapse on bottom and then they spread out to farm and wait for the timing. I thought that was really cool to watch.
Sorry, can I have a point B, please, Shiva?
Sure.
It was actually hearing the PSG chants in the arena, because like we don't have a crowd, right? But of course we've heard that so many crazy. But that the sound of it, it kind of like gave me. I was like, oh, and then the players too. The players leave the booth and they're like, what is happening out here? Where's like I don't know. It just.
That was good. That
Yeah.
was really good. I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. But first, I cannot wait to see what late games brings. Of course, tomorrow we'll be back with more Dota 2 for the International 10. We'll see you then.
ओके गाइस, मैं भी तुमको कल मिलता हूँ। कल फिर वापस स्ट्रीम करूँगा। कल कोशिश करूँगा थोड़ी कमेंट्री करने के लिए। अगर लाइक्स सब्सक्राइब मिल जाएंगे तो थोड़ा कर दूँगा।
Looks like Hansking is next on the list as S4 and Alliance are starting to crumble here, Cinderin. T1 looking primed to take this series 2-0.